49, 749, 949. Yeah, I can only hang up, but nobody will freaking show up. Huh. Um, it's 449 or depends whether it's 449 or 599. How much? 449. This is 449 too. Okay. So I assume it's 449. No lunches, whatever. Phosphorus magnesium. Much lower. Highest phosphorus magnesium is that stuff. 6, 15, 10. It's my long shot. Okay. That's like 149, so this is like 99, so fingers crossed, whatever it is. I think I have 50 cents. I don't have 50 cents, I'll just spend smaller. Okay, that's everything. Let me see. Hang on, let me see if I have 50 cents. Right now, yeah. Yeah.
10:48.
Yeah, let me see if I have 50 cents. Yep. Okay.
How are you?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's I think that's 35, 45, 48, and then I have a 10. Hang on.
Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, fuck it. Probably birthday. Oh, gotta say the heck with this crap anyway. Somebody commented on what's the story. $16 minutes to get that. Okay. Hmm. Responses to superior warfare culture are mounting. So, okay. Let's see. Oops. Okay. Wait a minute. Cole Arbor at Dorse's Big Town. Oh, interesting. Goes to Cole Arbor. Oh, wait. I see Palm joined. Hang on. I'll get you in. Welcome, Palm.
Hey, Nadia.
I can't take any more beating up on the retarded kid. I don't know what the exact answer can be, but anyway.
What, Nadia? Beating up on a what? Retarded kid?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on a second. I can't hear anything.
Basically, the kind of stuff that's been going on in these things too long. Can't really. Entirely different sort of concept for the show needs to be devised or whatever. So anyway. think not sure exactly what kind of concept I want to go with for all this, but something else. Not this. Yeah, I'm picking it out, which is probably reversing a lot of the weight loss, but whatever. Oh yeah, probably need to clean some of those things, whatever. Oops, wrong one. Bear with me. Okay. Oh, yeah, I don't know. These kind of open hangouts, I mean, really just turning into, I mean, not just beyond, not just some kind of like a form for harassment, whatever it is, but there's I guess people who don't really have wits about them to realize what they're even getting into. So, I'm thinking I need to have some kind of distinct panel discussion or whatever it is. Oh wait, Tom Jam, you seem to be on a different account. Hang on. Um, yeah, and for that matter, I mean, a lot of people getting involved with these kinds of arguments are not even actually able to follow Earth the discussions are even about. It's like, I don't know, it seems like even the atheists are like not even able to follow making ad hominem fallacies. It's like, 12:50 p.m. I don't know, it's just bad. Um, Panel discussions need to be a lot more limited. They just like, I don't know, pretty much just so entirely some other way. Probably need to get a daily schedule out or something like that. I know where everyone went.
Hmm. No wonder.
It's never you wonder.
I'm so tired.
No idea where ocean went. Anyway, Russians, whatever. There's like a daily news potential. We do like daily news commentary or something like that. There's also some potential for commenting on basically just actual matters, whatever. Things on the order of like basically kind of like feminist or communist or whatever theory, and then go on and deliver a lecture on that or something. Or economic theory or something like that. There's something that's actually limits people that end up getting brought into the discussions or whatever it is to those who have actual I don't know, good ability to defend themselves or something.
Mm-hmm.
Defend themselves is probably not exactly the right way, but at least so that they're intellectually on the level or on a level that they can I don't know, cope with the discussion or something.
Hey Nadia.
Sorry?
Nadia, do you think my background is boring? Like, what do you think there's anything wrong with the background?
The background?
Yeah, my background. Do you think there's anything wrong with that?
I don't know what you mean by background. Like the wall behind you?
Yeah. The closet, the wall, whatever.
I'm not sure it needs to be interesting. I mean, as far as the camera goes, you're supposed to be the center of attention, right?
Right. No, but I'm just saying, like, does it bother you at all, the background?
No.
Or is it like, do you think it's ugly or whatever? Or
The
doesn't
background's
matter?
good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of
Background's good.
I was just thinking of changing it up a bit. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired.
Well, you understand what I'm thinking, right? In terms of basically not bringing in just any yokel who can hang themselves in whatever it is, and those waiting for such yokels to appear, right?
Uh-huh.
Like No more open hangouts, right?
Yeah, you could do that.
Hmm.
I don't know. Whatever. You could try whatever. I don't know. I don't know. People are becoming less and less, it seems. I think they enjoy off air. I think they enjoy off air hangouts more. They don't want to be recorded.
Hmm. Well, it's not really about the other people who might want to quote unquote be seen anyway.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
mind
I mean,
being
it's
seen.
to but it's about those who would care to watch, right?
Right.
Ultimately, we're trying to be viewed by those who would care to watch, right?
Hmm.
Well, who cares to watch, right? Welcome, Ramin.
Hey, thanks. How's it going?
I'm plotting major format changes, and I guess I'm trying to figure out what to do on a daily basis and so on. That more than just sort of commentary on the news. Okay?
So what's this supposed to be? What's this conversation going to be about then?
Um. Well, basically, what to do after I get out of the business of quote unquote open hangouts, where people basically just are either I don't know, basically just shooting the shit or waiting for someone who's basically dumb enough to pop in and so they can beat him on the retarded kid, right? Matthew Bell, probably know that form. Others who appear more regularly are basically that. So, not really getting very wild about basically being some kind of venue for harassment. So,
Got it.
I mean, for that matter, I mean, like, as far as like people actually understanding the issues involved, like,
Mm-hmm.
uh, wait a minute. Last time I checked, like, almost nobody understood what the hell I was saying.
Why do you say that? It's not that no one's interested. I honestly think what it is that you're just harder to, like, you're so much more deeper and smarter. I don't know how to say it. Sounds bitchy, but it's the truth that I think it takes people a minute to be like, wait, what did she just say? Now that I figured out what did she just say, now let me look up a word or two to figure out what it means. Then it's okay. go ahead. And then they actually have to make it make sense in their head with what they already know. But it's usually stuff, folks, I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but stuff I've never even heard before or thought of. And so it's not like I can have this quick response because my brain just doesn't work that fast. So it's not that they're not interested, I don't think. I just think they're dumber than you.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people are just like not really interested in trying. So
That's fair.
yeah, which again raises a question of what the heck's happening on my channel, and does that actually want to happen here? And I don't think basically a bunch of people who don't understand the issues and kind of getting raised and it's like opportunistically beat up on the whoever it is. And people who are basically naive enough to well, walk in here for a challenge and not really understand what's happening. Or verbally harass them if you don't want to say beat up. It's not really the kind of thing I want to represent me or whatever.
Do you think that's been happening a lot, that people feel verbally harassed? Or is it potentially that the lady mentioning some of the things that goes on in chat yesterday? I forgot that lady that came in.
I'm not sure who you mean or what they were saying.
They were talking about food stamps, being on food stamps when she started her business.
Oh, actually, that I don't think was that problematic.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's more of the kind of core content. Kind of waiting for some kind of basically like wild-eyed, relatively naive creationist or whatever it is to walk into basically, I don't know, mock, harass, whatever, and they apparently aren't bright enough to leave. So
Yeah. If you walk into your room and don't even have a lot of your ducks in a row, you will get sizzled. Especially, I think, if you're confrontational.
well, I'm not.
No, not
I
you.
mean,
I'm talking about the bright-eyed, bushy-tail one.
yeah.
Because I've noticed that a little bit with a couple of people. But I gotta tell you, I struggle because in some cases I kind of think they deserved it. If that makes any sense.
I don't think they're bright enough to know better.
Well, and that could be the case. They may not be bright enough to know better. But I get frustrated with Christians that act like assholes and aren't bright enough to know better.
I mean, I can have like personally the discussion with them and not make it kind of a matter of harassment and such. My cohorts and such are not able to keep it on a different level. Go ahead.
No, I completely agree. But at the same time, I don't think it's entirely the cohort's fault. If you call me an asshole or a liar or so, if you're out there as a Christian and you're calling me names, let's say, and I'm not a believer, and somebody boxes you in or talks to you sideways or whatever, that's what I'm saying. I don't feel so bad because as a believer, you should know better than to talk to people like that. That's behavior I expect out of people who have no home training, for one, or don't have a higher, like a God or that sort of mind that they're supposed to be paying attention to.
Yeah, and I think it's it's the home training and maybe not really even being able to absorb the home training and that kind of thing. That I don't think it's entirely their fault. I mean, I'd be willing to work with them personally, like one-on-one with a bunch of the people that are like the targets for a lot of this, but what's going on is just it's schoolyard,
Bullying, kind of.
playground,
Yeah.
jonesing, whatever you want to call it. And
I guess just where I'm at. I was doing some study. I got to do like 3 hours of video every night for a client until I can start to understand a particular next project that I'm working on. And I think one of the things, and I don't know where to find this, is the conversation I want to start having is not so much why are the books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that are written from so many different perspectives. One will mention this, one won't mention that, one will say this happened before that, da da da. I want to have a conversation on what it is they're really trying to teach. What is Jesus like really about? What did he stand for? What is this, image? What does that mean? Those type of things. And so it's hard for me because that's what I'm looking for next. And I just don't know where that exists. I don't know if it exists in the greater community. So I'll have to spend less time here. But I feel like we've had a lot of the conversations that we're going to have. I'm not going to be an atheist tomorrow or anytime in this lifetime. And so I just want to progress my learnings, my teaching, like what I can learn, and then therefore what I can teach. But I'm not looking at the Bible as some like historical narrative. I'm looking at it as it was written as a story for a society that understood stories and its implications on deeper levels than just literal. And I'm tired of having the literal conversation. And that's nothing to do with you. I mean, that's just folks in the community. I mean, very philosophically and logically attuned. That's why when that guy, John Doe, came in the other day and talk about somebody who was disrespected, but when he came in the other day and started firing off different ways of looking at things, and boy, were they out there, but I appreciated him. Oh, someone just joined. Oh, John. Oh my God, that was so crazy. I was just talking about you.
Hello?
I was just talking about you when you came in.
Oh, really?
That is wild. I even had my eyes closed as I was reciting what I was saying. And then I opened them and I was like, oh, who's that? Someone new. And then it says John Doe entered the room. You'll have to go back. Said about
That's funny.
It was. Yeah.
So, what was it about?
Nadia has mentioned that she's tired of her channel turning to like the channel that everybody craps on, from the perspective of like a little bit of bullying of people who come in the room and may be new to the ideas and the conversation. And it's like there's people who want to slice and dice them first before understand them. And then equally, I think there's this challenge where she feels like people don't listen to her. And I was telling her, it's not that people don't listen to you, it's they're listening with all their brain power. And the reality of it is you're far smarter than everyone. And so it takes a lot deeper listening and understanding to know what the fuck you're talking about, excuse my language, half the time. Because her vocabulary is out of this world and she uses all the right precise words, but once I've looked them up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's hard for me to follow her many times too.
And so I remember when I first got on here and we were talking about free will, and she was very patient, Nadia, and she was explaining it to me. And I started looking up all these different terms, compatibilism, and, you know, you name it, okay? The different thoughts and all these different philosophers, and just wikiing them. Let's face it, I didn't go out and buy their books or go to the library and start reading them, but at least I could get involved with the conversation and know what they were talking about and the terms they were using. The challenge is that was just on free will. Every conversation we have on her channel, it's like I need a PhD to keep up with, right? And there's some people who do have PhDs in this space. So I think they can get it. Whereas me, as I'm just trying to give my opinion, is elementary as it may be.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. I don't have any background in philosophy or any
I
academic background, so it's hard for me to keep up sometimes.
And so now she's trying to figure out how to change some things, which is I'm interesting. Like you invited everyone to this hangout, right, Nadia?
yeah, I kind of didn't know what else to do for the moment, and am kind of plotting, well, things like, I don't know, try to dynamically organize panel discussions or debates or something like that. Although I don't think I will have a great deal of success until I get a large number of, I don't know if you want to call them debates or some such in the pipeline. Um, having, I guess, the air kept filled with anything like debates or similar. Go ahead.
I think what could be interesting is at a certain time of day, 3 or 4 days a week, you come up with a themed show that only lasts 2 hours. That's it. Like, I think it's called TST does one.
Mhm.
Everybody, like Tuesday at, 4:30, you think somebody would have sprayed the roaches in Google Plus because they all go flying over to JD's hangout.
Well, that's the other thing though. That I think this community is like basically way too small. I think there's it's way too narrow of well, an audience, viewer base and such, and I'm trying to reach out substantially further. So um, yeah, and of course the yeah, these open discussions, whatever you want to call them, are not really getting the kind of outreach I'd want to do anyway. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
I totally understand. I'm going to go grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Well, no, you put some names in there, and those are the three names that you put or mentioned. I completely agree. But
Yeah.
I also agree that they're absolute pricks at times too.
Oh, well, yeah. But
So how do you expect people?
God?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
How do you expect people not to respond to that? You know, not to be pricks as well.
Um, Self-control. I mean, I exercise it myself when I do them. It's trick though because they're going at cross purposes. They aren't really trying to do the outreach or activism or similar that I'm on about. And well, I'm obviously uh, have an entirely different motive, right? So, I mean, in a lot of respects, you know, the ones who are quote unquote doing harm and similar are precisely the ones to whom outreach is needed, and the expectation that they'll somehow behave coolly or whatever is inappropriate. I mean, it's only consequential that they are having their beliefs or other issues that make them, you know, of interest and such
Mm-hmm.
because they behave badly, right? So, um,
Well, don't say it, but who are you most challenged by? Is there like a particular person or are there a few?
challenged? I'm not
Yeah,
sure what you mean.
their behavior.
Um,
Is there one person or are there a few is my question.
I'd say it's actually those on my side who, I guess, have various kinds of negative, or I'm not sure what you want to call them, narratives that are strongly contrary to, I don't know, actually, really operational kinds of considerations as opposed to, well, anything in terms of ideas per se. Go ahead.
What do you mean by operational?
Oh, like their counter advocacy or similar is actually threatening to the enterprise and such. Go ahead.
Well, because if it was one or two people, you could fix that really easily.
Oh, well, I do already actually. And it well, the I guess where the individuals are involved, they largely no longer appear. The ones who are really kinds of threats to operational interests and such are actually not really doing so on a principled basis, and so it's less of a kind of concern of well, quote unquote losing a debate as such as or any kind of contest of ideas is just I don't know what I call it, plain old swaying the crowd.
Interesting. Dang, we keep having Amber Alerts. Palm isn't saying much. John Doe, if you want to jump in, or Palm, feel free to. I'm just asking a lot of questions because that's what I do.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
and
very good
words
at.
probably a very good idea in general because I'm clearly not really getting message out to whoever.
Well, I can tell you, like, for people who first come on here, like, for people who've been in the community a while, I don't think they're going to see a big deal with it. I think if someone first comes on here, they're going to think some of the stuff on here is a shit show.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is too.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, David Silverman's supposedly going to be on soon. I want to actually have a conversation with him.
How should I know who that is?
As the president of American Atheists.
Wow.
What channel is he going to be on? This channel?
I think she's talking on YouTube, but what channel is he going to be on, Nadia?
Helena's?
I don't know who that is. I don't know who a lot of people are in this.
Helena Handbasket.
Oh, I really
Sure.
like her.
Yeah.
She likes you in her hangouts.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, whatever it is, my kind of activism and such. I probably just like, I don't know, activism tactics and such, respect to, I guess, whatever it is I'm doing online.
I got to tell you, Nadia, of late I've been struggling with iron more and more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Were you there when he made that comment about Farhan?
What the Farhan?
Farhan had just gotten engaged and we were talking about it and they wanted to switch the conversation. And I was like, I will not have you switch the conversation. I want to hear more about Farhan's fiance. And he goes, yeah, you can talk about Farhan, his effing babies, and their the terrorists that they'll grow up to be as soon as I'm done with this conversation. You know what I mean? Something really derogatory like that. And somebody then kicked him out of the room. I thought you kicked him.
No.
It was only 3 of us that had mods. And I didn't do it.
I saw, like, a lot more people with them, but, anyway, I don't know, I kind of expect, yeah, I gotta expect that thing, and I think he probably took more offense to it, and he hasn't been back since. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he has. Okay. Yeah, he hasn't been back since. I wish he would just chill out. I like Ocean. I wish he was on here a bit more.
Oh,
His
Ocean
view.
did it with Helena, so.
Oh, they have one going on right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
The prelude to whatever it is, whenever he's going to arrive.
I don't ever get invited, unless I explicitly get invited by hers, I never even know hers are going on.
If you subscribe to our YouTube channel and just check your home YouTube feed, You don't list the live on your Hangouts on top, so.
Let me try.
Yeah, Ocean was in here
Yeah. I
earlier.
usually follow like a buttload of people just to see when they're running live on air and all that.
You're right. It does pop up and show, and it also shows. Oh my gosh, Brett Keane has 129 people watching. What?
My channel has never gotten quite that high. I think the highest it ever was 106.
And there's people on his channel that are just putting up swastikas. And Brett Keane is putting a swastika that says, help DP or Heil DP. What the hell? Hold on, I'm going to hit mute for a second and hear what the heck's going on over there.
Drunken peasants. It's amazing atheist.
Oh, so the Amazing Atheists are on Brett Keane's channel?
They're not necessarily on his channel, but he's probably railing against him.
Oh, so that many people will watch?
That's not a very high viewer count or concurrent live viewer count relative to I mean, the Amazing Atheists get or Drunken Peasants, whatever, get like 4,000.
Got it.
Yeah, random MRAs like Honey Badger Radio will get like 200, 300.
Well, would it interest you maybe to find 3 or 4 people that want to talk things that you want to talk about and do a show with them or two once a week or twice a week?
I probably need to put out a lot more content than one show once a week or whatever.
But no, what I'm saying is you start off with 3 or 4 shows like that during a week and you have the standard panelists every single time and then you also do some free-for-alls. But you're going to have to do it more than try it once before it works.
Yeah. I think the idea of the free for all is, in a lot of respects, unrecoverable.
John Doe, do you want to say something? The rest of us will mute. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, was it recording when me and Ocean were kind of
I mean, if I really put my foot
debating?
down. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, was it recording when me and Ocean were kind of at it?
I'm not sure. I fell asleep before I started, but when I woke up, it was already off air. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. I wasn't sure. But yeah, I said some derogatory things.
Oh, that may. I think that probably is David Silverman's goal, and he's probably is advancing that. I would say that. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Well, I would say I have. Go ahead. Oh, oh, no worries. It's all good. Guys, we're having over the window discussion. Um, I think some of the difficulty with the over the window is there are some of us who I guess who have perhaps more aggressive goals than even Silverman himself. Go ahead. Well, not a more aggressive window, a more aggressive goal than shifting the Overton window. Like, for instance, the total abolition of all religion, and you know, ultimately counteracting even the whatever kind of inborn tendencies may exist for people to believe in gods. Go ahead. Well, the idea of a god implies the application of all human reason and justice, as per Mikhail Bakunin, right? Um, and what is it? The abolition of evolution is the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for the real happiness and such, right? Um, to cite Karl Marx's, I guess, critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, apart from the opium of the masses bit, right? Go ahead. Mm, mm. Um, the vote hasn't. The vote hadn't existed. 150 years. Good. Hmm. Hmm. I'm I'm against. Sorry. Hmm. Well, I would note that the transphobia inherent Hinduism has been accelerated by the Hindu fundamentalism that's been picking up, especially with the election of Narendra Modi and such. And that the Dalai Lama, as well as other Buddhist figures, have made quite a number of anti-LGBT statements. So I don't think the Abrahamic faiths, if you want to call them that, are the be all and end all of resolving the harm that's done by religion. Go ahead. Hmm. Genesis 9, the Abrahamic God promises never again to flood the earth, which runs contrary to the anticipated sea level rise driving from climate change and such, right? Go ahead. Uh, John Hagee's, um, John Hagee's, sorry, um, I'm against secularism. I don't think. Sorry, go ahead. I'm I'm not a secularist. I well, I'm not, yeah, yeah. Okay, so before we get to that, I think I'm not a secularist. I don't hold that the religion should be just kind of merely tolerated. And I don't think the Constitution of the United States is even necessarily a good thing. I mean, the what is it? Huntington Hill um, method of apportionment is horrific, for example. And of course, there are all kinds of holes shot through and doesn't even specify where the U.S. code is. Now, on the other hand, what an actual idea, maybe not even necessarily depending on a state, would be is well, whatever kinds of organizational structures are involved with would, I guess, do similar roles we think of as government now. I think should explicitly go about well, the projects to, for instance, prevent religious belief from arising, um, and not to be neutral to religion. Go ahead. Well, that kind of prohibition is too naive, but still, go ahead. People don't stop believing because you lock them up in a prison. You have to actually do the kinds of counteraction of what causes them to that, to arrive at that. Like those evolutionary affairs that would involve the teleological, intentional, and so on, the kinds of thinking that come about from the caveman, I guess, in falsely inferring the saber-toothed tiger behind the reeds that are actually just rustling in the wind, right? So again, the various kinds of counteractions against maldevelopment of the theory of mind and early childhood development and are very worthwhile to pursue and deploy on a large infrastructural basis. Go ahead. Hmm. I don't think the Constitution's all that great a thing anyway, so I'm not convinced the Constitution's all that great anyway, so yeah, sure, it goes against the Constitution. It's supposed to. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that they are all premised on belief systems like ranging from deontological ethics to retributive justice and such. I mean, it's inevitable that at least to the extent that take any kind of intentional realism, or realism regarding belief and such, that the whatever kind of legal code is constructed by humans will be supervenient upon whatever kind of sets of beliefs they might have. Go ahead. Mm, 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 mm. Um, uh, well, governments are. Mm, um, well, um, well, yeah, I'm all for the abolition of Islam as well, because of course, those of us on the ground who have little power to reach beyond our own borders, in effect, are powerless to reach out and touch it in any way. So, um, yeah, it'd be nice if we could do more against it, but our powers of activism, for those, especially for those of us who are not really enabled with respect to international travel or influence and such, is negligible. Go ahead. Well, yeah. Yeah. My questions would relate to well, methods for activism and so on. Go ahead. Hmm. Well, how do I achieve broader outreach of, I guess, whatever kinds of philosophical education are needed for people to become appraised to the fact that there are no such things as gods and that Moses and Jesus Christ never existed. And furthermore, of course, and I'm pretty darn skeptical we got Muhammad too. So in the meantime, I think there's, yeah, just how to get more outreach and possibly if there are ideas regarding what he's had experience with being persuasive, I'd be interested to hear that as well. Go ahead. Yeah, I'd also like to nudge you a little bit further. You know, I guess the edge, the over the window closest to me would be his end. Go ahead. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I should. Yeah, I should bug like I don't know, Judith Butler and I guess maybe Richard Carrier. Uh, yeah, Richard Carrier, especially for Christ mysticism. Yeah. Mm, mm. Yeah, I need to find more like Marxist anarchist types who don't take the Leninist line of going too soft on religion. Yeah. Oh, we need to fix that too. Well, my my scenario is actually not far from that. What is it? House, car, career. I guess you could say quote unquote health, number of internal organs, whatever. And husband, of course, died too. And somehow I didn't get remotely religious. There's a like 100 of them or more. Go ahead. Well, that's the thing. They educated enough. If they're not bright enough, well, okay, we can do something about that. You can get education better, make sure early childhood nutrition, education, better kind of stimulation in the experience system. Well, yeah, the Republican Party needs to be ripped apart. Go ahead. Hmm. Well, the Republican Party is going to fall to what is it? I guess whites becoming a minority, right? And in fact, before that, because of course the gender split is a large downdraft to top that too. And yeah, will that be enough? It probably won't get us to an anarcho-communist revolution, but still, go ahead. I should actually throw in like an anarcho-communist feminist revolution. Go ahead. Hmm. We can dig on all I want; they'll be outvoted. The question is, how badly are the elections rigged? All right. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Have a good night. Okay. It's good having you on. Yep, and I've got my thing going on. No, it's empty. I just started it hour and a half ago or so. So nobody's shown up yet. Yet. Yeah. What? I think a couple people like Brett and Steve or whatever. Hmm. Yeah, it's drama. Yeah, it's just amazing atheist drama, whatever. Oh, hmm. Well, I wonder how. I don't know. Is that really a firebrand? I thought. Yeah, Silverman came off to me as like. I thought mild. Okay. Hmm. So even though I will go on about how they're absolutely with total logical mathematical certainty are no such things as God, souls, afterlives, and of course that the evidence is that Adam, Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, Jacob, David, Saul, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and the Buddha never existed. They pretty much just kind of write that off. Yeah, that's kind of what they do. Yeah, fuck math, fuck philosophy, and all that. Yeah. Hmm. Well, yeah, the education part is a really big deal. And good, good. Well, there are two. Now there are two different things feeding into it, right? And it's not whole nature nurture questions malformed to begin with, right? There are no essences. There's no quote unquote such thing as nature. There's one thing causes another, and it's not causing some kind of spirit or soul or whatever it is, or um, it basically actually comes out of religion. Go ahead. Well, the nature of something is an appeal to its essence. Well, it's vacuous. Yeah, at that point, there's no force of the conclusion, right? So, I mean, ultimately, some causal influence gave rise to phenomena and such, right? Um, well, what about them? Evolutionary psychology or something. Yeah. Well, I'm live, but I don't think anybody wants to be in my channel anyway. What upload button? What? Delete channel. What? Hmm. Yeah, you'll be the first two there. Yeah, I figured. I'm not exactly very popular tonight. Yeah, maybe not ever. Oh, and welcome back, boss. Yep.
Hey, I'm gonna go grab something to eat and a drink, and I'll be back shortly.
Sure. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I am having a tough enough time getting my user base up that I'm not, or subscriber base up that I'm not gonna give up as any subscribers. Go ahead. All right. Have a good night. Okay. Yep. And so let's go. And Mhm. Yep. Oh, thanks, Xbox. Yeah, oh, yeah, getting the total abolition of all religion and such, going on all that is, well, pretty much where I'm headed toward. Um, and I don't know, maybe I am like atheism plus incarnate or something. Hmm. Oh, I see. Yeah. So in any event, I guess I should plan out tomorrow or something. Um, Happy Cabby versus Sincerity. Who the hell is Happy Cabby? I think Brett's mentioned him like once. It's somebody from YouTube like 10 years ago or something. Yeah. Educating Shani, a day in the life of a bulimic. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could develop some kind of eating disorder. I could actually get thin like I used to be. Hmm. Disruption seems kind of irrelevant. Babbling Brook. Out to Witchy Stitch for listening. For my incredible earrings. FEM. It's the end of feminism as we know it. Hmm. Shady Bunch. Velfop. Real Raven 2000. Okay. Red Pill Philosophy. Male tranny spits on Trump supporter's face, then says, "Go ahead, punch a woman." Huh. Body slammed. Female gets taste of gender equality after shoving boy. Huh. Huh. Okay. Red Pill Philosophy says Black Lives Matter is a movement. It's a mental disorder. And welcome, Commando. Well, I'm trying to come up with things to plan out for my channel tomorrow, and the latest hijinks of YouTubers does not appear to be a productive source of ideas for that. I'm trying to come up with the different ideas of things to do besides these whatever kinds of well, open hangouts. Go ahead. Hmm. Red Grates says, or has video says, Donald Trump, transgender perversion, America, and Fox News. Well, they can talk about perversion all they want. In the meantime, I'll be ready and all that to celebrate International Fisting Day on the 21st of October 2016. Go ahead. Mhm. Gina Miller, Brian Fisher, Gordon Klingenschmidt, Joshua Feuerstein, Matt Barber, Pat Robinson. Stephanie 66 is critiquing a number of the same people I am. Blair White has Tranny Talk episode featuring Theron Meyer. Huh. Gender is not a social construct. Okay. A very passable transgender girl. Okay. Well, congratulations. Either you won some kind of lottery where you never needed facial feminization surgery, or you barely had the money. So. Okay. That's not very promising. Jesus, Christ never existed. He's just special number 2. Oh, welcome, Farhan. Yeah, let me get everybody powered up.
How are you doing, Nadia? Where's everyone?
Yeah. I woke up a little bit late, so. Um, yeah. I wandered off to other channels, whatever.
You mean you woke up
But
a little bit early? What do you mean by late?
late. Well, I took a nap in the afternoon, evening, whatever it is, and ended up sleeping through the changeover. I don't know. I think I need to put up some different kind of content. Besides, basically these well, things that are basically like big, I don't know, toilets of harassment or whatever. As far as I can tell, people are basically just using it as a combination, sort of like, I don't know, 80th Circle Jerk Social Hour, and of course, well, beating up on the retarded kid when somebody that's naive enough wanders in who's not.
Who's not an atheist?
What?
Who, as in, when you say beating up on the retarded kid, do you mean somebody who's not an atheist?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not an atheist. Did they beat up on me?
Yeah, you're right. Hmm. You're not one of the ones I think are their targets, but still.
Oh, you mean like, what's his name? G-Man and such. Who else?
Well, I mean, don't need to.
I guess I
Given
should.
what I just called them, we don't need to actually like get the particular names, but you know I have mine basically.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have done that.
G-Man only relatively rarely appears anyway. Right?
Yeah, whatever happened to Godless and Justin?
Hmm. I have various off-air hangouts running, and they still show up in those. They're more interested in those because, like, I don't get the quote-unquote community pushback from, I don't know, I guess. Not exactly sure who the community is, and also, well, they're probably not entirely in line with the kind of SJW things. So, well, they kind of generally approve of it. They aren't really entirely, acting in accord with it themselves. Go ahead.
I watched a thingamajiggy recently. It was 3 people. 2 of them I actually like. One of them I dislike quite a bit, for reasons actually that were again in the video. It was a talk called "The Triggering" with Milo. I can't pronounce his last name. Yiannopoulos, Christina Hoff Summers, and Steven Crowder. It was at the University of Massachusetts, and it was pretty well infiltrated, if that's the word, with people who did not share their views and who really went after them.
Okay. I mean, whatever Christina Hoff Sommers might call herself, and her entire publication history is anti-feminist, and of course, her public appearance record is entirely anti-feminist as well. Go ahead.
Is she anti? I guess so. She is anti-feminist.
I think she brands her YouTube channel or something. Something like the realistic feminist or something like that.
And it's basically someone that goes after.
Feminist, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing where there's people who are, like in the group of so and so, like some whatever, and they actually oppose them. That actually does occur.
No, she has no record of any kind of alignment with in any respect. Her entire publication history, her entire public appearance history, all of them, anti-feminist.
Hmm.
Not one exception. No appearances with any, I guess,
Pro-feminism.
yeah.
Have you read her stuff?
I think things I had access to were not her entire publication history, but got a couple of books of hers that I haven't actually gone through yet. I don't know. I don't really address her arguments, so I mean, not terribly concerned.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a thing.
I mean, I don't know. It's like people say, "Oh, well, feminists advocate for more alimony or child support or something." It's like, hey, I advocate for the abolition of marriage, the family, and any kind of I guess social links to one's genetic lineage. So
That's you're taking it so far.
I don't know. It seems mild to me.
What would be extreme to you?
Oh, things like kill all men, whatever.
Is that still like in the vein of thought? Like it's something that can become arrived or something like that from your views? So you are an SJW,
No.
to use that term.
I've always said I am.
Really? I never heard
Well,
that.
except for well, the warrior bit, I'd say a peaceful proletarian. But anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been leaning toward gender abolitionism, actually. I think there are ways it can avoid being transphobic. Go ahead.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, what I say?
No, I heard what you said. I just didn't know what to say about that.
Oh, well, not in that sense. Just
Do you think people would be happier under your views?
I think rarely it would prevent a great deal of very abject misery from occurring. Not sure if it's really. One could do a real kind of quantification. the explicit project of, well, carrying out things like, sanitation, housing, healthcare, and so on. Distribution of goods and services would clearly make certain kinds of arrangements, right? And so you wouldn't have like the bottom billion, I guess, starving or whatever.
Yeah, that's a serious problem. Clearly.
I mean,
I actually don't like that either. I mean, when you look at like non-idealistic, um, economic views and stuff like that, you start to. I think they look at their principles and kind of like a mathematical outcome, and they ignore the human factor. And I think that's what changed me from being kind of a more libertarian type person. Although, I mean, I still kind of identify myself as such, but.
Yeah, I think you can get it through the mathematical outcomes too, because I did have to minor in economics to get to game theory for AI. Go ahead.
Pretty cool. So you have a knowledge of the stuff.
Yeah, so ISLM and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you have all the knowledge I have plus more.
Hey, Benna, I have game. What kind of game is it? Is it a Scotch game or a Perk Robotch? Oh, okay, never mind. Hmm. Wow.
250,000 gallons pour over the cliff.
Yeah, trick is, of course, a game theory Pharisee. Adversarial kind of nature of the interaction is in great number of respects assumed, right? The adversariality, right, basically says, well, to carry out certain kinds of, I guess, blind optimizations without consideration to, well, the others involved. And, yeah. And each of the things acts independently to do so with the kind of adversarial assumption, right? And gets you outcomes that are, in all respects, vastly lesser than, well, optimizing in a coordinated fashion the control efforts of all the agents involved, right? So, in other words, Nash equilibrium is like substantially less than the optimum that would be achieved, say, by a simultaneous optimization with respect to the control inputs or whatever it is of the various agents involved, right? Yeah. The prisoner's dilemma. If they cooperated, they obviously do a lot better than both getting prison sentences, right? They both be free, right? So. In a lot of respects, it's kind of fundamental to the capitalistic affair. Maybe the other part that I think comes in, it's really fundamental, is the basically the Dutch auction. You know about Dutch auctions?
I do not.
Well, it's basically where the instead of somebody being able to like post a bid for a price, like prices get announced and people signal whether they are willing or not to make a bid at the price that's been announced, right? And in fact, the represents more accurately what the I guess sellers, buyers, and so on in the economy end up doing. There isn't really very much of a two-way negotiation. In more kind of accurate models of how the interactions work, well, especially with large-scale production, you can still have haggling in a number of respects. I mean, like, I don't know, I suppose if you go to Tangiers or something, you go to a bazaar, you might be able to haggle right then and there. You can find that somewhere in the world. Not really what goes on in, somebody's selling something at a grocery store in the U.S. They pretty much, post a price and then see what the heck how many people actually end up buying. That's the Dutch auction. Auction theory is its own little subset of game theory and all that. Anyway. Trick with Dutch auctions is don't end up necessarily reflecting the very much of the buyers. What is it? Much of anything? Like an individual buyer doesn't have a real content to the expression. It mostly comes about from you might say the seller has more of a kind of coherent expression of its subjective value, or some kind of meaning you might be able to assign to subjective value, right?
So semi-random
Well,
questions.
Sorry, go ahead.
Semi-random questions.
Sure.
What happened to Godless and what happened to Justin? And Mina, I forgot about her.
Oh, they're hanging out at off-air hangouts, yeah.
Where? Oh, I guess I wouldn't know.
Well, I get the invites soon.
Oh, I
don't
don't
show up very often, but still.
I guess I'm not cool enough. How is well, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this on air. How is Godless doing?
Yeah. I'm not sure if she's shown up since the incident. Okay, I'm asking people in the Skype group.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a burning question. I'm just curious.
Oh, wait. Godless is back. There she is.
No way. Where?
Yeah, she's think she got on yesterday around, just about 24 hours ago. Dutch auctions are, a lot of it goes on, I mean, whatever it is, but like, I don't know, I don't know, negotiate the distribution of the things and not really, well, making the things themselves. Alice is signed in this Skype, which is active at the moment, which is idle, whatever. I'm not 100% sure, but she went to the hospital and such. Hmm. Hmm. So anyway, what is it? David Silverman. Is apparently going to make an appearance. And I'm being told that I'm like, I don't know, vastly more militant or something than he is. Anyway. Like, hey, wait a minute. I'm more militant than the president of American Atheists. How does that work? I can't tell who that is, but hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think it's yeah, relatively close knit or whatever it is. Yeah, but at least Godless Girl's okay. Good.
Yeah, that's good.
Hmm. Oh, and welcome, Doctor. Very good to see you on.
Thanks. How's everyone tonight? 'Cause
Hmm. No, hey, I'm contemplating what to replace the I don't know, kind of whatever kind of silliness with harassment or whatever goes on in these quote-unquote open hangouts is. Hmm. Not really wild about the whole idea of like, thinking about beating up on the retarded kid.
On whom?
Well, I can naming names or whatever it is. Oh, and welcome, Realistic. Very good to see you on.
Fuck
Yep.
you, Farhan.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
thank you.
all I really
I
said
said hi
was,
to
you
you.
know,
I didn't mean to
people are hanging out in off their hangouts. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I said hi, say hi to you as well.
That's just how he says congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations for what? What would I be
Marriage.
congratulating him for?
I'm just making a joke. He's getting married, actually.
Oh, you're turning into a gay man. That's it?
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I heard.
Eh.
So I hope you enjoy your lack of sex.
I'm really confused what's going on right now.
As it should be.
First step to marriage. Get used to it. You're going to be confused a lot.
I don't know. My marriage is kind of lame. I ended up having like, I guess, clean up my husband's like puke and blood and piss and shit.
Oh, that
His
sounds
diapers,
wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and it smelled like ammonia like crazy. It was like, I don't know what goes on in the chemistry with the liver, but it's like, it's practically like a bottle of the stuff you get at like as a cleaning agent or something. Go ahead.
Farhan, who are you, you're getting married, to someone you've known for a long time, or what?
Yeah.
Or is it an arranged marriage?
No, I mean, I guess if arranged by that, I mean, it's like her sister and her brother-in-law, but no.
Wait, you're marrying her sister, and her brother-in-law? Is that what I heard?
No.
No. That would have been excellent.
Her sister and her brother-in-law set it up.
Oh, they set.
Is this why you said you're going? Oh, go ahead.
They set you two up. And how long have you known this person?
About 3 years.
Oh wow.
So this is why you said you're going to be disappearing from G Plus for a while?
That is true. Probably indefinitely. Maybe I'll come back once in a while. But it seems unlikely.
And what are you gonna do? You gonna spend all that time fucking? You gonna be too busy fucking to get on G Plus? Is that what it is? Because you can fuck while you're on G Plus. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that.
I'm pretty sure we would have a problem with the noises, though.
He could just mute his mic.
Standard for this might be a little bit problematic there. So,
Not if his mic is muted, Nadia. Come on now. We support Farhan getting laid and staying on G Plus.
Well, is there any really chance for like either mic or video?
Yeah, let's
Only if you turn it on when the hangout goes off air. I'm all about seeing that, though.
Let's not go down that road in conversation.
Well, I would
Don't be a
unfortunately,
bitch.
club guidelines actually rule out taking cameras and all that into the scenes. But if I could, I'd like
Don't be a bitch,
take
Farhan.
the laptop out to whatever kind of club and so on with me, and just say, hey, this is me getting banged by like 15 guys in a row. Line up and watch.
Line up and watch, or line up and participate.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, given that we're talking about Google Plus, I mean, people on the other end of the computer be watching. Guys that are in the actual club with me would be obviously participating. Oh, whoops. Anyway. Oh, I managed to get back in touch with the girl I know who actually arranges those functions, and yeah.
Wait, there's an
I'll be
actual
ready for it, but sorry. I'll say it again.
There's a formal arrangement for that, or
Well, it can be, but this is actually the informal variation. Basically, if you set up a night or whatever it is, hey guys show up, hey trans girls show up, and here's a spot you can hop in, and well, when you're there, the guys can line up.
So Farhan, how old are you? Out of curiosity. You still there?
I thought it was like 33 or something.
That's not a bad age to get married.
So, Doctor, would you say that any of their picks have been good thus far?
not really, no.
Nah. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. Some of the there's people I've known over years, like try to set me up with whatever guys. It's like, I don't know. Some uh, well, not really like the long-term relationship or marriage kind of thing.
Well, initially it just started off like, oh, we'll find him a boyfriend or something, and for some reason after that it was just okay. Maybe you should get married. These are some nice people who are single and they want to get married. I think you should meet them. And they've just been pressing that nonstop.
I have an interesting little article from Organizing Upgrade from Craig Wilsa and Dean Spade. Yeah, it's marriage will birth the tree. And after, of course, reading Gerda Lerner's Creation of Patriarchy, I'm like, oh, well, if that's where marriage came from, I'm not really sure I want much to do with it.
I don't think it's accurate to say that marriage came from any one religion.
Well, yeah, that isn't quite happening there, yeah.
I never looked into that. I wonder how far marriage actually dates back.
Oh. Well, earliest recorded history. Okay.
Yeah, it got to go back further than that, though, right?
Probably, but I mean, where's our evidence? Whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, here we go with the creation of patriarchy. This is a historical route to marriage. It's not a pretty story.
Let me ask you a question, Nadia. You got some pretty radical thoughts. What's your opinion on polygamy?
Mm. Well, I mean, that is basically more traditional marriage in many respects. And so, yeah, it's got all the same kinds of problems with marriage in general. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I was just curious to know if you had a strong opinion one way or the other.
I'm not sure if it's necessarily worse than regular marriage, but it's at least as bad as regular marriage. So, oh, and welcome, Solo Red. I'm not sure who that is, but hello.
I'm not sure.
Good to see you on.
How have you been, baby?
Oh, well, I guess as crappy as I've ever been, but yeah, if you've been watching the videos you've seen.
I have not been watching your videos recently, forgive me.
Yeah. Doesn't even need to be recent. If you did a year ago, you're pretty much seeing the same thing. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, recorded history predates Christianity by, like, what is it, 3,000 or so years?
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Solo, are you a theist, atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, okay.
See, he knows for a fact that there are no such things as gods, souls, afterlives, heavens, or hells. That Adam, Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, David, Saul, I guess Jesus, Moses, Muhammad, the Buddha, all 24 avatars of Vishnu, all 16 avatars of Ganesh. I forget how many avatars of Kali or Shiva or Krishna, or for that matter, Bahuchara Mata or Aravani. But, whoops, Aravan, sorry. But, yeah. They're all ahistorical. Go ahead.
Well, I think David existed and Jesus existed. I mean, obviously, I don't believe what's ascribed to them, but I believe they existed.
No. David might be taking things a bit far afield, but there are good reasons to think that Jesus Christ never existed. What's this? Let's see. A text by Richard Currier and on the historicity of Jesus. Here you go. You can see the outside brother. Are you on a mobile device?
Who, me?
Yes.
Am I echoey?
No, just if you're on a mobile
No, she
device, you might
wanted to
not be
know if
able
you
to
started.
see what the link I posted. I'm sorry?
I've not seen that carrier clip, no.
There's a link to text over to carrier that shows that Jesus Christ never existed. Go ahead.
I'm looking at that now.
Yeah, Israel Finkelstein's The Bible on Earth will show that Moses never existed either. Go ahead.
That I do not deny.
David's a different question. Yeah, Moses. Yeah. Hmm. Well,
I certainly feel that
Spencer. Go ahead.
that old Christopher Hitchens, even though he was a mythicist himself, kind of delivered the knockout reason why I think that, at least for me, why I think that Jesus did exist. And a brief explanation is that if he never existed, why didn't they just have him born in Bethlehem without all this needless to do? Jesus is well known to.
Yeah, the whole mockery of the story, the fakery of the story is basically what he pointed out, that it is something to consider.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like.
At the same time, though, you could make the opposite argument that because it has so many details about his birth that they had to make this sort of fakery to get him to Bethlehem, to be born of David's line in David's town. It does resemble a lot of stories that are lies. Just talk to a panhandler; their stories have an amazing amount of details.
Actually, they don't.
Yeah.
Most handlers are idiots and can't tell a story for fucking shit.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Sorry, my video just seems to have crashed. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I made it. Not sure Solar Red did, but anyway. Yeah. Well, it's good to have a 20 new one. Even so. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's always a debate on whether or not Jesus existed. I tend to believe no, but if somebody tells me that he did or whatever, I kind of just brush it all aside because they still have to prove to me that he did all the miracles and supernatural things that they applying.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
because he existed don't mean, yeah. Doesn't help the argument one way or the other.
Yeah, it ends up not really being all that big a deal, apart from kind of a historical curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, well, you look at, basically like logic or whatever it is, and okay, it's pretty clear there are no such things as gods. Even if, even if some guy, I guess named Jesus, was around 2,000 years ago, and even if they did rise from the dead, so what? There's still no such thing as God. So I mean,
To me, those are really big questions. Those are things that I'm trying to learn about all the time and understand. That's one of the reasons I listen to you guys, because I wanted to understand some of the best arguments for why people feel there's a really good academic argument that Jesus never lived. I mean, to me, that's really important spiritual stuff to learn about.
oh, yeah, Carrier and Price are the two big scholars on the subject. I mean, there's been people who've flooded the position before, but they've generally not been worthwhile or credible or whatever it is. Just cranks or something. Who I guess advocated something that's basically right, even though it didn't have any good reason to say it was the case.
You said Carrier and Price?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Richard Carrier, Robert M. Price. Richard Carrier and Robert M. Price are actually both on Google Plus.
I would say the whole debate on whether or not Jesus existed. If he existed, I guess you could say it helps the theist argument. But if he doesn't exist, I don't think it hurts the atheist argument. If that makes any sense.
I don't see how it would help them at all.
Well, if he doesn't exist, then that kind of kills their whole ideology if he never existed. But if they could prove that he did exist, they could still hold credence to the claims.
Well, I mean, if Jesus didn't exist if, for example, let's say we found the bones of Jesus buried in a tomb, and we could somehow verify that it was in fact Jesus, so he never rose from the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Would that actually destroy Christianity? No.
And I'd also like to welcome Helena and Secular. Go ahead.
Christianity is one of the more flexible religions out there. There were views that thought that Jesus was a human who then died on the cross but became a god.
Mm-hmm. They can always, knowing how most theists think, they probably would spin it to his soul rose from the dead and his physical body probably stayed here. I can see them like they will find a way to try to spin it.
Well, the fact that Jesus Christ never existed was not found damaging by the ancient Docetists, who, without even any kind of really examining the evidence for the fact that Jesus Christ never existed, I guess kind of accidentally took up the correct position regarding the fact that Jesus Christ never existed by dint of regarding the material world as a sinful and abhorrent thing, that the holiness of the God would demand its separation from it, so that no material incarnation could ever manifest. Go ahead.
Can I just throw an idea out there?
Sure.
There's like such an our idea versus their idea constantly going on. I'm somebody that is probably somewhere in the middle of all of these beliefs. I have a little piece of many of the arguments going on. I can understand the atheist frustration with the classical Christian concepts. I get frustrated along with you listening to some stuff, and I'm a very spiritual person, and sometimes I feel sad for people who don't understand that we probably live in a multidimensional world, and there's probably a lot more happening to reality than mankind yet understands. So I'm somewhere in the middle, and I just want to throw out there that maybe it's not about we're right and we have to prove it versus they're right and they're trying to prove it. Maybe there's a little bit of truth that everybody has, and there's something beyond everyone's understanding. That's what I think is going on, and I'm not interested in bickering. I'm interested in learning the truth.
Nadia, you said something kind of, I didn't catch everything you said, but you said something, just out of curiosity, like what would you expect to find as, quote, evidence that Jesus didn't exist? Because that's kind of an interesting phrase.
Oh, well, the evidence would be regarding the, actual nature of the text. That is, the text of the Gospels. Perhaps some other actual, or some other things in the New Testament and such. And in effect, the evidence would be indicating that, they were literary constructions relating to the Old Testament and, I guess, some extra or whatever you want to call them, canonical works, as well as what is it? I guess using a literary device or whatever it is to, in lieu of whatever you want to call it, historical or factual elements and all that. Go ahead.
Right. No, maybe if you have, like, is there a specific argument, or, because, I mean, there's some pretty fantastic things written about Alexander the Great, right? Like, we filter through it, and we know he wasn't the son of a god. But, I mean, Alexander the Great most likely existed. I mean, I don't think it's debated whether he existed or not. I mean, it's always possible that it was all made up or something, but I doubt it.
Oh, well, it's not the real structure of how the supernatural claims regarding Alexander get dismissed. For one, the general story arc of Alexander's affairs are not constructed around trying to erect some kind of allegory or relating to an identifiable source and so on. Also, there is actual archaeological attestation of Alexander, which gives it a different kind of grounding and all that. Even to the extent that one doesn't have direct access to other kinds of archaeological attestation of Alexander, the sarcophagus of Alexander persisted until it was destroyed in the Battle of Lepanto. I think cannon fire from Ottoman ships bombarding.
Just to be clear, though, Nadia, I'm not making the argument that that there's more evidence or less evidence for. I'm not doing that argument. I know that's a popular one, but I'm just saying, like, because you stated, and I'm gonna just kind of paraphrase kind of what you said. Let's take the Gospels for example. They make some miraculous claims about Jesus surrounding Jesus, which leads you to believe that maybe everything's not true. But my point was, like, Alexander the Great, there was those that wrote marvelous things about him as well, but we still know that he ended up being a real guy. So I'm just saying that alone, I mean, to me wouldn't, just because there's some, like, miracles and things attributed to him doesn't necessarily mean he didn't exist.
I'm not sure you noticed, but I didn't actually rely on the presence or absence of miracles to basically cite the literary assessment. Right. Go ahead.
Sure, but you kind of grouped a lot of things in there. So I was just curious, like, if you could maybe take one of them and explain a little more, like.
A chiastic structure?
A cast structure?
Chiastic structure.
Oh, chiastic structure. Well, expand on that. I'd be interested to hear it. Like, legitimately, I'd like to hear what you think about it.
For example, Shakespeare used a chiastic structure in a lot of his works that are actually molded on truths. For example, the writings of Shakespeare on Julius Caesar have an extremely high chiastic structure, something that's known as iambic pentameter. I'm going to say on that grounds that all of those things about Julius Caesar are fake.
Iambic pentameter is not chiastic.
Wait, what does that have to do?
It's a type of chiastic structure. It is.
Iambic pentameter?
It's a structure. It's a literary structure that they use with syllables.
Yeah, it's
and not just that, but there's a lot of deep literary structure to Shakespeare's work. I mean, are you denying that fact?
I would attribute chiastic structure to Shakespeare, but I would not cite iambic pentameter as an instance of it. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the question still stands. Do you think that on the grounds of Shakespeare utilizing chiastic structures in works of which he's citing historical figures such as Julius Caesar and getting a good portion of the major details correct and then fictionize the minor details, so are we going to say that because of that Julius Caesar's fake?
Because of that, the account cannot be regarded as evidence for the presence or absence of Caesar. Go ahead.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It seems kind of a
Shakespeare's
hand wave
account
dismissal.
of Caesar. Shakespeare's account of Caesar is not itself evidence of
Shakespeare's
Caesar's existence.
is highly accurate in the major details, such as his murder and death and some of the key points during his reign. Now, all the historical person is trying to say, the historian's trying to say is certain major points like the crucifixion and maybe the baptism by John the Baptist, and then they'd be willing to cede all the rest as, you know, embellished. So much in the way that Shakespeare got Julius Caesar's life, right? Basically, Shakespeare used early sources for, you know, he read about Julius Caesar. You know what I mean? He read from earlier sources, wrote the main things, and then embellished the rest of it. So what happened? How would that be any different from the gospel stories? And how, on the grounds of chiastic structure, would you discount it? Because that's all the historians trying to make claim to anyway. So I don't see that argument holding much water at all.
No.
And not to mention,
It's not. It's what the way it goes is that the account given by Shakespeare would itself not be regarded as such evidence. The other sources from which it is derived would be, well, something you would attempt to trace and assess. And there you'd find Suetonius and Tacitus and such, right? So,
no, it's
moving on.
certainly,
Sorry.
you don't understand the nature of evidence. So certainly it would be evidence for Caesar's existence, right? Especially given the fact that he's drawing on earlier works that are also have those key points in his life. So if you're saying that we shouldn't use those sources, we shouldn't use Caesar as just enough to verify. I mean, shouldn't use Shakespeare as a source just enough to verify Caesar's existence? Then you
Right.
would say things like, well, we can't use Josephus or Suetonius or Tacitus. We need to use their earlier sources, right? But
No.
that would be ludicrous because that would marginalize history. Because you would just
No,
be
that's right.
you would be filtering down. Go ahead.
No, that's what I said.
Well, your
Suetonius and Tacitus
argument's not
are
very clear.
not a fictional genre, like whatever kind of Shakespearean drama, right?
Shakespeare, let me explain to you. Shakespeare took a historical person in major historical events in his life, and
Is he okay?
Am I breaking up or is he?
I think it's him because I can hear you just fine.
put that in.
Yeah, he's breaking up.
Hello? You're having internet trouble, Seamus. Okay, anyway. Yep, need to get some more firebrand atheistic activism going.
On a separate note, Nadia, did you contact the headhunter I sent you, or did you just decide against that?
I'm not sure it's even been long enough for me to even necessarily wade through the various kinds of things I get overloaded with and address it at all. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, my internet connection is pretty bad. I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete this conversation, but I was trying to say that what Shakespeare did is he took a historical person, he took major events out of his life, and then included those and then embellished the rest of it, the large majority of the rest of it. So how would that be any different from the mainstream historians' claim that the gospel writers took major events of Jesus' life, such as his not resurrection, crucifixion, and baptism by John, and then embellished the rest of it? How would that be any differently?
The inference that Shakespeare is based on some historical personage, and it's based on having those other sources.
Well, certainly the gospel writers had earlier sources. In fact, some of the mainstream source criticism actually attributes earlier sources, such as the Q document in Special M, Special Luke, Special Matthew, which would be Mark used Special M, which is sources special to Mark and Q. Okay, Luke used Mark, which includes Special M, which includes Q. Which doesn't include Q. Excuse me, I misspoke. Mark used a few things like a pre-passion narrative and stuff special to Mark's gospel. Okay, and that's the earliest one. Earlier sources. Okay, then Luke used Mark, which contains the special material, and then he also uses Q source material. So they're using that's a mainstream view in source criticism that they're using earlier sources. So
yeah, the claim was that our inference that Shakespeare is writing about a historical personage is in no small part based on our having Tacitus and Suetonius and so on. Not Shakespeare having Tacitus and Suetonius and our not being able to access them, right? Go ahead.
So you don't think that Shakespeare's work on Julius Caesar I'm not saying it can be a historical work to validate all the major points in his life, but it can be validated enough to know that Caesar existed. You don't think that that's possible? Because he is drawing on earlier material, and he did nail the key points of his life. He didn't just make that shit up. That's coming from historical sources, and that's undisputable. So, if that's coming from earlier historical sources,
We only know.
they use those and that.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, finish.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
No, we only know that it is accurate in those respects because of our access to those earlier sources, right? I mean, we could be dealing with some kind
and
of
that's
legend.
precisely what we would be drawing on for the Gospels as well. These writers had earlier sources that went much earlier than them, and so that's no different than Josephus, who wrote. Josephus wrote on like a lot of events happened even before he was born. Okay, Josephus wrote a comprehensive account from Genesis all the way till like 100 AD. Okay, and the bulk of that he wasn't even alive, and he was using earlier sources like Philo, Agapius, and a bunch of people like that. So how would that be any different from any other historian?
All right.
Are you going to special
the error is here.
The source wrong?
Well, the error here is that we have the earlier sources to Shakespeare's verse. We don't have. I mean, the question is who has the earlier source. We have it for Shakespeare.
Nadia,
you're saying
have a host.
the author. You're saying the authors had it, and it's completely inaccessible to us. I mean, so, for instance, Shelley's Frankenstein
the New Testament
claims to use a series of letters written by I guess Victor, whoever it is, as its earlier source, right? Well, I mean,
Nadia,
it's got
we
an earlier
have. Let me
source, so to speak.
explain
It
something to you.
claims an
I'm
earlier
not sure.
source. Frankenstein
I'm
claims
not
an
sure.
earlier source. Frankenstein
Okay, will
claims
you
the
listen?
earlier source. Sorry.
Will you listen
All
to
right, go
me?
ahead. Go ahead.
We have earlier sources, earlier in the writings from the actual events than we do for Julius Caesar. Okay, and we have multiple ones. We have all the canonical Gospels, the writings of Paul in Galatians chapters 1 and chapters 2, and you can use some of the early apocrypha, like the Apocalypse of Peter, which is thought to be really, really early. Also, the Gospel of Thomas, which is thought to be really, really early as well. So, and all of those are going to be closer to the events than anything we have on Julius. The Bellum Gallium, which don't give us a whole hell of a lot at all about Caesar, okay, and a few sparse letters of Cicero, okay, are going to be the writings of Plutarch 100 years later, the writings of Suetonius 110 years later. They predate all of those. The Apocalypse of Peter predates them. All the canonical Gospels predate them. The Paul's writings predate them. So where does that leave you
Ascension
besides
of
special
Isaiah?
pleading to history?
There was no special pleading. You're inaccurately going about the assessment of, well, how things are done with these prior sources, right? I mean, Shelley's Frankenstein, as I was mentioning earlier, claims itself. Oh, and welcome Arcane and someone else hop in as well. Anyway, various things claim to be based on prior sources, but like Frankenstein and various other things. What is it? Genji Monogatari, and are not actually historical accounts. Go ahead. Yeah.
You're just saying in some cases there are people who use earlier sources and those earlier sources were fiction. But that's not an argument against what I'm giving you. That would just be begging the question, right? So you'd have to give reasons why the sources that they're drawing on, like why is Q fiction? Why is the source of Special Mark fiction? Why is the and stuff behind the Apocrypha of John and the Gospel of Thomas fiction? You can't just state another example of something where it does happen. It just shows you that it's not a steadfast rule, but you'd have to give the arguments for that. And not even just that, you'd have to did you know that the bulk of the contradictions that people say that are within the nativity and like the whole presentation Floyd
I never
gives
cited those.
derived from Josephus. No, but what I'm saying is all of those things are derived from Josephus, and Josephus has an account of Jesus in two different places, Book 18 and Book 20. Okay, and most people think that they're interpolated but centralized around a nucleus that was like uninterpolated core, and not even just that, but the passing reference to, in Book 20 of the Antiquities of the Jews with James, the brother of Jesus, the one who was called Christ. That one is so small that they think it's all the scholars agree almost unanimous that it's not interpolated, because if it was interpolated, they would have added a lot more. All it says is the brother of James, the brother of Jesus, the one who was called the Christ. And that's all it says. If a Christian would have got a hold of it, most people think. For example, Louis Feldman, he's the guy that translated the Loeb edition of Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews. He's not a Christian. He's a professor of literature, Hebrew, Latin, and he teaches at Yeshiva University in New York. He's like the foremost a scholar, claims that almost no scholars think that the book 20 reference with James, the brother of Jesus, is interpolated. None. A lot of them think 18 is, but not 20. Okay, and that firmly establishes. Then Josephus is a historian, and he's what we get a lot of our history from for early Jewish history, and it's what a lot of people are basing contradictions off of in the Bible. Like Josephus couldn't have been wrong, so therefore the Gospels must have been wrong about these historical events. So what are you going to say?
Well, in chapter 20,
that?
isn't it talking about the son of Danaeus?
No,
That's who he
it's
names
talking
Jesus
about
as.
Jesus ben Damnius.
So I'm looking at the quote right now.
It's talking
It
about
says,
Jesus ben. When
when he
Ananias
had
was on
ruled
the
but
road,
3 months and made Jesus the son of Danaeus high priest, is how that quote ends.
yeah, and don't you realize that it says Jesus, the one who was called Christ, and then this one Ben Damnius are two different people. Okay,
You're
they're two
breaking
different
up there,
people,
Shamo.
and
I missed everything you said there because you were breaking up so badly.
Jesus Ben Damnius. Jesus, the one who was called the Christ, are two different people. Almost all scholars agree to that. If you were to look up that quote, anywhere you could look it up, the reason why they're distinguished, if he's already given the distinguishment for Jesus, Jesus, the one who was called the Christ, then he gives a different distinguishment, Jesus, the son of Damnius. Okay? Now, those are two different distinguishments for two different people. Okay? Why? There's no need for him to distinct name person in two different characteristics. If you go back in the antiquities, he doesn't do that. When he distinguishes one person, he keeps that name, Jesus, the one who was called the Christ, and then he'll just use Jesus, 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 like that all the way through the antiquities. And then when he gives another designation, that's because the name has changed, and a lot of people had the same names back then. For example, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb with another girl named Mary, and Jesus' mom was named Mary. It's just a common name. So if you look
Jesus
into the
was a common name
scholarship,
back then too, and so was James.
that's what I'm saying. Yes, so Jesus ben Damnius is distinct from Jesus, the one who was called the Christ. They're not considered to be the same person by scholars. If you want, you can even, if you want, I could point you to some scholarly work, but it even says it right on the wiki. If you were to Google Jesus ben Damnius, it'll tell you right in the wiki. The majority of scholars agree that that's distinct from Jesus, the one who was called the Christ. I mean, I'm not like sitting here talking like lies or anything or trying to like misinform you. You can look it up for yourself.
No, I know that those two passages are separate from one another, and they're referring to different people.
Okay, then. So now that we
it's really hard, Shamos, to make out exactly what you're saying because you keep breaking up really, really bad. Try reloading or something, or adjusting the bandwidth, maybe.
The internet is off this world.
He's not breaking up for me. I can hear him perfectly, just so you know.
He's breaking up a little bit, like not completely, but just enough. I think either that or it's D's connection. What is D's name?
Maybe it's on my end then. So I'll
Probably.
try and reload.
Does it sound like I'm breaking up? No? Okay.
No,
my
you're
internet
fine.
connection is not that well where I'm at right now. So if I'm just barely audible, or just try to bear with me. If I'm incomprehensible, then just tell me and I'll back. So what I was trying to, I wish Nadia would actually respond to that, because Josephus is regarded as a highly respected historian who wrote a lot of events before he was born, and a lot of people can fucking set in stone historically. And then we have a passage in book 20 where it's a passing reference. It only says one passing reference, a disinterested reference about Jesus. And it doesn't seem to be interpolated because a Christian would seem to have added a lot more. We have Louis Feldman, the guy that actually translated that work in the famous Loeb edition, teaches Hebrew and Latin at Yeshiva University and is not a Christian, and says that almost no scholars think that book 20 reference is interpolated. They think the Testimonium Flavonium is interpolated. But even then, there's sufficient arguments to show that there was an uninterpolated core. For example, the reference in Book 18, right? Okay, the Testimonium, okay? That is considered, I'll give you some of the history on it. The first reference we ever have, okay, to that reference, okay, is from a guy named Origen, okay? Now, Origen's comments are preserved, and he gets pissed at Josephus because Josephus didn't mention him the Christ, did not call Jesus Christ, okay? And then we have Eusebius, okay, Origen's writing in like 220, and then we have a guy named Eusebius of Caesarea writes in about 320, about 100 years later, and he quotes what we have now. He quotes the interpolated one with all the things. If indeed one may call him a man, he was the Christ, and then it has the bit about the resurrection and about being condemned by the principal men among us. Okay? So, the problem is the only reason why people think it's interpolated is because of what we have from Origen appears to be uninterpolated. So we have an earlier source that seems to be uninterpolated, which has been lost to history, and then we have a later source with the interpolation. That's what gives people, besides just the conjectural, like, hey, this doesn't seem like what a Jewish man would write. Okay? Now what's interesting about this is a guy in 1994 by the name of Paul Winters wrote a pretty scathing essay where I'm pretty sure, conjecturally, that the one who may, if indeed one might call, he was the Christ, and the resurrection bit seemed to be interpolated. Okay, just doesn't seem likely. 1971, we have a guy, a linguist, a Jewish, Latin. He knows like 10 languages. His name is Shlomo Pines. He comes across Syriac and Arabic manuscript, okay, from a guy named Michael the Syrian, who actually quotes the Testimonium. Okay, this is a 10th century Arabic manuscript which quotes the Testimonium, and it does not have those references. Okay, it does not have those references. Now, the work that Michael was quoting, Michael the Syrian was quoting, was a 3rd century manuscript. Okay, so with all of that being said, it seems pretty obvious by the Arabic manuscript that there were manuscripts floating around uninterpolated. Okay, and even Louis Feldman agrees with that. And if you go, even if you went to the wiki, it's not like I'm editing these wikis or anything. Go look at the wiki. It even says the majority of scholars believe that it's interpolated, but it still holds to an authentic nucleus for 18, and no scholars, literally almost none, think 20 was interpolated. How do you deal with that in the face of all the scholarship of all these guys that can read Hebrew and Latin, know all of the history of the arguments, know all about Paul Winters, know all about Shlomo Pines, know all about Michael the Syrian? How do you deal with that scholarship?
I'll work on Hebrew and Latin, sure enough, and Greek too. But in the meantime, if you're dealing with the Apocalypse of Peter and Gospel of Thomas, you might have to deal with the Ascension of Isaiah too, which shows a rather distinctive
It would be a
kind of
subject
apocalyptic literature. Sorry?
I said it would be a real shame and a travesty to do a subject change and not address any of the things that I just said.
Well, those were a subject change from the Gospels not having actual derivation from historical sources. Go ahead.
Give me a second, because I want to talk about the Testimonium with you guys. So, I'm going to take this.
Campbell, you're breaking up, and your audio is completely gone right now.
You can't hear us either. You might get through typing.
Not
Go
always.
ahead.
Sometimes they can hear you and you can't hear them. It's like because we have.
Yeah, try typing. Go ahead.
I did. I typed it in the chat just in case.
Okay.
How
Yeah.
frustrating for him.
It is. It is. We have secular internet. I don't think too many people pay attention to the side chat.
I assume you guys have gone through
So I've
asking
dropped
theology.
a link.
He has dropped the link. Wow, that's a lot of text. And I think he just went out again. For in the 18th century, in the book of the century.
Well, a number of these come up with the independence of the sources from the, I guess, Christian religious claims, right? The
So let's
sources
start.
to which Chavis is attempting to attribute, or it's rather that Chavis tried to, I guess, characterize as providing historical support are in fact going about reciting Christian religious claims. Go ahead.
I'm going to take you guys. I'm going to try to do my best for all of you that are either unfamiliar or less familiar with the testimonium than me. I'll try to give you a quick crash course on why people think it's interpolated. Okay, the very first reference we have of someone seemingly quoting the Antiquities of the Jews from Book 18 comes from a guy named Origen. He's writing years 220. He's writing in a book called Contra Celsum, which in Latin means against Celsus. So was a Jewish critic of Christianity. This is in Contra Celsum, Book 1, Chapter 47. Now look at this key line. It says, in the key line, it says, now, this writer, he's referencing Josephus, in the two sentences above, in the 18th book of the Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus bears witness to John the Baptist, blah, 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 blah. And then look at the key sentence. Now, this writer, although not believing in Jesus as the Christ, about seeks to attribute the fall of Jerusalem to all the calamities that listen to this. In the interpolated version, Joseph calls him the Christ. So here we are. We have did not believe in Jesus as the Christ. Well, if he had the same we had, it appears that he would agree Josephus thought he was the Christ. Because the one that we have that's interpolated says
Seamus, you need to
so it
refresh.
happened in those 100 years.
Seamus,
Okay.
just whatever you were just saying, you need to refresh.
Yeah, we're missing just whole chunks of what you're saying. I think part of his argument was that the author Origen referred to Jesus as the Christ earlier in the book. Was that? I don't think that was his whole argument. We missed too much of it.
No, in a nutshell, the historian he's referring to, like an early church historian, is one of the earliest references of the testimonium, because we don't actually have the testimonium, right? It's lost to history. We have like much later copies of it, but he's talking about the earliest reference, like a historian referencing the testimonium, is Origen, right?
Okay, and?
The argument goes like this. If you look in the sentence where it says, although not believing in Jesus as Christ, he's quoting the book 18 of Josephus, but in the one we have with an interpreter, Josephus straight up calls him the Christ. So here, 200 years before Eusebius, who's reading book 18 and telling us straight up that Josephus doesn't think he's the Christ. So here we go. We got a guy reading book 18 and saying Josephus doesn't think he's the Christ, and then our interpolated version, Josephus clearly calls him the Christ, okay? So this is what gives all of the critics, this gives
Okay, could you just you're breaking up again. Shamos, in the chat, could you highlight the part where Josephus is calling Jesus the Christ or whoever? Just highlight that part and copy it back in again. I wanted to know exactly what you're talking about. Now the writer, although not believing Jesus as Christ, is seeking after the cause of the fall of. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's too bad. It's actually too bad he's breaking up because it's part of a bigger argument he's trying to make. Like this is just a piece of it.
Oh, about the time where
He's trying to show like how scholarship, right, knows like or can reasonably assume like what passages or what parts of the testimonium is interpolated, right? Because almost everybody agrees that it's obviously been interpolated, but he is right that most scholars agree that there was a mention of Christ, or and he doesn't refer to him as Christ, but Jesus' death by Pilate.
Well, to call, I guess the figure, whether historical or not, Christ, the Anointed One, Messiah, is to, I guess, make the claim that they were, well, of that messianic status, right? And, well, to what would one attribute that? Well, Josephus, as a Jew, is not likely to have, I guess, granted that there was a person who was a Messiah already. Rather, he's repeating the claim made by Christians that that person was
Right.
such.
Right, but that's kind of the argument because as we go back to the earliest sources that we have, the closest that we have, and I don't want to speak for Seamus, so I'm speaking for myself, but when you go back to like as early as we can get to the quote-unquote original, we do have an earlier historian mad because he doesn't refer to him as the Christ. So I mean, we know that the what I would call the modern copies that we have, right, where it refers to the testimonium as we see it, right, is obviously where it's referring to him as Christ. That's the interpolated part, right? Those are the parts that have been added and embellished.
Yes,
But I don't think.
Yes, good job. Thank you. I'm breaking up, but he's nailing it right now. That's what I'm trying to say. If you can hear me, we have one. The one that we have now of Josephus, the interpolated one, it clearly says he was the Christ. Okay, and then we have a source from 100 years earlier where it says, although Josephus did not believe Jesus was the Christ. So what does that tell you? That tells you, and he's drawing straight from Book 18. He even mentions it. Origen even mentions that he's drawing from Book 18 about Josephus. And he says that he didn't call him the Christ. That means the interpolation happened after 220 and before 324, which means that there was an uninterpolated version, and this proves it. This is the scholarship, why all the scholars believe there was an uninterpolated nucleus. It's right there in black and white. Origen says he didn't call him the Christ. The one that we have, it clearly says, plain as day, he was the Christ.
Of whether,
so why would Origen say he did not think he was the Christ?
irrespective of whether Josephus called the figure the Messiah or Christ or not, I mean, to what is the report of this person to be attributed? Is there a historical personage generating this report, or is there a secondhand report deriving from, I guess, some religious believer's claims? Go ahead.
Well, if you want to ask that question, then you can ask that question about anything Josephus ever wrote, right? And Josephus accounts for a large portion of early Jewish history. So we could ask the same thing for everything else Josephus wrote. Every major event, the death of Messiah, the death of all the people. Oh, how do we know that that's a historical event? Maybe Josephus was just talking to some Jewish people that made it up, right? No? So you say that for anything that Josephus, but guess what? Greco-Roman scholars and early Jewish historians aren't running around throwing out what Josephus said. He's a steadfast historian who keeps very, very good records and has a very good chronology that when you go back and you look at the Greek and Roman emperors, he nails them. Boom, 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 perfectly, right to the date, nails every fucking thing that happened during shit that we can cross-verify with other historical sources. So if you want to say that Josephus got fucking hard, a Greco-Roman scholar would laugh in your face because he nails it every single time. Boom, he nails every single thing to such a high degree of accuracy that no one's questioning.
No, it actually isn't a really big deal. The prevalent reports of the emperor's doings and such are going to, well, in effect, be historically accurate, right? The prevalent reports of, well, what Christians thought of their, I guess, origins and, I guess, dead leader or whatever it is, who may not have even existed that inspired them. On the other hand, it's not going to be so reliable, right? So, yeah, when he goes and refers to some kind of secondary source, like he basically does, and well, historians do in general, he's going to be passing on, I guess, another claimant's actual reliability or unreliability thereof, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, if you know anything about Josephus, he writes on the bulk of the things that he wrote was before he was born, and he nails it all historically. For example, if you want to go to Herod the Great and Herod the Great's reign, major source for that is Josephus. That stuff happened in 4 BC, 14 BC to 4 BC. Josephus wasn't even born yet, okay? And
Oh,
he
it's his
nails
source.
probably from reports of other people that he checked and may double checked and had the means to do so as a valid historian at the time. So he did those for events that he never had access to. So he would have had to have get them from other secondhand reports, and he nailed them every single time. So what is your argument why he split in this case? Why he didn't check up on these sources? Why he didn't have firm knowledge from other people about these things?
Oh, yeah, I probably got a consistent story from those who are making the claim that Christ existed, whatever. Go ahead.
Right, and it's probably accurate. And he got consistent
No.
stories from everything in Herod's reign, everything in Herod Antipas's reign, everything in Salome's reign, everything in all of those people's reign before and after that, and for the Caesars, and for specific Jewish events like the death of Masada. None of that happened while Josephus was alive. Guess what? Masada is real. They've excavated it. It's definitely happened. It's been cross-referenced by other later Jewish sources. So he nailed it every single time. Okay, there's not a whole lot thought to be.
Well, he reliably transmitted from his sources regarding the various topics involved. Go ahead.
Okay, let's start slowly. Herod the Great. Do you think what Josephus wrote on Herod the Great bears out historical accuracy? Yes or no?
I don't think you understand my argument.
Would you say you don't think I understand?
Yeah, Josephus is relying on other sources for, in effect, the whole of everything passed on, right? Yes or no?
Yes, obviously, if he wasn't alive at the time, he couldn't have verified it himself as a witness. He had to have gotten it from somebody else. There's not any mystery to that.
Okay.
The shit happened
Go.
before he was born. He had to have gotten it from someone else. Things that
All right.
happen before you were born, you're not telepathic, psychic. Things that happen before you were born, you get from other people. Guess what? There's no other way to get it.
You see the point yet?
So he nailed all of those things on Herod the Great, Herod Antipas, what the deaths at Masada, and just a host of other things that happened in early Jewish history, including the reigns of the Roman emperors. How did he get all those right? He wasn't alive during the reigns of those Roman emperors. How? Because he had earlier sources. And what did he do with those earlier sources? He checked into them. Anything that conflicted, he took out. He used what he thought was reliable, and he came up with a damn good account of it. So he nailed all the stuff earlier for Herod that he wasn't alive during that he got from other people. He nailed all the stuff for Herod Antipas he got from other people and wasn't alive for. He nailed all the stuff on the Roman emperors he wasn't alive that he got from other people. But he didn't nail the stuff that he got on Jesus. That's called special pleading where I come from.
In every case, you're saying that you reliably transmitted the secondary sources, right? So on each topic,
That's what
you consult
do.
some other set of sources, and then the question is, well, regarding one topic or another, what were those sources actually conveying? Were they conveying historical events? Or were they conveying religious beliefs? That varies
Josephus.
according to the topic. That varies according to the topic. Go ahead.
That's not an argument. What you just gave isn't an argument, okay? So that I don't know if you're trying to fool anybody, but that's not an argument. That's just a statement. That's just saying, well, are they historical or are they not? I'm giving the arguments for why they are. Why? Because everything else that he got from other people, he seemed to have verified. He seemed to not have just take any fucking story from any random person and just histories. Why? Because he was an ardent historian. That means he took due diligence and went through his sources. So these things seem to be checked up in the same way he checked up all of his other stuff. His other stuff checks out right. We know that he wrote about Jesus, and it seems that this is most likely correct as well. Now, sources from
query,
Christian. Go ahead.
When you query somebody regarding the religious beliefs, and the religious beliefs from multiple believers are consistent, right? You're not approaching history with that. You're approaching a, well, consistency regarding religious beliefs. Go ahead.
No, what is the argument? I want to hear an actual argument. This was what the argument would start like. Shamos, these things are not reflecting, what Josephus is writing on Jesus are not reflecting actual historical events. They're reflecting people that had false information and are just regurgitating their religious views because argument X, argument Y, argument Z. But you've given no argument. You've just stated the assertion. These aren't historical. These are from random people's religious beliefs. But you haven't given the argument for it. Now, I've given an argument that Josephus's other people, we should take these things to be reliable. That's an actual argument through induction, okay? Josephus has been reliable on things born before, and they bear it out. Josephus has got things, and look, these things, all of the things that he writes in there seem to bear out with the Gospels. They seem to bear out with the Apocrypha. They seem to the Talmudic references. That's called multiple attestation. So they do bear out in the same way all the other claims bear out. So that's an actual argument. What is your argument?
The force of the conclusion.
What is your argument?
The force of the conclusion is not as you claim. The force of the conclusion is that he's reliably transmitting his sources.
No. The argument is he's reliably checked into these sources historically, managed to validate them, and included them because all of the other sources he did before he was born that he got from other people bared out historically. And guess what?
All
His claims
validating.
bear out historically with all of the Gospels, which are written earlier than any Greco-Roman source or any event that we have, okay, or for let's say 95% of the events for Greco-Roman sources, and they bear out. So
all
in the same way that
validating.
Masada bears out,
All validating those sources would mean is, in effect, asking multiple attestation. I mean, in effect, you asked a couple of people and they agreed, right? So that's not really saying a great deal, or at least not as much as you're claiming.
so let's take Herod the Great. Do you think Herod the Great existed?
I have reasons to think that Herod the Great did exist. Go ahead.
Okay, so Josephus writes on Herod the Great, okay, writes about his life and his existence. Herod the Great died in 4 BC before this was born. Josephus got these stories from other sources that we don't know exactly who they were, okay? One is thought to be possibly Philo of Alexandria, maybe, okay? Now, we don't know for sure where he got these from, and when we check them with other sources, like later Jewish sources, later Roman sources, the author of Luke, they all write about a guy named Herod the Great. So these things seem to bear out historically. So that's one reference right there that Josephus wrote about a guy, okay, and that he wasn't around for his lifetime, got reports from other people, and managed to validate them and include them as historical facts, okay, and they bear out historically. So the same thing comes with Jesus. He finds out a man named Jesus, he writes on him, he validates them historically, he checks into them and gives authenticity to them, says this is most likely the case to be true given all of my historical methodology, and it bears out. What does it bear out with? It bears out with the early Christian gospel references. It bears out with the Paul's letters references. It bears out with the Talmudic references. It bears out with another guy named Tacitus who wrote independent of Joseph. And all of these things bear out. So, and not only that, but the claim of Jesus meet multiple historical methodology, multiple historical methodological criterion. Like the criterion, go ahead.
Yeah, the independence is not actually, well, they're not actually independent. Again, it's deriving from basically Christian religious believers and such. And the worst yet, this is an effective genetic.
You said it 3 times. I just want to know what the argument is for that.
This is an effective genetic fallacy.
So you think? Okay, I need you to give an argument.
You say Josephus is such a great guy, therefore, what he said about Jesus must be true.
No, I'm not saying Josephus was a great guy. I'm saying Josephus was a historian. He wrote on things that before he was born that he got from other people, and we validated those historical through multiple attestation, and most Greco-Roman scholars count the historically accurate. Now, using induction, he also wrote on Jesus, okay? That's thought to be historically accurate, and it bears out with other early historical sources that we have. I'm not saying he's a good guy, or it must be right. I'm saying he's an accurate historian. Everything he wrote upon, or the majority of things he wrote upon that before he was born, bears out historically. Greco-Roman scholars think that they happen historically for good reasons, and so the argument is, so does this. And it's also multiply attested and bears out historically with other sources. That's how history is done. So now you something 3 times, and I'm going to jump you for this because you've not given a single argument yet. You said this isn't about historical facts. These are talking about Christians' religious beliefs. What is the freaking argument for that? What is the argument? Give me an actual argument. Shamos, these are not historical events. These are bearing out to Christian historical beliefs because of argument X, argument Y, argument Z. But you've given no arguments. You've given nothing but the assertion.
Messianic status
Why?
has no
Because
historical. Right, Messianic status is entirely a statement of religious belief. Okay, is Messianic status something besides some kind of spiritual connection with gods or something?
told you the messianic status was not attributed by Josephus. That's interpolated. We already went through the argument. I already showed you an Origen's quoting of the testimonium. It doesn't say he was the Messiah. It doesn't say he was the Christ. Josephus did write that about him. Josephus wrote that there was a man named Jesus, and that was crucified. Okay, that's what he wrote, and not even that, but 2 books later, he wrote that he was the brother of James, which is held by all church tradition, and that James was martyred by the Sanhedrin. Falls in line with the early church tradition. So he did write on this man, and he didn't write anything about the Messiah. You bringing up the Messiah shows you weren't listening a little while ago when I proved that Josephus didn't call him the Messiah. So
I had to take off
what are
my
you
headset
talking
to
about?
talk to roommates.
I don't care. You should be familiar with this. You're a Christ mythicist and you don't even know the arguments for why the testimonium is interpolated? That's a fucking travesty. That's an intellectual travesty. You're a claimed mythicist and you don't know the freaking material. Like, are you serious right now? Are you serious? You want to run around and say, oh, Jesus Christ never existed. You like say it like 10 times a day, and you don't even know the arguments for the testimonium and why it's interpolated or not. Do you know who Lewis? Did you even know the first quote we have appears from Origen? Did you even know the interpolated first quote we have appears from Eusebius? Do you know who Paul Winters was? Do you know who Sloman? Why don't you know this stuff as a mythicist? That boggles my mind. You should be ashamed. You're not doing the mythicists any favors. If I was a mythicist and I came on here to listen to this discussion right now, I'd be embarrassed. You're not doing any of the mythicists. You're not like representing the mythicist claim very well. You're not holding your own. You're fumbling through the scholarship. You're making barefaced assertions and you can't back them up. Are you supposed to be doing the mythicist position any favors?
Josephus doesn't actually do a whole lot of good for the Christian position, irrespective of whether it's wholly or partially interpolated.
So a historian naming Josephus, mentioning a historical figure named Jesus and that he was crucified, doesn't do a lot to help out the historian's claim that Jesus existed. Are you out
I'm gonna say
of
why.
your mind?
I'm gonna say why. It's not an independent source. That's why.
What's not an independent source?
Josephus.
It's not independent of what?
The Christian religious claims.
What's the argument for that? I'm like actually
Source
giving you
regarding.
historical arguments.
Sure.
Like I'm appealing to actual historical sources. Oregon, source. Eusebius, historical source. Testimonium, Book 18, historical source. Book 20 of Antiquities of the Jews, historical source. Where's your argument? What actual historical stuff are you appealing to?
Yeah. Josephus's sources regarding well, the ongoings of Christians or Christians themselves.
That's just the assertion. What's the argument? The argument. Like, it's most likely that he got them from the Christians who themselves were wrong. See, it's not wrong for them to get it from the Christians if the Christians were right. That's not wrong. That's doing history. Going around asking about a figure and then rewriting it, that's history. Your argument should be, no, he got it from Christians who were wrong. So what's the argument for the Christians that he talked to were wrong? What's the argument for that what he got from them didn't reflect any historical facts, merely a false religious belief? What is the argument? I've heard the assertion 3, 4, 5 times. I've heard no argument for that.
Well, again, once you get back to the Christian religious claims, they end up deriving from literary devices, not from historical affairs. Go ahead.
I don't think you understand how these discussions usually are supposed to go. You make assertions, you're supposed to back them up. You make a one-sentence assertion, and you think the assertion is actually the argument. Like I'm kind of blown away. I'm giving you historical evidences, and you're saying one sentence about literary devices. Okay, Josephus is a historian. There aren't any literary devices he's using. That doesn't bear out any tellings of a literary device. Not even like that. Not even as if that matters. I'm just kind of blown away. I just think you're ill-equipped and just throwing shit out there now. I'm not even very interested in this discussion at this point. If you do that.
You have spoken with me before, haven't you?
Yeah, and your arguments have been just as poor every other time I've spoken with you. You think I told you chiastic structure is an argument for why Jesus didn't exist. Then I showed you that other people that wrote with chiastic structures that on historical figures that they embellished them, but it's around a historical nucleus of major facts such as Shakespeare, and that bears out with history. If you look at Shakespeare's telling of the death of Caesar, it bears out exactly how historians say. Why? Because he used historical sources to base it on and then embellish the rest of it to make a good story. Oh, and it's full of chiastic structure, so that's a defeat for your claim. Chiastic structure does not mean it isn't historical. So that argument's bunk. Okay?
Yeah,
then I went on to show you actual historical evidences that don't have chiastic structure. Josephus, he's just writing plain, straight as day A, B, C, D, E, F, G history with no chiastic structures, no literary devices, and he quotes the same thing. And your argument is that, no, those aren't historical claims. Those are just the stories of Christians who themselves got it wrong. You provided no argument for why. Your argument is because the Christians themselves were using literary devices. That doesn't make any sense. That's not an argument. I think that you're barely keeping your head above water intellectually on this discussion.
Yeah. First off, you should probably be aware of my conversational style and such. And yeah, I will basically await your questioning of, I guess, a summary statement I make. Second, okay, the chiastic structure affairs are why? Well, these things are referred to be of the, I guess, literary dramatic plays and such, and are not themselves deemed to be any kind of indication of historicity or otherwise of the figures depicted. Right. The
So if
inference
the
of the
gospel
historicity
story
of. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's say I granted you our argument. We're just arguing from the historical Jesus here that they did use literary devices in the Gospels. They do have chiastic structures, and they did the same thing that Shakespeare did, and they took historical events and then embellished that out of them, right? But there's still an historical nucleus, namely that Jesus died on a Roman cross during Pontius Pilate, during the reign of Pontius Pilate, as procurator, and during the reign of Tiberius Caesar, and then the rest of it was just embellished. So I could even grant you that there are these things, these literary devices. These were written by Greek-speaking communities that it's possible historically, without presupposing any inspiration, they did use literary devices. Does that mean that these don't contain historical elements? No, it doesn't. That argument doesn't even get off the ground. Trying to say, like,
You don't
if
even
they
understand
use
the
literary
argument.
devices, okay.
Yeah, the thing that's structured that way is not itself taken as any kind of indicator or not. What one does with it is trace from where it derived. And the conclusions regarding, I guess, the veracity of the things depicted is based on what it's been traced, or where its origins have been traced to, not the work itself.
Okay. Yeah, and you want to know what that study in New Testament biblical studies? It's called source criticism. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't even seem to know where the earlier. I already told you. Mark is using a pre-Markan passion narrative along with material known as special M. Okay, that's reflective in all the New Testament scholarly literature. Okay, now the pre-Markan passion narrative is thought to date before 50. Okay, and then the special Mark material is thought to date from anywhere from the years 40 up into the years where it was written. Okay, now that's early material there. Now the other authors are using deriving from Mark and are also Q. Q is thought to be written pre-50. Okay, and that there's evidences to show that with the correlation between the Gospels of Thomas and the arguments for the early camp that put forward by Elaine Pagels, who teaches at Yale. Okay, so with all of that being said, if you really were interested in the sources, you wouldn't be reading Richard Carrier, because you'd straight off Richard Carrier. Richard Carrier isn't a source critic. He isn't a New Testament. He isn't in New Testament studies. He doesn't know anything about source criticism. So why don't, if you were really interested in, if you're like, oh well, the chiastic structure doesn't mean that it was fake, it's just a way to get to the sources. No, it isn't. A good way to get to the sources is to look at the Greek and go back and look at the literary comparison and try to
That's
figure
what I
out
said.
who the. Go ahead.
No one said chiastic structure was a way to get to the sources.
Good. The way to get to the sources is from source criticism, which is a field of study in the biblical studies and New Testament criticism. Okay, of which Richard Carrier does not hold a degree in.
So, the interesting aspect of all these, what is it? Say, what is it? Source M or something like that, and Q, and what is it? They're all hypothetical. Actual extant sources that bear relationship to the Gospels are of very different nature. Like, well, the Apocalypse of Peter, Ascension of Isaiah, Revelation of Moses, and the like. Right?
Okay. Q is a hypothetical document. Let me ask you a quick question. Do you think the Q document existed? Or no?
I don't think there's a way to tell.
You don't think there's a way to tell? Okay. Let me give you some of the arguments for the Q source. Okay. Okay. The arguments for Q source are what's found in the double tradition. Okay. That means that are not found in Mark, that are found in both Luke and Matthew. Depending on how you count out the verses, there's 220 to 235 verses, okay, that have such a high degree of literary semblance that they seem to be pulled straight from a literary document. There's a place in Luke 17, okay, Luke chapter 17, and Matthew chapter 12, where when you put them side by side, there are whole paragraphs, word for word, alpha for sigma, beta for gamma, every single word, word for freaking word, whole paragraphs, okay? So what does that tell you? That these things, well, there's two explanations. Either Matthew and Luke had knowledge of each other. That means that Matthew either had a copy of Luke in hand or Luke had a copy of Matthew in hand, or they had a copy of another document. Now, there's only two. There's the only. Now, let me give you the arguments for why people don't think, why they think Matthew and Luke wrote independently of each other. Matthew and Luke have differing stories. Okay? They have differing nativity stories. That's one of the main issues in the synoptic problems, that they're thought to write independently from each other because they would, if they had each other, they would have harmonized them a lot more than what they did. So let me give you what the common scholarly consensus is in source criticism. For the synoptic problem, which is a major problem in source criticism, it says that these hold on one second.
By the way, it's good to have you back, Seamus.
Yeah, I haven't seen you around for a while, Shameless. Why did you leave? Or was it just work or something like that? Or
Seems like he was moving or something.
Sorry about that.
Are you moving?
I mean, there's a few issues I don't really want to talk about. I just want to stay on the track here with the. I'm not really interested in all the like what's going on in my life and stuff, but there's a few things. I mean, I'm not really interested in talking about it, but
I'm
so
interested in knowing why Nadia doubts that there was a Q document.
Yeah.
Are you just randomly doubting that, Nadia?
I don't think the question is decidable with the kind of evidence we can recover.
Okay, so this is what I was going to say before I kind of lost my train of thought. The major theory right now in source criticism is what's known as the two-source hypothesis, okay? And these are what the majority of all text scholars believe. They believe that Mark wrote first, two-source grants Mark in priority, okay, and then says that Luke and Matthew used Mark in another sayings gospel, Q, which accounts for the double tradition, and what accounts for the triple tradition is material special to Mark. Okay, so Mark and Luke, Luke used Mark, Matthew used Mark, and so they all share. Matthew, Luke, and Mark all share common material. Then 200 verses that are not 200 plus verses that are not that are found in Matthew and Luke, and they're written verse for verse, almost completely letter for letter, whole paragraphs taken from each other. Now, if they were oral tradition and paraphrase, they wouldn't be letter for letter, alpha for sigma, you know, tau for sigma, just perfectly letter for letter, an entire paragraphs written off. They would have varied either with synonyms or a different arrangement of wordings. They wouldn't be perfect. When you see whole paragraphs appear by the letter, that means it's come from a written document. Now, two-source hypothesis, which is the leading theory, said that Matthew and Luke wrote independently of each other. Okay. Now, another theory called the Ferrer hypothesis posits that you use Luke. Okay. Or I mean Luke used Matthew. Excuse me. Which would do away with Q. But the problem with that is that Luke and Matthew have many places where they seem to disagree. Okay, and they're called the minor and major disagreements, one of which is the nativity story. Okay, so it seems as if most scholars agree that Matthew and Luke wrote independently of each other. Okay, so that's going to be the problem. When you have whole paragraphs taken word for word, letter for letter, it has to come from a written document. And there's only two possibilities. Either it came from Q, which is the leading theory that all the scholars, or the majority of scholars hold to, or you can take the view that Luke used Matthew. But then you have to account for all the minor and major disagreements between Matthew and Luke. Now, they wouldn't seem to disagree as much if they use each other as a source. So that would show you that it's most likely, since it's letter for letter, it's not a paraphrase, it came from a written document, and there's disagreements between Matthew and Luke, okay? For example, like when the crow cried two times, okay? The nativity stories, what Jesus' last words were. Was it, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do? Or was it, Lord, Lord, why have you forsaken me? Okay? Now, so there seems to be a problem here with that if they use them as sources. So it seems that the most likely explanation that most scholars agree to was there was a Q source document. So why would you doubt the existence of Q?
I don't know if it's really that important of a question.
It's an important question if you want to talk about what were the sources. It seemed like an important question to you a few moments ago what the important question is, Shamos, is what were the earlier sources that these Gospels used? Now we're having a full-on discussion about what these earlier sources were, and you don't think it's important now. 5 minutes ago, it was important what the earlier sources were. Now that we're talking about them, it's not important.
Yeah, I would actually use things that we actually have in hand as that actually have some, well, apparent derivation.
Oh, so you're saying that since we don't have a copy of Q in hand, that's going to be a problem? Is that a problem for the majority of New Testament scholars who hold to the two-source hypothesis, which is the leading scholarly theory? Is that a problem for them? Let me give you one explanation for this as a document all on its own. For example, Q source. Q source, if you go by Papias and Irenaeus, was a sayings gospel. Christ. Now, we do have a sayings gospel that seems to date up into the 50s. The Gospel of Thomas, which seems to be added to a lot later. Now, let me give you another. Into final drafts, usually the rough drafts are lost. Why? Because all of what was in the rough draft is preserved in the final draft. So if all of what was in Q, then it makes having a Q document redundant because it's already Q and Luke were heavily circulated. So why are they going to heavily have a document that can circulated and then also circulate the Q document? The Q document at that point becomes redundant. So that's probably why document fell out of circulation, wasn't copied as much because there were already massive circulating copies of a final copy, Matthew and Luke's version, which contained all of Q. So that's why we don't have a version of Q. What do you think about those arguments?
Well, my idea is, I mean, that to the extent the sources are not extant. Also, I'd like to welcome Gus. One is unable to carry out the assessment of, well, whether the source material itself was something that would lend historical value to the derived account, right? Now, on the other hand, where you can carry out the assessment, well, there you go about assessing, right? Yeah, you get derivations and, was it Psalms 22 and Isaiah and whatever it is. It's like, okay, yeah, somebody's made some kind of, I guess, play or whatever it is out of the suffering servant affair. And also whatever kind of lamentation David made about Psalm 22 and whatever it is, right?
You don't. Oh my God. So similarities between the ascension of Isaiah and some of the lamentations within Psalms, the character of Jesus, leads you to believe that the authors of the Gospels were just taking those things and then impounding onto them. Yet I give you all of this information on actual word for word, letter for letter, taking out of another document, and you don't believe Q existed. How the fuck can you be
I didn't say the
consistent with
ascension of
that
Isaiah.
statement?
I didn't say the ascension of Isaiah. I said
Does anyone see that?
the suffering
anyone in the
servant
room
is from Isaiah.
what just happened?
Sorry.
Does anyone
The
see
suffering
that?
servant
She's
passage is
using
from
the
Isaiah.
ascension of Isaiah and the
I didn't say the
similarity
ascension of
between the
Isaiah.
passion.
The suffering servant is in Isaiah, the normal Old Testament Isaiah.
Yeah, so you're showing similarities between Isaiah 53. Okay, it starts at the suffering servant starts at Isaiah 52 and goes all the way through Isaiah 53, and then you're taking the similarities between that, Jesus' passion and death, and resurrection, and saying it seems the suffering servant and just added onto it and made it up. Jesus never existed, and they just seem to just make all this stuff up. Okay, so that seems to be a good argument for you. But then when I show you letter for letter, whole paragraphs taken out of looks like it's sharing a literary resemblance, you don't even think Q probably existed. Yet you think that these very small.
I said the question isn't decidable with the evidence we can recover.
I mean, do you think that's a do you think that I'm just asking you personally? Do you think that you've spent an adequate amount of time researching that subject to actually weigh in, or is that just kind of a reflection of bias? I mean, have you put in your due diligence?
I would say that I'm.
It's an intellectual
I
and
would
scholarly
say I need to
subject that you
do
can
more
actually
research.
hang your hat on.
Sorry? What?
I, Nadia Chambers, have actually sat down and thoroughly looked into this stuff, and I'm coming to this conclusion, and
I don't know what he's saying. Is anyone else here?
No, he's gone.
Yeah.
I'm here.
He's breaking in and out.
I'm totally following. I don't know everything that you both are saying. Like, I don't know what the suffering servant is. But it is weird. It is a little weird, Nadia. I mean, what do you think? What do you think that you just aren't even willing to say that you think the evidence leans one way or the other, whether one copied off another or whether there was a Q document? You're just going to say, because I don't have enough, because there's no way to know whether there was a Q document one way or the other, you're not even going to entertain different possibilities or discuss it, or
I'm just trying to figure out how many different ways Seamus can call Nadia stupid before the fucking conversation's over.
Well, yeah, that's probably isn't really helping his case, but still.
He's frustrated.
Who cares?
Well, the thing is, when you have an unanswerable question sitting there, it's a roadblock to basically any further conclusions, investigation, or anything. So, if you say, okay, well, or in order to carry out some kind of, or make any conclusion on some kind of subject, I'm going to rely on, I guess, answering an unanswerable question. You're pretty much setting yourself up to fail to answer the question.
If you think it's an unanswerable question that the Q document existed, I think that's not very informed opinion. Like I told you, let me give you an example. Let's say that me and Helena, okay, we've both written something, right? And me and Helena didn't know her work, and she didn't know my work.
Your connection is pretty fucked, Seamus.
Word for word, paragraph for paragraph. Am I incoherent, or?
You're breaking up constantly. You're going robotic. Sort your connection out. Not that I would cry an awful lot if you couldn't.
I would cry. Now, here's the thing.
So you get what he was asking, right? Two people write something. Let's grant that they didn't know about one another, and then you compare them, and they're whole passages that are literally lifted. They're exactly the same, precisely the same. I would think, if we really know they didn't know one another, they didn't see each other's work, there's a third work that they're working off of, each one of them. That seems really pretty reasonable. Maybe we can't know it for sure, but you speculate about things that are less reasonable than that. You at least entertain those kinds of things.
Yeah,
No?
well, demanding that an assessment be carried out on the basis of the contents of an inaccessible document is basically going to render the assessment infeasible, right?
Sure, but I'm still interested in, why do you think the passages are exactly the same in places?
Q-source seems plausible. Not really too wed to a solution. Given that, doesn't actually do much more than just posit some kind of inaccessible document existed. You can't really do much with the answer anyway, right?
Well, it's not inaccessible if we can prove that we have 200 verses from it. It's not inaccessible. That means that there was a document and we have a large, if not all of it. That's not inaccessible. So, and given the dating on Q source, that the authors, the scholars think that Q was written pre-50, okay, that means that we have an early document that dates within 17 to 20 years of the death of Jesus. Okay, that's an extremely early historical source that's making writings on the sayings of Jesus that would seem to be a very good historical source. At least, maybe not for his miracles, maybe not for him being the Son of God, maybe not for him being deity, but it seems like a very good source for being an actual historical figure.
Yeah, fine
You
line
put
dating,
that,
whatever
stack
is a big deal
the
anyway.
Gospels, stack that up against Tacitus and Josephus, stack that up against the Talmudic references, and stack them up against Galatians chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Paul's writing, and you have a very thorough case. I'll just some 20 years after the death of Jesus, what he says is he went into Jerusalem and met with James, the brother of Jesus, and Peter. Okay, and then another thing he says in 1 Corinthians, which is thought to be written in 53, also 20 years removed from the death of Jesus, he writes that a lot of the people that have seen, this is a paraphrase, a lot of the people that have seen the risen Christ are still alive today. Okay, some have fallen asleep and some are still alive today. Okay, what he was basically telling you is this is a historical fact. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. Go check for yourself. The early Jerusalem church was in operation within like freaking almost no time after Jesus died. The first places where they preached that Jesus died and resurrected was inside Jerusalem, okay? And these people, if Jesus died in Jerusalem, and the first place that it was preached that he died and resurrected was in Jerusalem, they'd be preaching in the worst place possible if Jesus didn't exist. Jerusalem wasn't a huge, massive town. It isn't even a huge, massive town today, okay? A newer city, and it's still the Jerusalem is actually still pretty small even to this day. Now, if you were walking around and there was a guy running around doing miracles and raising from the dead, that would be the worst place to preach it. Okay, go into a small town and start making up. That would be a horrible place to start making up that lie. That's where all the scholars agree that they started preaching Jesus existed and resurrected. Right there in Jerusalem, the same place where people would have been able to verify these things, whether or not he existed or not. Okay, and you give that on the fact with that no early sources contradict the fact that Jesus existed, and every early source presupposes that Jesus existed. Full case for why it existed.
Yeah, I mean, argument from silence on the no early sources contradicts, right? And well, likewise, be an argument from silence to make much out of the no early sources confirmed, right? Or at least independent early sources. Actually, not sure how much early this really means. I mean, sources for a great number of emperors and such are, centuries after. Yeah, the basis of all this is not. Oh well, it took them so long to write. The sources on like what pharaohs or something like that, or sometimes like 1,000 years after, right? If you had a bucket of water, you put Nadia out because she got burned. I don't feel burns. I'll feel it in the morning. My daughter. Yeah, what I actually think is going on is usual that things that aren't really relevant to the case
You do talk a lot of
are being
stuff. You
cited.
say that Jesus don't exist.
Sorry?
Like 80 times a day. So it's only right somebody puts you in your place every once in a while.
Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead and show us when that happens, Arcane. We're still waiting.
Oh, you must have missed the show, Gus. You're
I,
late.
I surely must have missed it because I don't believe I saw her getting put in her place.
I know.
Yeah.
Take another hit from the bong, though. I'm sure it'll all get clear.
Yeah, it's all pretty dull to me. Yeah. I mean, the extant sources on which kinds of assessments of derivation can be carried out are used to lend historicity to things like Marlowe's Edward II or Shakespeare's Henry V. Right? I mean, why wouldn't Henry V be deemed something like Hamlet or King Lear? Well, good question. The assessment of it being something that relates fact comes about from, well, the earlier historical sources that are not literary devices and so on.
Yeah, so I'm curious though, as to Shamos's point, what's your argument as to why the historical accounts of Josephus aren't substantial?
Josephus.
Why they're not substantial? Well, that they are in various respects derived from the claims of Christians. He's in effect consulting Christians regarding the events that he's recounting. Right? I mean, he's a faithful reporter of what's reported to him, but what's reported to him may or may not be suspect, depending on the topic and who would be consulted. Right? Go ahead.
And I don't even necessarily believe that Josephus was a faithful reporter either.
That's irrational skepticism. That's not a rational reason to deny the claim.
Who says?
It says logic.
Logic? Listen,
no, actually,
Josephus was a
Go ahead.
Josephus was a polemicist. Okay, let's start with that. I mean, some people say he was two ticks to the left of a propagandist, depending on which side he thought he was working for at any particular minute. I mean, that guy, that guy, people think that guy's a historian. The guy was a fucking raconteur that a whole bunch of people listen to for reasons I can't even figure out.
Well, I mean, irrespective of that, I mean, you can basically just say, okay, well, who is he consulting about what? Okay, well, he consults, some kinds of, surrounding Herod or whatever it is, or who had been around him or something like that. Regarding Herod, sure. He consults Christians regarding, I suppose, Jesus Christ. Okay. Go back to the Christians, assess where their claims came from. Go back to whatever this primary source was.
So you're saying because
whatever it was, you just end up in a regress like that.
So what? You're skeptical because you're claiming it might have came from Christians?
No.
And what are you saying? That's what I'm getting.
I'm saying that Josephus doesn't really add anything. Just goes back to the original Christian claims. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're not making a claim either way, saying that it is not a valid historical account, are you? Because if you are, then you.
I'm saying it doesn't add anything to the Christian claims.
Well,
All it
it's a
does is refer to Christian
historical.
claims.
It's a historian giving his account of, and if anything, it's just more evidence that the guy existed.
He reported what Christians said about Jesus. So, okay.
About history,
So,
though, right?
so then you go
He's a
about
historian, though,
saying,
right?
or go about assessing what Christians said about Jesus. Go
No, but
ahead.
he's a historian, though, right? That's his job to like record history,
He's a
right?
polemicist, not a historian.
Well, regardless.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Nadia. I don't think you can say
He's reporting secondary
regardless.
sources.
Yeah,
He's reporting
no,
secondary sources. He's reporting secondary sources.
maybe, but if he can't even play the game of telephone right, for crying out loud, I mean, seriously. I mean,
He
I
got
don't trust.
everything
I
else
don't
right,
trust
but
Josephus. No, I don't. No. I don't trust anything Josephus says. I'm willing to throw him out fucking whole fucking cloth.
oh, I know, because you're an
I don't
irrational
trust
person.
anything. I don't trust anything that he says.
I don't know why you trust
I don't
anything
particularly
as
need to.
an
I'm just
atheist
kind
anyway.
of per se.
Why would you trust anybody as an atheist? Everybody's an involved atheist.
I don't need to rely upon any kind of particular assessment of Josephus. Just that he's in effect just reciting Christian claims, right? So he's referring to sources that are Christian sources. So
Well, don't mean
that way you just go back to assessing the Gospels, right? Go ahead.
Well, I guess Nadia and I have two different sets of opinions. I mean, to me, if you've proven that you can't even get a story straight because of your own bent, then it doesn't particularly matter what exactly you're talking about. You're fucked at the source.
Well, that's the genetic fallacy the other way, right? I mean,
I
make a genetic fallacy saying, "Oh, Josephus is so reliable, therefore he should be taken as factual in the case regarding Christ." You're saying, "Okay, well, he's unreliable, therefore he should be taken as false regarding Christ." I mean, either way,
if somebody's
either inference
unreliable,
is
they're unreliable. If there's some,
either,
you know what?
either inference is ungrounded.
I don't give a fuck if it's a
Either
genetic
inference is
fallacy or not.
fallacious.
In the real world, you don't trust people who don't tell the truth on a regular basis. In the real
there's a
world,
problem
that's
with going
how it
back to the
works.
gospel.
The word Gus says.
There isn't a problem with going back to the gospel. I mean, basically, he's recounting things Christians faithfully or not. You end up going back to the gospel anyway, which is easy enough to show false. Go ahead.
Two different opinions, I suppose.
Right. The evidence favors, the derivation of the gospel from the Old Testament and all that. Septuagint, whatever. In fact, definitely the Septuagint, because usual, confusion over virgin, right?
Oh, you mean in Isaiah?
Yeah.
Was it Isaiah?
The Septuagint, yeah. Translation into Greek implies the like sexual chastity or something, where the Hebrew just means young woman, whatever. Right.
Yeah, maiden of marrying age. I think the word is Alma or something in Hebrew.
Yeah.
That prophecy is fulfilled in the next chapter anyway, so I don't even understand why people still try to use it. But in any event,
they'll just say dual prophecy, right?
Well, yeah. Well, it's like the suffering servant that you brought up earlier, right? In Isaiah.
Yeah.
That's it's talking about Israel, if I remember correctly.
So I
They'll
can just
say it's like a
your opinion then, Nadia, because I mean, according to your logic, you're just quoting other atheistic thoughts before you. I mean, atheists have said this for hundreds of years, so I could just
pretty much
say the same thing. Well, the opinion of Nadia is just derived from the opinions of other atheists 100 years ago. It's not valid.
Yeah, I'm not claiming any kind of originality to my argumentation, whatever. Go ahead.
Right, but it's not an argument, you see. That's the point. It's not an argument. It's just a position,
okay,
if you will. Yeah, you hold a position, it seems, that you don't trust necessarily these sources indicating that Jesus was a historical figure. So that's what I see. It's not an argument. Shamos asked for the argument. I was just kind of batting after him, saying, do you have one, or is it more just a skepticism kind of thing? And it seems to be that. So, no biggie.
Well, the extant sources from which derivation is apparent do not give I guess a relationship of citation is a historical source. The events recounted in Isaiah are not transmitted within the Gospels as some kind of historical account. They are, alluded to in a literary way and allegorically gone about, and so on. The suffering servant is, translated into a figure, Jesus, and so on and so forth, right?
Well, there's no rational reason to accept that as the case. I think it's more rational to accept that he actually did live and died.
Literary analysis, anyone?
Was actually God in the flesh. I think there's
Are you
more
saying literary analysis is irrational?
Latter.
Go ahead.
So,
Are you saying literary analysis is irrational? Go ahead.
No, I'm saying your interpretation of it doesn't trump all of the scholars and the Christians that came before you. So, just saying.
Well, okay, Christians believe in Jesus, and the people who don't. So what?
Yeah, well, you don't have an argument as to why he didn't exist. You just have skepticism, so I'm happy with that.
It's a literary... She just got done explaining to you what she analyzed and what she took a look at. I'm sorry, you're going to have to get it through your head at some point, Arcane, that God...
It's very weak, Gus. I'm sorry, it's very weak, okay? Get a stronger boner, okay?
Jesus, okay, well, whatever. I mean, since you're the one who gets to decide, and since you're biased, what do I care? I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have to get it through your head that you can know. You're going to have to get it through your head that you can no more rule God into existence using your own brain and a chalkboard than you can rule him out the same way.
Keep telling yourself that, Gus.
Okay, well, you keep telling yourself two things while you're taking hits off the bong.
I don't smoke bongs. Bongs are for losers.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, whatever.
Yeah, it's not that interesting in the end. It's like anyone says like some kind of alien with psychic powers or spellcasting creature, spellcasting mythical creature, whatever. I mean, those aren't things you call gods anyway.
I'm more curious to know how a 30-something-year-old accidentally mutated monkey can come to the realization that there could not be a God.
There we go.
There it is. There it is.
There's the quick wit arcane argument.
There it is.
Well, this 40-year-old accidentally mutated monkey has apparently paid attention to things like I don't know, philosophy regarding time or mind and so on that pretty much show the idea incoherent.
I mean, seriously, guys, do you realize how magical that story is?
Nothing magical to it at all.
Come on, guys.
There's nothing magical to it at all.
Arcane, what's
It's definitely not magical.
The monkey to man story is not magical?
It's not magical.
That's
Well, if you oversimplify it the way you do, sure, it sounds magical.
I thought about the gospel.
The nuance of it, I would accept it, but
no, you
from
wouldn't.
what I know about it, it's magical.
Actually, I'm going to come out here, and because I believe it was actually on a Nadia live hangout when I first proposed this, and this is my standing argument against evolution. And I think it backs up what Arcane said, and I'll spell it out for you. If we were descendants of monkeys, and monkeys are descendants of other creatures that eventually came out of the water, then you show me a chimp monkey with gills coming out of the ocean giving birth to a zebra. Right, Arcane? Did I nail it? You know what the funny thing is about all that? That whole thing I just riddled off were from actual proponents, like anti-evolution people, like actual arguments I've just strung on. They sound silly, but I've actually heard people, even chimp monkey, I've even heard that everything I've heard.
Yes, because the claims that evolutionists make are so bad shit that we don't know what to expect. You guys, well, hold on a second. You guys actually think that things came out of the water and began to fly. So I don't know
No,
what you
we're
guys
not.
are
We are not
laughing at us
suggesting that
for
we're. Oh
expecting
my
that.
god.
So you guys
Oh
actually
my
believe that
god.
happened. So yeah.
Oh
It's
my
not a
god.
Pokemon style evolution.
Fucking pot's bad for you, man. Like seriously.
Well, he knows better. He's trying to troll you.
It's been
Yeah,
explained to him how many times over the years, and he
I
just
know.
willingly ignores it.
Well,
Sometimes.
how about
How about okay, come on, next. Come on.
yeah, shut up, fag. How about
Shut up. Okay.
Oh, whoa! What did you just call him? Yo, Arcane.
Well,
What did
he
you
just
just
called
say?
him a fag.
the five
That's what he
faggots
said.
jumping in like they're ape shit?
Well,
Arcane,
there
did you
go,
just throw out
buddy.
the F bomb?
That one free.
Yeah, you guys are
Uh,
acting like fags, and I don't mean the gay fags either. I mean the
Oh, we don't. He doesn't
so
mean the
we're-
gay
Oh, you mean
fags.
cigarettes?
He's non-gay fags.
Cigarettes. That's what he
He
meant.
All just a bunch of cigarettes.
He means
Is that what white
he means
people
the small sticks for burning. That's what he means.
Is that what you Canadians call cigarettes, fags?
You're a fucking idiot. How many
Wow.
different ways can you show yourself to be an idiot in 10 minutes? Give it a shot.
I'm
Let's
just
get the
playing
Guinness
this
Book of
game,
World
guys.
fucking records in here and see how many different ways you can show yourself to be a rank
I
idiot.
actually wanted to talk to Helena since you guys are obviously, fucked up.
Arcane,
right now.
you're telling me you never went out to an alley and sucked a fag on a break or something?
I don't do that.
Make
No,
it quick. I have to go back to work.
That's a white boy
3
thing.
minutes. 3 minutes.
That's a
Work
Canadian
fast.
thing,
Great
apparently.
thing.
Is that what they do that in Canada?
Canada.
Canada.
Canadian.
Canada.
How does
That's
it
a
feel?
good
How
one. Not Canada.
It's nice to know the taxpayers of his municipality got good value out of that 5th grade education he's got.
I would like to see Arcane talk with Helena, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
let's let this play out.
I think Arcade's in a trolling mood. I'm not so sure.
Hey, I was
Entertain
when
him.
Gus got here. When Gus got here, I just switched off all of a sudden. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's gonna blame me for a constant state of mind. Yeah, okay.
I know I should take responsibility for myself, guys. You're right.
You know, when you're masturbating, stop banging your head against the table. That'll help you. Trust me.
See, Helena, this is why I click off like that.
You
because
see,
I can't
this is why, because there's all these atheists giving you such a hard time for being a fucking moron.
Hey, on a serious note, though, Arcane, did you
I
go?
want to know what the
did you,
suffering servant is.
Oh, the suffering servant is a passage or passages in Isaiah, and it's talking about because it was written like in the time of exile under the Babylonians. So basically like a lot of the later prophets in the Old Testament are dealing with the problem of suffering, right? Like if we're the chosen people, which chosen doesn't mean special, like you get special privilege. It means you take the burden of like sin in the world and stuff. But we're like, why do the righteous suffer, right? So in those passages, he's using kind of a metaphor of the suffering servant is actually a reference to the marriage of Israel to God. Because when he led Moses, he talked to him as if it was like husbandry between them, like a husband-wife relationship with Israel. That's how they describe it. So that's a theme that's used throughout the Old Testament, and I think it's played on in the New Testament too. So a lot, of course, the Christians will try to equate that is not only like a double prophecy, not like a double meaning, right? It has the suffering servant context, to Israel, but it's also a foreshadowing of Jesus' sacrifice. So that's the suffering servant. Of course, Arcane, you would have explained that much better, right?
No,
you got
in between
just
hits
saying,
on the bong.
Good job, secular. I was just saying that as you were saying that I was something else. Okay.
Well, I was actually going to ask you, did you end up going and checking out Genesis 1 and 2? I think last time we were in a conversation. You didn't seem to think that there were two creation accounts, so I just wondered if you... I'm being serious. I thought being an asshole.
Is that really funny to people in Canada?
No, I was being serious. I was actually on it because we were in a conversation about it. What was it, yesterday or the day before? I just didn't know if you actually...
Did you learn to spell Canada using your big crayons or your little crayons, or which ones? Which ones do you eat, anyways, Arcane? Are they the big ones or the little ones?
Just for you guys. Just for you.
Just for you guys.
No, he hasn't gotten to the crayons yet. He's still stuck on the paint chips.
Attaboy.
Canada is just for Gus. He's the only one.
I know. It's not like... Fuck, you're so stupid.
We might still have time, Gus. We should get Arcane a Greyhound ticket for the running of the geese.
That's
Why
right.
you guys
Send him up
on
here
If
for
I
the.
mean,
He can meet the king, and he
Yeah.
can meet the king of Canada.
Yeah.
And,
Why you guys on my nuts? Bro? I mean, like,
you be sure to tell the customs people that you're up here for the annual running of the geese. You be sure to mention that by name. Tell them, show them your royal fucking invitation from the king of Canada, and you'll see what fucking happens. Douche.
He can dine with the Duke of Montreal.
The Duke of Montreal.
Wait, can you make it past the Canadian border with all that weed?
Are you kidding? They'd probably welcome him with open arms. The border guards would probably tax half a lid off him just to let him pass.
The border guards would just take it and then conveniently put it in the trunk of their cars.
That's right.
That's how they confiscate things.
We gotta confiscate this, eh?
Probably enough in his bloodstream, the dogs would go crazy.
That's right.
Scratching. I'm just joking. I don't even know if Arcane smokes weed. I smoke weed.
Well,
We smoke lots of weed up in
Another
Canada.
30
Canadian.
minutes about Arcane. Go ahead.
That's alright. I'm just asking. I wasn't asking. I don't know if you smoke weed or not.
Yeah. Can I put it away?
I
yet?
smoke weed.
The reason everybody up here smokes, well, everybody up here smokes weed, so they don't have the urge to shoot anything that moves up here like they do down in the fucking States.
Yep.
Well, you smoke weed, Gus? I bet it's that Reggie Miller, though.
Actually, to tell you the truth, I don't smoke anything. I've got chronic bronchitis, so I
For the
can't
record,
smoke at all.
down here in the States, we shoot stuff that doesn't move too.
See, you know what? I stand corrected there, fucking dude.
Fucking gay.
Fucking guy. Fucking Thomas Barudi.
Seriously, what's wrong with smoking weed, guys? Can you give me one reason?
I told you I
don't
smoke
have any
weed.
problem with smoking weed.
Oh, absolutely nothing's wrong with smoking weed. No,
Yeah, I don't
keep
think
doing
anyone
it,
in this
please.
room finds anything wrong with smoking weed.
Keep doing
I
it.
could go to jail for it, so I
Well,
don't.
a rumor
wanna get
gets
arrested
started
for
that Arcane smokes weed from somewhere, and then you guys.
I
hop on-
have no, I got no
Is it
idea.
really a
where
rumor?
I have
At this
no
point?
idea where that rumor had come from, man. I don't know.
Probably from lame ass Canadians like Gus Berlin.
Dude.
You okay, Gus? Yeah.
That was actually good because you could actually hear Arcane's pride in that one. He was like, "Yeah, this is so good." What I'm saying right now.
Well,
Gotta
you
make sure
say
to
that
thank
the
Pillbox
later for that one.
Well,
Well, I thought me and Gus were going to talk for a minute, but I guess not.
well, hang on. Are you aware of what the twin nested hierarchies are?
Nested hierarchy.
Yeah. The taxonomic hierarchies are these nested hierarchies, right? There's a what's that again?
That hierarchy.
Hierarchies, yeah.
Right.
You get like progressively narrower subdivisions according to basically various kinds of morphological features, and you have another kind of set of hierarchy that's according to various kinds of genomic variations too. You aware of those?
What determines the hierarchical order? What determines that?
Well, there are various kinds of features that are seen to be shared across groups, and within various kinds of layers of hierarchy, there are progressively narrower groups. Go ahead.
Well, who determines it? A scientist? A group of scientists?
Have you ever been to high school, Arcane?
Well,
you know how like all the jocks get the pretty girls and the friggin',
Well, they aren't really determined by people per se, but they're at least
species in
something that
general.
people attempt to describe, right? So, in any event, the kinds of hierarchical classification structures and such that arise from these attempts to describe all these things seem to be in correspondence between the genetic and the morphological. Do you grant that?
No. What do you mean correspondence? Correspondence to your already assumed hierarchy?
To one
Well,
another.
there's a. Sorry? Yeah, to each other. Yeah. Thanks.
Well, that's just the thing. It seems like you're developing a hierarchical structure based on your already preconceived idea that it happened that way in the first place. And then it seems like I don't know, you haven't cited any evidence yet, but the
It's not based
evidence
on.
I see seems to be more so based on of a sort of a confirmation bias, more so than a rigorous scientific endeavor. I mean, because the evidence presented that I see could be either interpreted as in light of intelligent design or evolution. So you can't really,
Well,
I don't know where you're getting this hierarchical
it's
thing from,
actually.
claiming that it's self-attesting in some way.
No, it's not self-testing. The question isn't whether it was quote unquote intelligently designed or not, but whether there corresponds with each other.
Well, that's what the
And that's
hierarchy.
a first. That's a first kind of step in these kinds of inferences. Go ahead.
Well, the first step into the inferences, I mean, what are your inferences based on? Are you saying it's, I mean, what is it that makes you believe that any of that took place aside from what we see happening today? Like we
Those
see
don't
things
relate to
happening on the
events.
minor scale today, but we
Those
don't
don't relate
see
to events. I'm sorry.
water creatures coming out the water and then becoming land creatures. But you believe this magical thing happened.
Those don't relate to events quite yet. Prior to any kind of, I guess, inferences regarding events in the past, one has, I guess, these correspondences between those hierarchical, I guess, categories and such, right? Go ahead.
Where'd the hierarchy come from? You just look at a bunch of bones and say, we think
Well,
these.
that's a question.
Oh.
Well, that's a question, and it's one that is not really being attempted to be answered quite yet. Go
It's
ahead.
based on an evolutionary presupposition that there is a hierarchy.
How so?
Because a
okay.
hierarchy is an organization.
Is that a well, actually, assume evolution.
I'm sure it does. When you start saying things like hierarchy, there is no hierarchy in a hypothetical model which would disagree with your structure of evolution. So
Wait, I just want to get clear what he just.
When you say hierarchy,
sorry,
you're automatically assuming the phylogenetic tree of life.
No, it's not a phylogenetic tree of life.
Sure it is.
Yeah, phylogenetic would be well, something to do with phylums or similar like that. And that actually involves a kind of what is it? Ascription of descent. Go ahead.
Right, that's you're talking about hierarchy, as in similarities in between corresponding to this hierarchy. When you're saying this correspondence, I'm assuming you're referring to this phylogenetic tree.
Well, would you say that some organisms are multicellular and some are single-celled?
But you all think that they're all related, right? That's the
Don't need
hierarchy.
to. That's no.
Sure
That's not a. That's not a matter under consideration yet, if ever. Right.
That's the crux of the argument, though, that they're not all related.
Well, you can, I guess, infer or try to support that in some kind of later stage of all this, but at the same time, you do have various kinds of multicellular life and various kinds of single-celled life, right? Go ahead.
Okay, based on uniformitarian assumptions, okay, I'm going to ask you to Some very simple questions. Have you ever seen a human produce anything other than a human?
Well, what is human?
Genetically speaking.
Well, what even is a human?
So you don't know that you're human?
No,
You don't
human
identify
is a term, that's people make up words to describe things, right?
Do you identify as a human?
I don't know. Do I need to? Doesn't matter if I
You
do.
identify as being
Doesn't matter
genetically
if I do. It doesn't matter if I do.
Okay. Well, it kind of does if you're arguing that you're part of some evolutionary process that you're using a scientific method to establish the veracity of.
I don't. I'm not a big believer in empirical methods overall. I'm actually more along the lines of the a priori. I was a student of computer science and mathematics, not of any kind of empirical, experimental, and so on kind of science. Right? Go ahead.
So you don't have a scientific position on the theory of common descent.
Well, I have a different kind of, I guess, approach or attitude toward science and such from, I don't know, a number of the people on Google Plus. Go ahead.
Well, it's philosophical then, right? You said a priori, what have you.
Yeah. A priori, yes. Like
so you're arguing
the ratio of the circumference to the diameter of a circle is pi, right?
And that is based on some presuppositions. But are you taking this just a given that all things evolve via a material process, an evolutionary process?
No, that's not a presupposition.
Well, you said a priori.
A priori does not suggest a presupposition.
Well, where do you get?
Yeah, a priori truths are facts like quadratic reciprocity.
Oh my God! Did you just say quadratic reciprocity? Who on earth knows what that means?
Okay, what gave you this notion?
That's pretty easy. It's yeah, you take Legendre symbols, P over Q, Q over P. Right?
Oh dear God.
Squirrels.
It's not gross.
It's squirrels.
Alright, hang on, let me reload.
Wow, chicka wow wow.
That's right, evolutionists. When you show me a chimp monkey with gills coming out of the sea giving birth to a zebra, then we'll talk, right, Arcane?
That's right.
Alright, I will give you a link to quadratic reciprocity voluntarily. But in the meantime, I would say that the matter of the twin-nested hierarchies is relatively serious as far as, well, getting some kind of model and such, right? Now, the matter of the Legendre symbols and Q, Q over P, and all that. There we go. So, anyway, moving on from this, the twin-nested hierarchies are something that one would expect a, I guess, an account of how, say, life develops or whatever. Whatever that account might be. Intelligent design, some kind of baraminology, Grady kinds, whatever it is. Given that this twin-nested hierarchy is in place, one would actually expect that the predictions made fit with it, right? So when you go about having, in effect, the correspondences between morphological and genetic hierarchical categories, the segment modification and such are pretty serious as far as reproducing that. The descent, provides the genetic lineage, hierarchies and such getting recapitulated, and then the morphological is, of course, the modification, right? So. The segment modification is consistent with that. Baraminology, while it could recapitulate it, it is arbitrarily so. That to be by mere dint of the fiat of whatever you deem your creator to be, or the baraminology to recapitulate the twin hierarchies, right? Go ahead.
I don't think you know what you're talking about, Nadia. Is that a scientific term, descent with modification?
Of course it is. And you would know if you'd spent a day in your life actually studying what you were talking about instead of laughing at it.
Oh, okay. So now you want to argue science now?
Well, what have we been talking about?
Well, guys, if you were listening, you had heard her say that she is not arguing scientifically, and now she's bringing up scientific terms.
When did she say she wasn't arguing scientifically?
Less than 3 minutes ago, guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if we went back and listened, what we would actually find out is that you're fucking cherry picking what she said. I'm pretty sure.
Well, go ahead and find me a time to get down.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah.
Whatever I might have actually said, I was trying to convey was that I am not some kind of adherent of scientism. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
in fact, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point out that it actually started with Arcane asking you basically your scientific credentials, like ask if you had any expertise in a scientific discipline.
No, I asked her quite specifically if she had, because she was making claims about scientific. She was making using scientific terminology.
And you challenged her,
scientific
and she
position.
said no. And I'm paraphrasing, but she basically said no, I don't have official study in a particular scientific discipline, is what she was answering.
First of all, she wasn't making claims as though she was the one that was. Yeah. She wasn't making claims as though she was the one that had discovered this, okay? She was simply relaying the work that others had done.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you again. Do you have a scientific position regarding the idea of common descent?
Obviously.
Same question I asked you 3 minutes ago. What's your answer now? You're going to change it?
What do you mean going to change it? What the fuck are you talking about? She said she was against scientism. Do you know what scientism is?
That had nothing to do with my question.
That's
well,
not the
you ought
point.
to know what it means because I explained it to you in the side chat there not half an hour ago.
That has nothing to do with my question. I asked, do you have a scientific position regarding the theory of common descent? Nothing to do with scientific.
Mm-hmm.
You said no.
Okay, so.
Or are you going to change that now? You can retract if you want to. If you misspoke, I don't care. No biggie. No biggie. Man.
I honestly think, though, the way that it was interpreted earlier, Arcane, is that you were challenging her like scientific credential, like. So I think that's why she answered it originally the way she did. The answer what her scientific position was on common descent, right?
Yeah,
she was just answering no. She doesn't have a study like in a particular scientific discipline, so she's not making the scientific not making the argument or taking that position as a scientist. Is how I think she interpreted it.
There is a difference between relaying.
Position.
There's
You're
a difference
talking about
between making it.
hierarchies and phylogenetics. These are scientific terms. So when I
Right.
ask you, do you have a scientific position on these, and you say no, I'm not going to assume that you have scientific evidence for them. So I'm going to ask you then now, do you have evidence to support your position that there is this nested hierarchy supporting a phylogenetic tree of common ancestry? That's simple enough?
Okay, so
I used to think I had a scientific.
Oh, really?
I did, man, I did.
So you're conceding that you do not have a scientific position?
Not for the theory of common descent, no.
Thank you, Arcane.
That's all I did.
Hey, Arcane, I just thought of something else I asked you. Did you look into why, like, south of the equator, the moon appears inverted?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you think? According to a flat Earth, how does that work? How does that work on a flat Earth?
They could be solved in your living room.
Yeah, if you stand on your head.
God.
Stand on your head.
Oh, I forgot. That's right. You're a flirter. Okay. Yeah, I got a question for you, Mr. I got a question for you, Mr. Flirter. How do you explain the fact that in parts of the world the sun stays up in the sky sometimes 24 hours a day over certain times of the year?
It's actually a bigger issue for you, man. Honest with you. Have you ever looked at the flat Earth model? Or no?
Okay, I'll try it again. It can be explained using rotational mechanics as to why certain portions of the Earth receive sunlight or lack of sunlight, depending on what time of the year it is, 24 hours a day, whereas the rest of the world doesn't have that phenomenon. Okay, that's something you can explain using, spherical mechanics for the Earth. It's not something you can explain using the flat Earth.
Oh, no, it's not. No, sure. Well, I could say the same thing back to you.
I'm sorry, mutter. What? What was that? What?
Flat Earth model. Okay, you ready? Globehead, NASA Tard, ready? Okay. There's a flat Earth model, right? That explains how certain parts of the Earth can get 24 hours of sunlight, while the rest of the world doesn't. Now, are you dumb to this model, or should I assume that I know more than you do?
Why don't you just answer the
Arcane,
question?
yeah, Arcane, why don't you explain it? And at the same time, does this model explain why the moon appears inverted south of the equator?
Why
We
can't
get
I
back
talk
to
like
that.
you guys talk?
Because remember, they have to correlate, so there's two things. Go for it, please. You have the floor. Professor.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, Secular. And like I said, it could be solved in your living room. You know what? Go take a...
If you stand on your head. How can it be solved in the living room? You've said that like twice now. Explain how.
Yeah. Have you ever looked up the answer to that? Well, I actually did, because I had that question too. It's a good question. And you know
If
what?
you've looked up the answer, then tell us.
Yeah, I'm going to, but I'm just pointing out that he's not, but he keeps going around telling me that I don't have answers. So
Okay, cool. Now tell us.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll tell you, sure. But go ahead and cut out a circle, right? And on the front of it, if you want to, you can like draw like the craters that are on the moon and make it look like a moon, right? And then you take it and you put it up in the center of a room, right? And then you go to one end of the room and you look up at it, and you see one face of it, right? Go to the other side of the room and look up at it, you see the inverted side of the moon. You see it the other way around.
Oh, so you think the moon is like perfectly straight up above the whole world, flat, facing down?
We only see one face of the moon, do we not?
We're in a because we're in a synchronized orbit.
According to you, we're in a synchronized orbit, but according to
Not according to me. But go ahead.
Well, that's what the claim you just made. Okay, I'm just going off of what.
Well, do you think I made that claim up?
Well, you just said
You've never heard of that before? Is this the first time, really?
I'm going off of what you say. You say.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Go ahead.
So, according
Anyways,
to
how do
you-
I do this in the living room? Can we get to how the moon is inverted?
Well, I just explained it to you. Oh, do you need illustration?
Oh yeah, that's right. The moon's flat. That's right. The moon's flat, and no matter where we are on the flat Earth, the perspective. What's that? Go ahead.
I thought it was a
Perspective. There you
hologram.
go. That's the word.
Yeah.
Perspective. Perspective. Perspective is everything.
Okay, so having answered that, now can we move on to the idea that parts of the world enjoy sunlight or lack thereof for 24 hours a day at certain times of the year, but the rest of the world simultaneously doesn't have that phenomenon?
Well, like I said, man, there's nothing I can describe to you no more than you can describe it in a heliocentric way, other than say that we're tilted on an axis and we're going around the sun like this and blah blah blah. You'd actually have to show me a diagram or like a model so I could look at it, right? I'm not just going to be able to get what you're saying in the same way that if I tried to describe you.
What in the fuck are you talking about? First of all,
Wait. So you're saying is you can't describe it on a flat Earth model, but you're saying that the only way that us globetards, as you would call us, could explain it is this way, and this way. So you're saying we have ways to explain it, but you don't.
No, I'm saying I do have ways to explain.
Well, let's hear it then.
Do it.
Okay, listen, I'll say it again, guys. If I try, okay, picture somebody who never heard of heliocentrism, guys. And if you don't know what heliocentrism is, it's the idea that the Earth is.
We know what
revolving around the sun.
heliocentrism
Okay,
is,
guys,
for fuck's sakes.
Say no one heard of it before, and they came up to me and said, "Describe to me how this works." Do you really think me telling them with words would really get the point across, or do you think they might need to see it? Kind of like the old.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you just try your best to explain it with your face, okay?
Like I said,
and then if we need more information, we'll go look it up.
So how about this? How about this? I will give you a map that describes it for you.
I don't care if you give us an interpretive dance.
We want
just
you
answer
to
the
explain
question.
it.
Well, it's not something that really put
You
in
can't
words.
explain it.
All I can do is explain how the flat Earth model works, and then you can take that and say, okay, that's how that would work, kind of thing. But it's not.
Well,
something
you
I
said
can
the
just
flat Earth
explain.
model can explain how some areas can have 24/7 sunlight, or 24-hour sunlight, and now you're saying that you can't actually explain that, though.
No, I'm saying there is a rational explanation on paper, like if you saw it. I could explain it to you. It doesn't mean that it's going to click with you, is what I'm saying.
So explain it then.
Well, the sun goes above the Earth. In its circular orbital path from tropic to tropic. But sometimes, like during the equinoxes and things, it behaves differently. Like you guys explain it, well, not you guys, but heliocentrism explains this phenomenon with the supposed tilt of the Earth.
Yes.
Right? There's a tilt, right? There's a tilt that the Earth is on that gives from the Earth the perspective of this 24-hour sun. Well, what from the flat Earth perspective is saying that the sun is actually in a different orbit above the plane of the Earth. So instead of this tilt that's going on, the sun is actually moving. And the way that the heliocentrists explain this phenomenon is to say, oh, we're tilted.
That's
You
right.
see?
But stop telling us how
Right.
we're doing it. You tell us how you do it.
Yeah, like how does that work? Like what's the science behind it actually working?
Yeah,
like
like
that?
does the sun just change direction at some points during the year then?
Yes.
I mean, if it's
Well,
your
not
contention,
change direction in a sense of going in a opposite way than it initially was, but like it's in a circular path, kind of like the clock or the hands on a clock. It's like the sun and the moon work like that above the Earth.
But how does it do it? Like by what mechanism do they operate on? Like what forces are moving them?
It's a very, very good question. Very good question.
well, it's just
I'm not
it's
sure.
utterly impossible, right? Like if Tuktoyaktuk, okay, which is one of the northernmost parts of Nunavut, which which is a territory that Canada ceded to the Inuit peoples and above the Arctic Circle. Okay, if Tuktoyaktuk is locked in one of its 24-hour sunlight cycles on a flat Earth, that means that there should be parts of the flat Earth that continuously get less sunlight than it normally would all the time. But it doesn't work that way. It really doesn't work that way.
Well, like I said, it's hard to explain to you how the sun moves because I can just explain to you what I see on paper in different models. But what I can say is that it makes more sense this way that I'm looking at it now than it does with the heliocentric model, given all of the other questions that I have for the model. Like
So you're basically throwing that question under the bus because there are other questions that the non-heliocentric model works for better.
I'm not saying I throw it under the bus. I'm just saying you're
Well,
not.
then answer it.
Saying.
Answer the question. The fact is you can't. By your own admission, you can't answer the question.
I did answer the question. I said
No, you didn't. No, you said humana. I'd have to explain it. Pictures, charts. I can't do it right now. Humana.
Well, you're clearly
That's not an explanation. That's not an explanation.
Maybe if you stop foaming at the mouth, you'd hear what I'm
I'm
saying.
not foaming at the mouth. Maybe if you'd actually explain yourself. You've been given plenty of opportunity to explain yourself.
The way I'm hearing it is for the flat Earth model is that certain times during the year, the areas that do get 24-hour sun, I won't say changes direction, but would you say it slows down then?
Yes, it does.
But that would mean the different parts of the world would see the sun have markedly different effects on them, different exposure times and thus and such,
right?
Than actually happens now. In other words, the sun would behave differently than the way it does now if what you were talking about was correct during those times of the year.
Think about it. Think about it. Take the globe, right? Picture take the globe and you don't tilt it on its axis. Put it as if it wasn't tilted on its axis. Or take the North Pole, or whatever. Take it and then flatten it down like it's on paper, right? So picture the sun the way it goes around the globe, now above the flattened out surface. This is why all of the maps that the aviators use are planar maps. They're not spherical maps. They don't use spherical trigonometry. They use plane trigonometry for these things because they say it works better that way. Well, take it as if it is actually that way. That's the way these maps are. So if you look up the 1892 Gleason's map, I've been trying to find one that's in high clarity. It shows you how
look up a map from the 1800s
above the map.
Okay.
Above the Earth.
Well, a flat Earth belief is that the Arctic sits at the center of the world, right? Right? The Antarctic, it forms a ring around the edge of the world, and the Arctic sits at the center of the world, right?
You got it.
Okay. Now, the Arctic is the part of the world that we're talking about that gets, at some points, 24-hour sunlight.
You got it.
Right. Okay. The problem is that if we had a non-heliocentric world, okay, and this phenomenon occurred, there would be a different type of effect on the rest of the world than there actually is.
How big is the sun according to your estimation?
Oh, the sun is enormous. The sun are orders of magnitude larger than the largest gas giants.
Well, you said if the Earth were this way that I'm saying, a plane, it wouldn't work this way. Well, you're saying if. Are you saying that the sun would be that big in your if scenario?
This isn't about the size of the sun. This is about what part of the sun is exposed to the Earth.
Exactly.
But the only way that the size of the sun doesn't change.
Well,
it's not like during these certain times of the Earth, the certain times of the year, the size of the sun changes. It doesn't work that way.
Well, I don't know. I don't see how you're saying this is impossible.
Well, try and picture it. So we're saying the Arctic is in the center of this flat Earth model. If it's parts of the Arctic Circle that get the 24-hour sun, that would put the sun near the center of that flat Earth.
Exactly.
So how far is that? How far would that light from that sun reach? I mean, it doesn't explain. It just does.
Google, Thomas?
What's that?
You have Google at your exposure right now?
I'm on a computer, so yes.
Look up for me. I've been trying to look one up, but for some reason I don't know if it's my computer screen, but I'm not getting a clear picture. Look up the 1892 Gleason's map, and it shows you how it works. It shows you right there on the map, but I'm trying to get a clear one, but I can't get one. It's all fuzzy.
Why would you use a map from the 19th century, though, and not a modern map?
Why
Illuminati.
would you assume that they had an inaccurate map? This is the same map that they use today, by the way.
So why don't just say look
all of
up
their
any
systems
map,
run
not
on
look
this,
up this
planet.
specific map from the 19th century?
Well, because they use the same one today, but they put the globe in the classroom. But all of their operating systems.
Really, because my classroom didn't have a globe. We were that poor.
Well, sorry, I don't know. I saw one in my classroom when I was in kindergarten. I even have pictures with it. So, I don't know. Sorry.
All right, hang on. Let me dig up the.
Yeah, I've got it
page
here.
and get a link.
This isn't a new concept, but it is to our generation because.
Okay.
I mean.
Yeah, but under your flat Earth, okay?
Not mine.
Yeah, yes, it's yours because ain't nobody else here about it. If
Well, first of all,
under your stop quibbling, under your flat Earth theory, the sun would be parked where the little fastener is on the map. Okay, that's where the sun would be parked. Yeah, because it wouldn't move. The only way to give the Arctic 24-hour sun is to put the sun there for certain periods of time and not move it. That's the only way to give them 24-hour sun.
You keep saying that, Gus, but no, it's not. I could easily.
Well, where else would you put it then?
Easily.
Hello?
But your phone.
Hang on a second. Where else would you put it?
You're rabid. That's why you're not hearing.
Where else would you put it? Where is
it?
Where is it circling above the Earth? Where?
Okay, listen, Gus. Calm down. Okay.
Hello.
Stop telling me to stop. I'm trying to get an answer out of him. Would you back up off me?
All right.
Where circling the Earth? Where?
You're ready, Gus. I'm not going nowhere for a minute.
Stop fucking around, Arcane. Where?
Do you see the map?
Obviously.
Okay. If you take the North Pole.
Yes.
If you look at the bottom right, it'll actually tell you the solar cycle, like the cycle of the sun above the plane of the Earth, and at this time.
You mean where it says December? You mean where it says December solstice?
Right. If you look at that little clock-looking thing right there, it shows you how the sun, its path above the Earth. Okay.
This the portion that has been whited out.
It's been whited out, really?
Well, yeah. There's most of this drawing is in yellow, and then there's a strange polygon that's in white. Is that where the sun is?
Oh, well, I think that's depicting the ray that the sun gives at that time, in that sort of region. I have to look because the one I'm looking at is very blurry, man. But anyhow, if you picture the sun, well, the sun, it's hard for me to describe because you're picturing the sun is 93 million miles away and this big ball of fire. Well, according to this model, it's more like a localized spotlight, but it's not a spotlight in like a spherical kind of way. If you picture like a yin and a yang symbol, I think it's more of that flavor than like just a beam of light, if you will. So it emits light. We could see angle, like the the sun rays and stuff. But as far as how far the light reaches, I think that's what that little display is trying to show you there. But
Well,
at the
light
time that you're talking
always.
about, at these 24-hour sun, if you picture the sun circling tight above the circle at that time of year, so I think that time of year would be June or summer for us, or wait, yeah,
But
closer
there's
to
no
spring
other.
for us.
But there's no other part of the world that ever experiences 24-hour.
Exactly. That's
But
the
it's
point.
only.
That only
But
works on this model. That's why they say that.
what are you talking about? You haven't shown that it does that. All you've
I
said is.
know. I
All you said
know.
is, well, if you don't think of the sun as the sun, and if you don't think of it doing this, and if you don't think of it doing, okay,
Right.
how about the sons? How about the sons of Bunny Rabbit? That still doesn't change the fact that for part of the year, the Arctic Circle gets absolutely no sunlight whatsoever. Where does the sun go then?
It's wider in its circular orbit above the Earth.
Under a flat Earth hypothesis, okay, where it doesn't matter where the sun goes, it would be visible all over the plane, all
Not
the
according to
time.
this map right here. Do you read the top of the map? It says, "As it is according to modern college."
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. If the flat Earth is basically treats the Earth as being like on a disc, okay, that means that barring the existence of mountains that are high enough to block the sun, there would be no such thing as true nighttime, because the sun would be visible regardless of where else you go.
Not according to this map, and not according to every flat Earth model I've ever seen. Yes.
Okay, well, according to the flat Earth model, how big is the sun?
It's about 34 miles or so across.
34 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the furthest extent of the rays of the sun, according to the flat Earth model?
If you look right there on the map at the bottom right, you see that part that is whited out? I think that's trying to depict it for you there.
So a ball of light 34 miles across can reach, looking at this map, quite far. That would have to be a pretty powerful ball of light.
Well, if you assume, well, think about this. This is why there is a Antarctic ring around. I mean, it's so hard to
What do you
explain
mean,
unless
why?
you've seen sort of the things that I've seen, but I understand where you guys are coming from. But you just have to kind of let go of the preconceived notions that we all have about how big the sun is, how big the moon is, how far away they are.
Well,
You
I'm
have
still
to
trying
kind
to.
of scrap all that just
Listen,
for
if
the
I let go
sake
enough,
of
if I let go
investigation.
of enough, if I let go of enough of my preconceived notions, I could convince myself that you're a four-cocked fucking goat. But that doesn't necessarily mean that me releasing those preconceived notions means that whatever I adopt afterwards is suddenly true.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in order to accurately understand the model, you kind of do have to put yourself in the shoes of a quote-unquote flat earther and look at it from their perspective.
Well,
You're not
you're asking me to
the
believe that
model and say that
geometry.
the sun, if you come into the model thinking that the sun is what we think it is according to modern science, it's not
Well,
hard.
here you've got the sun behaving like a
understand how
kidney
they
bean.
could be rational, but you're not hearing that.
Here you've
Yeah,
got
I actually have survey data being dealt with here, and this book by Carl Friedrich Gauss considers Hohenhagen, Brocken, and Sulzberg forming a triangle whose angular excess is indicative of curvature. Well, not just indicative of curvature of the Earth, but well, in some respects, in order to correctly assess various kinds of distances and areas, must account for the curvature and radius of the Earth. Right? This phenomenon is derived from spherical trigonometry and generally the geometry of curved surfaces and such. Right? People get wrong answers if they don't use these things, and in fact, things from the actually first half of the 19th century. I think this was prior 1825 or possibly even prior, that he was writing. And even at that time, but to screw whatever methods they had then, the considerations being brought up with the curvature of the Earth and triangles, angles not adding up, and so on, were actually critical to geodetic surveys. Right? And here we see, of course.
So Nadia, are you saying that without the use of without the assumption of a spherical Earth, simple questions of how far does it take me to get from here to there couldn't be answered accurately?
False.
Oh, she dropped it. I'm still trying to figure out how a flat moon fits into all this, but I'll let that one go.
It's a projection, right, Arcane?
Yeah, it must be. It's like independent of how the sun operates, obviously, right?
Well, yeah. Well, it's not a
Like,
projection.
We say it like it's
Within a
obvious.
projection, but it's independent of the sun. Yes.
No, and I don't mean that it itself is just independent of the sun, but it must work on like completely different set of principles, right?
Yeah, there's evidence that it gives its own light. Yeah.
Where's
Oh,
that
it gives
evidence?
its own light. Wow.
Yeah, if you get a
How do you
piece of
explain
Earth
the
monitor
phases
and
of the
test
moon
the,
then?
Well, hold on, one thing at a time. Where's the evidence that it gives its own light?
Hold on, who's that asking that?
Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah. Hold on.
Just want to
Yeah,
make
if
sure we
you
cover all our bases here.
if you've ever heard of a guy named Staticism.com, he recently did a experiment with magnified moonlight, where basically he held a magnifying glass up to the moonlight to see if it would make it colder, because when they test the temperature of the moonlight, it's colder in the moonlight than it is in the shade of the moon. It's opposite to the sun. If it reflects sunlight, it would be warmer because it's reflecting warm light. It's not reflecting cold light, and there's nothing.
I'm sorry, think I was getting asked a question when my browser crashed. Say it again?
No, it's all right. We're cool.
Yeah. Anyway, we've been testing the temperature of the moon, and it's cold light that's coming off of it. So I'm gonna give you this guy here. He recently did an experiment on it with this magnifying it, and it actually makes it colder under magnification.
When you say you said a magnifying glass?
Magnifying the moonlight coming from the moon, and then testing the temperature of the magnified moonlight to see if it magnifies the coldness or intensifies the coldness
What
of
did
the
he use
moonlight.
to magnify the moonlight?
A magnifying glass, kind of like you do with the sun, you know what I mean? When you make it, you can hold a magnifying glass under sunlight and make things combust and catch on fire. It magnifies the sunlight. And in theory, flat earthers or whatever, we're like, we wonder if, since it's giving this cool light, if we magnify it, it would do the same as when we do with the sun, and it actually does, which gives further evidence that it's an independent light source. It's pretty neat. But I'll show you this dude.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing is,
uh,
as I'm looking this up, I can only find that claim made by flat Earth proponents. I can't actually find any of these studies. What do you mean? Well, duh. I'm not like finding any independent scientific like evidence that this is true. That moonlight is cold.
I mean, you're referencing some guy on. You're referencing this one guy that I've heard of in this this community. Someone that I know, Red's Rhetoric. He's going to be debating him in a few days.
Buddy.
And this is the only guy that you have evidence for? Does this guy have any qualifications? Like, what were the parameters of the test? Did he just use some magnifying glass he bought at Walmart? Like, this doesn't sound like a very scientific test at all.
I mean, in most cases where they tried to figure out whether or not moonlight was cold, the people who were assessing the instrumentation basically did it wrong.
Oh yeah, they did it wrong.
Well, light itself doesn't actually have a temperature.
Yeah.
You realize that, right? So the reflection of like sunlight, moonlight, quote unquote, actually has zero temperature anyways. Like that's not even a quantifiable thing.
Sorry, but
It's actually warmer on nights that are cloudy.
if you take
Because
a
it keeps the
sunrise,
heat in. On crisp nights where you can see the moonlight, it's actually because it's colder. That's why there's no cloud cover.
you have an infrared thermometer and you see a beam of sun.
Oh, do you have one,
coming through your
Professor?
window. No, I'm describing to you what people have done. Actually, here's the video.
Okay.
Yeah, but in most cases where that's been done, the people who've gone back and redone those things have discovered that it can't be reproduced.
Yeah, it can,
In
and
most
it has
cases,
been.
in,
This
in
guy's
most
been
in
doing
most
it.
cases, you're dealing with failure to read the instrumentation correctly, failure to set the experiment up properly, or in some cases, reporting bias.
Cite one time. I dare you. One time.
It's
Go
just
ahead,
like
sir.
earlier, you kind of made a
Just a minute.
disingenuous claim. Okay, go ahead.
Hang on a sec, I'll go get it. No problem.
Yeah, meanwhile, here's the video
Yeah.
of the
Meanwhile,
experiment.
like earlier, because actually Nadia brought something similar to this up.
There
But
you
you
go.
had stated that pilots don't use spherical trigonometry, and that's kind of disingenuous, because like pilots don't necessarily have to use trig, navigators do, and there are times that they incorporate spherical trigonometry.
There you go. There's
The only
my.
place I could find that made the claim that quote pilots don't use spherical trigonometry again were flat Earth sites. So I'm just saying.
And
Are you
there's
ready
there's
to
the instance.
If
There's what you asked me for, Arcane.
My guts here talking lies.
Yeah. Well, there's what you asked me for, Arcane. There it is in the side chat.
What's that? What's that, Gus? Explain it to me.
No. You asked me for it. It's in the side chat. You go run do.
No. You're the one making the claim.
No. You said no. You said you asked for proof. There it is. I put it in the side chat. Now stop fucking around.
No, sorry, I'm not.
Okay. Well, whatever then. All right. Well, whatever then. Go bang your head against the wall.
Exactly.
If you're gonna act like a jerk, that's how I'll treat you. Go bang your head against the wall.
Just real quick.
See you later, guys.
Just
You asked me for proof that what was going on here. You asked for proof that what was going on here was basically bad reading of instrumentation, poor placement of instrumentation, and/or reporting bias. I gave you an example, and you said, "Well, I'm not even going to look at that."
Yeah, I don't have time for that.
I don't have time to actually look at what I asked you for.
Yeah, you're about 2 seconds from being blocked anyway, Gus.
I don't have time.
I'd like to welcome Beckel, by the way. Very good to have you on, Beckel. Go ahead.
Let's not destroy Hangout by blocking people during the chat.
Well, I found him out, and he's upset now.
Actually, I want to point something.
Conduct this a bit differently. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to point something to this video that you linked, Arcane, and all I'm seeing here is this guy has 2 glasses of water on his counter inside his house, not outside, and he's just testing the temperature with the moon passing, the light from the moon passing through the window.
Right.
Hardly something that's very convincing.
Bad methodology. Wow, that's what I was talking about in my article.
I mean, he's using a digital thermometer with 2 glasses of water sitting next to each other inside his house. There's no, there's no preparation done for this test.
Thomas, have you seen the whole video? Have you done your critical analysis in less than 2 minutes? Really? Okay. Keep going.
Well, no, you can be passive aggressive all you want. I'm just giving my quick reaction to it is that the conditions that he's doing this test don't look very ideal.
Okay. Well, you're not refuting it, so I gave it to you what you asked for.
I'm not refuting. I'm not trying to necessarily refute it. I'm just saying it's not very convincing evidence to have 2 glasses of water inside his house and testing the temperature that the supposed moonlight is emitting.
By the way, Arcane, unlike you, when you gave Thomas something to look at, he actually bothered to go and look.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you though, Gus.
Yeah, I know you're not. I know, sweetheart. I know.
Well, can we,
You're 2 seconds from getting blocked.
Hey.
Gus.
I know. Okay, well, do what you got to do.
Well, actually, Okay, number one, Arcane noted that. Number two, Gus, don't do what you're doing either.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to let him. You know, he asked me for proof. I gave it to him, and I'm not going to sit quietly while he ignores what I gave him. No.
Well, the trouble is,
Arcane
if
ignoring
you're
me.
going to engage with anyone who has some kind of difference of opinion, or is doing quote unquote doing something wrong that you are trying to engage them about,
Well, if you can't
you're
see the
going to
dishonesty,
end up dealing with someone who does things like that. And
if you're yeah, but you know what though,
can't go
that
around,
which is permitted does not improve. That which is permitted does not improve.
Our quote unquote forbidding doesn't really have any power.
Okay, well, we're not forbidding anything. We're simply repeatedly calling him out on what he's doing, and that's not forbidding. That's not forbidding anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm saying, well, you know what? I disagree. I disagree.
With what?
With what you said. I think calling people out when they do stuff is useful.
Okay, and well, as much as I disagree with Arcane rather strenuously. I mean, giving him literally references to Gauss and all that. In fact, I screen shared Gauss's original writing, right? Anyway, the way to address it is, well, try to enlighten people, or otherwise.
I tried to enlighten. He asked me for a piece of evidence for my position, and I put it up. And now he's deciding he's not going to look at it. And the reason he's deciding he's not going to look at it is a reason known only to him and his so-called God. So it seems to me to be just a mite disingenuous to ask for proof and then studiously, pointedly avoid looking at the very proof you've asked for. And I think, that when that happens, that's noteworthy. I think when that happens, it's noteworthy. And I intend to note it. Now, if you wish to take sanction against me for that, you're more than welcome to. It's your world. I just live in it.
It's all good, Gus. You know what?
Not really a sanction.
That's fair. That's fair, Gus. You know what? I will look at it, but right now I was kind of wrapped up into looking for something for what's his name, Thomas. So
real quick too, I just stepped away for a minute to watch more of that video. So the 2 glasses of water that he had, he showed the temperature. The temperature inside his house was about 66 degrees, 66.6. The 2 glasses of water were already at somewhere around 120 degrees. I don't know how, unless he heated them up prior, unless he's shooting out steaming water from his faucet. And then after that, he moved 1 glass of water out of the line of sight of where the moonlight was passing through his window, and then it skips later, and now the water temperature is down to like 68 degrees. So it seemed like he already started with the water already hot and just let it cool down. So what is that proving exactly?
And don't feel like you're being picked on, Arcane. One of the first things that scientists do, when a scientist comes to them with a claim, is they try to attack the methodology with which they used to prove the claim. Right? That's one of the first things that scientists will do. So it's not like you're being picked on. Scientists do this to each other savagely all the time.
And not only that, the thermometer he's using in the video, he doesn't even like clean it off or sterilize it when he's switching between the 2 glasses. He just takes it out and drops it in the other glass.
Right.
I mean, that's already some kind of contamination right there. And with
Are you looking at this objectively? Do you actually want an answer? Is there anything I can actually help you understand, or no?
I'm giving my critique of it.
I can just mute the mic. I actually had some more stuff I was going to look up for you guys anyway. So if you actually want an answer, let me know.
I'm giving you my critique of your evidence so far.
Well, you gave
What's
me
wrong
a
with that?
question, and I was going to answer your question. But if you got more questions, I can write them down or something. Let me know.
I'm not sure I was really asking any questions. I was just giving a critique of this
You
guy's
said why is the
video.
water temperature
It's a
different?
very weak evidence for what you're claiming it proves.
You said that over and over. Do I get a chance to respond, or you want to keep saying it, or what? Let me know when you're ready.
Be my guest. No, be my guest. You don't have to be so passive aggressive. Be my guest.
Well,
By
I
the
mean,
way,
what
I
more you
put up
want
a
me to
YouTube video to debunk your YouTube video, Arcane. Sorry, go ahead.
What more you want me to say? I mean, let me know when you want to have a dialogue.
I'm waiting for you now. Go.
I mean, what do you think? What kind of experiment would you expect to do if you were to come under the impression that the moon was giving its own light? Let's say you went outside with a thermometer one day and checked the moonlight, and what do you know? It's cooler in the moonlight than it is in the shade of the moon. That's kind of
What do you
opposite.
mean went out with a thermometer? What would I be putting that thermometer up to? Are you talking about a thermostat?
Anything that's
Not even the temperature. But even if
anything
you
that's
saw
under the
some kind of
moon.
anomalous behavior with that temperature like that,
Okay.
that wouldn't really establish the moon's giving off its own light.
Right.
Okay.
Because seculars already said,
Sure,
light
you guys,
doesn't necessarily give off
you
its
guys
own
win.
heat.
There's no second light up there. You guys win. It's okay. I give up.
Okay, go ahead and just sit there and be passive aggressive and
Even if it was a second light, Arcane, why would it be cold light? How could it be cold?
I don't know. Why you asking me why would it be?
Well, because you're
cold?
the one making the claim that
yeah, you're the
moonlight was
one
cold.
claiming it and then giving us
I'm
this
just as
BS
shocked as
evidence.
you to hear that people are saying that the moon gives its own light. You think that I'm like inventing this stuff?
Well,
or
I don't.
something?
Who cares? People say all kinds of things. So what?
No one's saying you're inventing it, but you're making the claim, so it's expected you can back it up.
It's
I mean,
really
part of the
weird
problem
that
light.
You know
Would
what?
light
If it was just a claim that I was making, guys, this is the kicker for me, though. This is what makes me more convinced than anything. If it was just a claim that I was making, people wouldn't be so dogmatic against me. If it was just a wild claim that I was making, people, so what? It's crazy loser, and get on with their day. But the fact that people are dogmatically, and you know what the thing is, I just gave you an observation that you can go yourself and prove me wrong. Go get the same equipment that these guys are getting, or get your own, whatever, and prove these guys wrong.
But
Okay?
the methodology is flawed, Arcane.
It's dogmatic. That's why I'm saying I can't
It's
even
not
get more
about
than a sentence
dogmatism,
to
Arcane.
answer
The
a question.
methodology is flawed.
I was given a question like 20 minutes ago, and I still haven't been able to answer it because
I mean,
of
in every instance, in just about
what you can't disprove in the first place. It's ridiculous.
in just about every instance where we see light on the visual spectrum, okay, somewhere, somehow, that light also has heat with it. Nobody has ever seen the phenomena of cold light.
Till now.
Till
what
now.
Can I say, bro? What
Till
am I
now.
delusional? I just made this YouTube video up. It didn't exist before. This guy really didn't do the
Arcane,
experiment.
I don't think you're delusional. I think the people
guy?
making I think the people making the
Okay, I'll
video
give you another experiment.
I think the people making the video don't know how to do science. That's what I think.
I think I
well,
put up a YouTube
your
video
opinion,
that debunks your
Fine.
YouTube video, Arcane, and I'm being serious. I put it up there. Did you watch it?
Well, this guy, at least Thomas, initially was trying to ask questions and talk about it.
No, I guess you're just going to ignore that, eh?
Well, I actually want to go.
It's wrong. I mean, I think people listening would actually like to know how it's wrong. If you're going to say
guess you're just going to ignore that, eh, Arcane, that I put up a YouTube
Secular
video.
posted a video that argues against the video you posted. Have you watched that?
Do you have anything to discuss, or are you just going to sit back and say that doesn't look like a scientific experiment?
Did you not hear what I just said?
But don't you understand that this is part of how science gets done?
Wow, sitting back and saying that doesn't look good to me. What do you
It's not
think?
about
Isn't that what
sitting.
you're doing?
I'm actually willing to
But
talk
it's,
about it. Are you? No.
Why does it even need to be science? I mean, just any kind of empirical reasoning. I mean, really.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of reasoning skills to understand this stuff. I agree.
Well,
it takes just a little bit.
Well, okay. Empirically reason what is distinctive about light from one source as opposed to another.
It's just a piece of evidence in support of the notion that heliocentrism is false, or at least the current accepted version of heliocentrism that has the
Actually,
sun reflecting light off the moon.
actually, the idea of light, having some kind of lowering effect on temperature doesn't really affect shape of the Earth or heliocentrism. As well, at least not very directly. I
Is the
mean,
moon a light source?
Well,
Go
that's
ahead.
true.
According to your model of heliocentrism that you guys are so vehemently defending, is the moon its own light source?
It isn't.
That doesn't really have to do with heliocentrism or not.
Well, it's a part of your model. So.
Well, I mean,
Well, for instance, there are binary star systems where one thing orbiting another thing is also a light source. I mean, that's a different kind of question from, well, whether orbital mechanics or similar kinds of affairs are the case. Go ahead.
What was your experiment? Like I said, I'll take one experiment over a theory or hypothetical any day. So,
even if the experiment is flawed.
Can I finish the sentence, Gus? Or no?
Even if the experiment is flawed.
The experiment is flawed either, Gus. You just keep screaming it at the top of your lungs like a rabbit.
Well, what is light? What is light?
Huh?
What is light, Arcane?
What is light? I say,
yeah,
God. God is the only thing that I could come close to even defining light as. I don't know what light is, but I know that what we observe coming from the moon is a light in and of itself apart from the sun. At least from what I've seen, the experiments that I've seen so far. If you have anything...
Are you aware of... Sorry.
Counter that. If you have an experiment showing that the moon is not giving cold light, I would accept it.
Did you watch the video that Secular posted that debunks the other video you posted?
No, I haven't.
You should watch that one.
Are you sure that it debunks it? Have you watched it? Are you familiar with it or no?
Well, I'm just trying to piggyback on Secular because he's asked you a couple times and you haven't answered him.
Well, I showed you one and you said you watched it. Do you want to talk about that one or you want to talk about ones that you need?
I've already given my critique. What more do you want me to say? It was a really poorly done experiment.
How was it poorly done?
We told you.
I told you. How many times did I tell you?
No, you didn't. Why is Gus cheerleading for you? Can you do it on your own?
We told you.
Because
you're fucking around. We told you.
You didn't hear a single thing I said about the video?
Yeah. You're piggybacking off of Secular and Gus is cheerleading.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, nice deflection. Nice deflection.
I'll repeat it again.
What?
I'll do the Darwin thing and I'll just repeat the same thing over again.
That's all you can do, bro. You have nothing to add.
I'm going to tell you my critique of the video because apparently you didn't hear me the first 2 times. Can I do that for you?
Take your time, Thomas.
Okay. So, the video starts out. He has 2 glasses of water on his countertop in his house. The moon is casting its light. The moon is casting light through his window to those 2 glasses of water. So the 2 glasses of water are in line of sight of the moonlight. He shows the temperature of his house to be 66.6 degrees currently. He tests the temperature of the 2 glasses of water, which are already at 120 degrees. So he's starting them off already very hot in a house that's 66.6 degrees. He then moves 1 glass of water away from the window so it's out of line of sight of the moonlight. He tests the water again after some kind of time skip, and it shows that the water is now down to about 68 degrees. Now, you're telling me that the cold light is what cooled that water? Or is it more rational to think that the 120 degree water just simply cooled down because it was already 66.6 degrees in his house? I mean, it's not a good experiment.
You didn't... you don't even understand what he was doing. He was basically... You know how, like, you have to tear the scale? He was basically doing that with the glasses of water so that there could be some sort of standard so that he could know how much more colder, the light would be, or the water would be under the magnification versus the one that wasn't under the magnification. He had a magnification glass up to one, or up to one glass to show that the moonlight coming through magnified or would actually give it a colder temperature than when it's not magnified. It actually confirmed the hypothesis that was because when people first found it out, they were just outside, like, here, let's click on this shadow and see how cold it is, or let's click on the direct moonlight and see how cold it is. And the moonlight was colder, and they was wondering, huh, I wonder if we magnify it, would it get colder? And sure enough, this experiment actually confirmed that. Now, if you say it's faulty, I don't agree that it's faulty at all. I think that it's very sound and very simple, and I've yet to hear a rational explanation or refutation other than I don't agree with it for some reason.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say I didn't agree with it. I just said that his method of going about this experiment is faulty in my view of how one typically does experiments. One, he only does the experiment once. You know, he's not showing any repeatability there. There's a very small difference in temperature between the two glasses of water at the end.
That was the second experiment, dude.
When was he said the first video there was some issue with people claiming the thermometer that he was using, he wasn't wiping it off when he was switching it between the two glasses, and he repeated the same mistake in this video. He didn't try and sterilize the thermometer switching between the two glasses of water.
Sterilize it. We're not. There's nothing to be contaminated. You're talking about.
I know, but he's putting the thermometer in one glass of water. In the one he's moving out of line of sight of the moonlight, and then he's just taking it and immediately putting it into the other glass of water, so it's already heated up.
Dude, that's why he sits it in there and waits for it to give its accurate reading. He's not boxing the experiment trying to screw with it somehow. He's actually showing you.
I'm not saying he's trying to mess with it.
He's just lying basically at this point.
I'm not lying.
Watch it or listen to it. Did you listen to it with audio?
Yes, I did.
While we were in this hangout together?
I stepped away for a couple minutes to watch it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tell you this stuff about the video, would I?
I'd say
Did you watch it with your face held to the screen, Thomas? Did you watch it with your face pressed up against the screen?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Did you watch it while you were sucking on your mouse, Thomas? Thomas, did you properly watch it, Thomas?
I just watched the video. I mean, simple as that.
Did you bang yourself repeatedly in the head with the keyboard like you're supposed to when you watch these videos, Thomas?
Yeah, let's download a textbook on optics or something. I'll see what we can determine about light. Right?
It's okay to disagree. People can watch it and decide for themselves.
You have every right to disagree with my critique of the video. I'm giving my critique. That's all I'm doing. I'm not a scientist, so I can only offer. I'll offer what I can.
How would you do it if you wanted to determine if the moon?
I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
You don't have a better option of how he could have done it better.
So because I don't have a better option, therefore this guy must be right.
Well, you're saying it's faulty, therefore you must have some kind of standard you're going by.
Well, typically...
Well, basic scientific method says that you sterilize and clean your instrumentation after every introduction to stimulus. Every single one. That's basic
true.
scientific.
It doesn't matter if it's water.
That's
Going
basic.
from hot to hotter water.
It doesn't matter. You don't. Yeah. Okay. All right. I understand. You think that's funny. I'll tell you what I think is funny. No. I'll tell you what I think is funny. I think it's funny the fact that at no time in human history has any visual light ever been cold, but you seem to think that moonlight has been. Okay. That's, to me, I find that funny. I mean, while you're laughing at proper scientific
what experiments have you done?
While you're laughing at proper scientific methodology, okay, let's wrap our lips around that one and give that one a good laugh.
You're like the poster boy puppet for like dogmatic scientism. I swear.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Like
you're absolutely right. Yeah, I know. I know. And you're the poster boy for picking and choosing what science you consider correct. Why are you
so mad though? That's my question.
Why do you care whether I'm mad or not? Why do you care?
Because you're proving
Why do you
my
care?
point. That's why.
I'm not proving any point whatsoever.
Well, just stop trying to. Let's not divert towards asking why Gus is mad.
Well,
Let's
he
stick to the
diverted.
topic.
Don't you agree, Thomas, that he's the one who diverted into ad hominems against me?
No,
So
you're the one who keeps asking why he's mad and that he's foaming at the mouth. So let's cut
after
that
he
out
goes
and
on
stick to the
a
topic.
5-minute diatribe against me, so you guys are showing your
A
hardcore about
5-whole-minute diatribe, huh? Which 5-minute diatribe would that have been?
the one where you just blabbed a bunch of monkey poo at me for the last.
Yeah, blabbed a bunch of monkey poo. Which 5-minute diatribe would that have been exactly?
You see my point?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. You can't even
Hey,
name what you're
Nadia,
talking
should I
about. You
block
can't
this
even
guy? Do
cite
you
what you're
actually want a
complaining about.
discussion in your room, or do you
You
want
can't
this
even
mad
cite what you're complaining
monkey
about.
over here? Why are you so mad, Gus? I mean, we're just talking.
What do you care if I'm mad or not? Why do you care if I'm mad? What does it matter to
Why
you?
are you so mad?
What does it matter to you?
Because you're disrupting the room.
I'm not disrupting anything. Why don't you just try dealing with the facts?
You are
Why don't you
disrupting.
why don't you try actually dealing with people's points as happened?
Well, I'm trying to talk to someone else who.
Yeah, well,
actually
I also notice, and
jumping on Twitter, so.
isn't it convenient that you're
Why don't you
ignoring the
give
fact that
my
at no
ball
time,
sack a little
yeah,
bit, Gus?
at
Give my ball sack a break,
yeah,
okay?
okay, your ball sack, okay. Well, I'm not talking about my ball sack, but you're apparently talking about yours. But why
Yes,
don't you talk about the fact that at no time in
has
all of
dividends on
human
it.
experience,
Just,
at no time in all of human experience has light ever been
how
cold.
do I turn this guy
Visual
in?
light. Right? Yeah, I know. You can run away from the question if you want to, but that's your problem, not my problem.
Dude, I have nothing more to say to you, dude.
At no
You have
time
nothing
has
to add.
visible light ever proven to be cold. Why won't you answer that?
Why have you keep saying this? Why? What's your
Because
point?
it's true. At no time, because you're the one that says that
I
moonlight
just
is
showed you
cold.
an experiment, and you're saying it's wrong. Okay. Okay, Gus. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we just showed you what was wrong with the methodology.
Good.
We showed you.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
showed you that. We
Okay.
showed you that if moonlight was actually cold, it would be the
All right.
first instance. It would be the first instance of visual light ever recorded that was cold.
Okay, good.
All right.
Can you see the
Real
textbook?
quick. I can see it.
Okay. Let's see. Where would we actually want to go in terms of the examination of the nature of light and how it relates to heat and so on?
What?
I said, where should we actually go in this text to see the nature of light and how it relates to heat? Go ahead.
Yeah, Veko, the experiments have been showing that the moon has been given its own cool light. And I've linked a few videos, man, and I sent you a couple showing it. It's pretty neat. And it kind of goes against what they're talking about. So I would like to see some experiments from their side proving these experiments wrong. It's pretty messed up.
I posted a YouTube video. I felt since you put up a YouTube video, I would. Did you check that out yet?
I'm actually gonna take the courtesy to watch it when I can watch it. If you want me to leave the hangout and go watch it on a different time, so I can
Well,
do that.
I took the courtesy during this hangout to watch your video. Why can't you take the courtesy to watch his video?
Well, I don't think you actually did, because 2 minutes after I gave you a video longer than 2 minutes long, you were back saying it wasn't correct.
Well, the video you posted is about 5 minutes, and I did watch it, and I said I stepped away for a couple minutes, but I didn't mean literally a couple minutes.
Well, I didn't.
But, I mean, it's fine if you want to watch it another time, Arcane. Like, that's cool. I don't care. You don't have to watch it right now, but just don't keep continually. Don't stop. Just stop continuously saying there's no experiments. To the contrary, because you
described to me.
You just admitted you haven't had time to watch one, so I mean that's cool.
Describe what's on the
But just
video.
say I haven't got to
You're
watch
just gonna keep talking. Exactly. Keep talking about nothing.
Well, no, I wasn't talking about nothing. I was.
Well,
just
I love it. He interrupts you in mid-sentence, and then when you try to finish your sentence by talking past him, he says, "Oh well, you're just going to keep talking." I love that.
Can you describe how your video refutes mine or no?
Because it's an experiment. Someone conducted an experiment measuring moonlight, and this experiment concluded that the moonlight holds no temperature.
Yeah, okay. Well,
So
I'll
if
check it
you
out.
want to watch it sometime, you can check it out. But quit saying that there's no evidence, no experiments to the
I've never-
contrary, because I've told you for the last 20 minutes there's at least one.
Well,
And
we
I'm
just
not
got
even.
one
My
here.
point isn't even about the moonlight, because I think that's the whole thing is asinine that we're even arguing that moonlight is colder. But that's fine. But my point is, your
Why is it
evidence, like
asinine?
usual, is a YouTube video, and I said, well, there's one that counters your point. We're at a stalemate. We each have YouTube videos. You have
Okay,
not been
so
able
you
to back
agree
up
with
one
the rest
claim of a
of
flat Earth
the
tonight. You can state how it supposedly works, like, oh, well, the moon is just a
Why
flat
are you so
disk that we face, but you can't explain why it's like that.
Why are you so
You're just like,
radical?
well, I can't explain. You guys are going to have to go look at the hypothetical model. But
Why are
in
you
the
so mad
hypothetical
about
model, it doesn't exist, so it can't exist.
Why are you foaming at
That's
the
all
mouth?
I've heard tonight.
Why
That's all
are
I've
you so
really...
angry,
Gus?
Arcane? Arcane, why are you so angry? Arcane,
Just
why are you
asking
so
what you
angry,
guys are
Arcane?
telling me.
Arcane,
Okay, here we go.
Arcane, why are you so angry? Why are you so angry, Arcane? Arcane, you're angry, Arcane. Why are you so angry? You shouldn't be angry, Arcane.
Okay. Are we following Maxwell's equations and such get involved here, or?
What's that, Nadia?
Oh, I was comparing Maxwell's equations and such regarding the electromagnetic radiation, of which light is a particular variety. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're blasting
How
the
does that
past,
relate
and I
to
can't.
what
I
we're
mean,
saying?
first of all, a lot of this is mathematics. It just goes right over my head. I mean, what we know is that visual light is never. It has never been discovered to be, cold, ever,
Well,
ever.
the heat equation is pretty much shows the kind of effect, at least given the success of this as a model, is expected to be one where light would cause an increase in temperature. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm right. So all this stuff basically means I'm right.
Well, like I said, I have to look at the video that your homeboy posted, but until then, I
But
don't.
Arcane isn't going to hear any of that because he's
I don't
got
see
me
how
ignored
anything
in the
on paper
hangout.
is
So
really going to refute what I'm seeing with my own 2 eyes.
Does I didn't see that?
yeah, he's got me ignored.
Oh, I didn't see that. I had it presented to everyone. I thought I had it presented. I see where it did it now. Hang on, I need to reload it.
No, I blocked the pit bull over there.
Okay, well, actually looking for the direct implication involved with the derivation of the heat equation from that's the Maxwell model of electromagnetic radiation here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that in particular. So I'm not sure
It's
how
not
that
really that big a
applies.
deal, though. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not sure how that applies to anything anyway. And like Secular was saying, you haven't proven a flat Earth all night. Well, that's not what I've been trying to do. What I've been trying to do is show that your ball theory doesn't hold weight anymore.
Well, that's
Oh,
fine, but it started with us asking... I started by asking you some simple questions. Actually, I started with the moon question. According to a flat Earth, explain these things. If you don't know, that's cool. I'm not trying to say you should know everything about it. I'm just saying that's
I
kind
didn't
of
answer
where
your
the
question.
conversation started. It didn't come and say, hey, Arcane, can you please prove to me why a globe Earth isn't real? Like, it never started like that. And I
Did I answer
pointed
your
out the
question?
fact that you can say, well, on a flat Earth, the sun rotates this way, but you've never explained why it's like that, like by what mechanisms or forces are at work to make it like
Arcane. I mean, you're going to make numerical predictions based on a flat Earth model of, let's say, the sum of the 3 angles in a triangle, or various kinds of sizes of triangle, right? Go ahead. Is that right? Arcane?
These are theoretical.
Yeah, Arcane. Is that right?
Well,
See, I can't hear Arcane because he has me blocked.
Yeah,
so I don't know when he's talking or when he's not talking.
My contention is that a flat Earth model will predict that triangles, angles, would add up to pi, or 180 degrees, irrespective of the size of the triangle. And in a spherical model, as the triangle grows progressively larger, I will see it's called an angular or spherical excess of the angles of the triangle, which means it won't add up to 180 degrees. It'll be greater than that. Right. Do you agree, Arcane?
Like I said, it's theoretical.
Yeah, it is theoretical.
So you can actually make this big triangle, Nadia. I told you this before. Like, do you listen when I tell you things once? Like, I've told you my stance on this several times. Until you can show me this theoretical actually take place in reality, you're not proving anything. You're just saying, well, if then. Well, okay, I agree. If then, so what? Prove it.
Well, the if then it's already happened, right?
Well, it's like if the Earth is a ball, we should have seen a north-south circumnavigation. I've never seen one that's to my satisfaction. If the Earth is a ball and there's two poles, we should have seen at least.
Let's go back.
With technology we have by now, we should have seen a compass down there proving that there is a south pole. Never seen that.
The year 1827.
What I'm saying.
Well, in the year 1827.
It's retarded.
The year 1827, Carl Friedrich Gauss carried out surveys in However.
Retarded.
Sorry?
I think he just called you retarded, Nadia.
No, someone else called you retarded.
Arcane will do that, I suppose. That's what it's all about with him, calling people names.
Well, Hoberg, Brocken, and Inglesberg, I think, were, I think, three cities between which Gauss measured a triangle, right? Observed.
Any proof of this?
Well, it's not a proof. It's an observation, right? That's
historical claim.
Response to the predictions. Oh, sorry. Say it again.
It's a historical claim, right?
Is what?
It's a claim made in the past by some dude.
Well, what can be done? Sorry. Well, these are, predictive models, predictive expectations, right? Scientific instrumentalism says, the predictive models are predicting future observations and engages in kind of a pragmatic epistemology regarding the, future observations and having things deemed instrumentally true, otherwise, as far as they have predictive value, right? I mean, the
predictive value.
Yeah.
You mean like if the Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, we should predict some curvature, X amount of miles every so often, we should see curvature, and we're not seeing it right now at all? I mean, I haven't seen it. Maybe you've seen it somewhere deep, dark in your past memories, but I've never seen it. So,
well, the way one goes about trying
something theoretical, Nadia, your theoreticals sound good on paper. If then, I agree. If we're on a ball, what have you, then what you're saying is true. But until you can actually go and prove this thing, it just sounds good on paper. That's like saying, if I hit the lottery tonight for $6 million, and if it's direct deposited within a month, then in a month I will have $6 million. Well, okay, let's see it when it happens. You're not showing me. You're just saying
Induction.
if then. I agree.
Induction.
Right. So if you presuppose
Induction.
heliocentrism and you presuppose a spinning ball, then you would say, okay, this 10,000-mile triangle would be
Spin is a different question.
whatever.
Right. So if you make a triangle on the Earth, right?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, the thing is, well, apparently you care about the question of what shape the Earth is, right?
But I agree with you, though.
Okay. Well, the models that successfully, or more accurately predict the angles of a triangle of large sizes on the surface of the Earth are, well, not planar models. Right?
Yes, they are. All surveyors, navigators, people who lay down long stretches of railroads and bridges. None of these people use spherical mathematics at all. This is
Really?
why we
No.
don't see buildings. This is why we don't see buildings leaning away from each other amongst large spans of horizon because
I think Hogtie would disagree with you.
Well,
So, Arcane, how do you
I
get a
never
triangle that
know.
has a sum total angles of 270 degrees on a flat surface?
Yeah, I'm not done talking. See, this is the issue. It's like a knee-jerk demonic reaction when I start talking about anything regarding anything.
You're the one that does it. God forbid that anybody actually ask you to provide evidence for your insane model.
I don't have to provide
See,
you any
this is what I'm
evidence.
talking
You're
about.
the one
It's
that's
so
got the
cool.
evidence. I don't have to provide evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we feel the need to prove like a globe Earth or a spherical Earth because it's already been demonstrated. I'm more interested in hearing the evidence for a flat Earth.
Oh, it's been demonstrated by NASA.
But I haven't heard any guaranteed he's not going to get to it. He's going to go back to attacking like a sphere Earth. He won't actually
That's
give
the
evidence
point,
for a
yeah.
flat Earth. It's the same thing we see with creationists, right? They'll never, if you take evolution out of the equation, they have no argument for intelligent design. Because all their arguments are predicated on attacking evolution. It's the same thing with this. He's like, well, I can make it sound like this isn't right with a spherical Earth, so a flat Earth wins by default.
Mutated
What is the
monkey would
science
say
behind?
that's
I
secular.
want to hear the science behind a flat Earth. Like by
He
what
has
laws
none.
of physics?
He's just a troll.
Oh, exactly.
Right.
There's nothing to it. It's like libertarianism. It's nuts.
Well,
Are you done getting that out of your system? Feel good now?
I would.
I'm waiting.
You got
there
the
is no
lash
argument
out.
for a flat Earth. It's a fucking fairy tale.
So cool.
Well, actually, I would examine, for instance, perhaps historical discussions of the subject, or like Aristotle. I think was one of the earliest to consider the question of, or publish regarding the question in the extant form, extant forms, right?
Well, within the
Possibly somebody
context
wrote
of,
earlier, but we don't have their work extant. So Aristotle is the earliest.
well, within the context of history, that's one thing. But the nice thing about this is that we don't have to rely on Aristotle because we have the Mercury program.
The what program?
The Mercury program, the Gemini program, the Apollo program.
They didn't
the
specifically
space shuttle.
examine the shape of the Earth.
Wow. Oh, no. Really? Like, oh, okay. All right, I just, Oh.
They didn't really produce supporting evidence.
I mean, they looked out the window and saw that the Earth was round. I mean, they gave them a little window and they looked out and went, oh, it's round. Look at that.
Yeah. It produced incidental supporting evidence. It's not directly oriented toward producing, I guess, a conclusion, result, and so on regarding the shape of the Earth. Aristotle's investigation was, and I guess with respect to feasibility of an individual examining the questions, observations, carrying out observations, well, we can possibly use methods closer to the historical ones, because they were obviously limited means to, and what's in effect similar to was available to an individual of not tremendous wealth today, right? We're not going to, buy our way up to the International Space Station or something, right?
No, but it's not necessary, though. I mean, there's I don't know. This is just silly. It's just really, really silly. We know better. We've known better for years.
You know what's really cool?
But in effect, it was understood by anyone carrying on any kind of navigation and for, well, the whole of recorded history, really. And very likely prehistory as well, given that there was quite a bit of navigation apparently ongoing in the, I guess, Austronesian, areas of the globe. Go ahead.
I was actually going to say, ask Gus, do you remember when you were a kid going down to the railroad tracks? If you're real lucky, you could look at a really long, straight stretch with no obstructions or anything, right?
Yeah.
And if you're ever actually in that situation where you have it long enough for miles you can look at it, if you really look close, they'll get narrower the farther it is away. It'll appear narrower, right?
Yeah.
But the two railroad ties will never actually touch. That's because the point of convergence is behind the horizon on a curved Earth. If it was a flat Earth, we could, even with binoculars, you could look at it and eventually the 2 points would touch. You'd see the point of convergence. But we don't see that. Why is that, Arcane? Why is it on a flat Earth with the railroad ties will never touch?
I don't know. Why are you a monkey? Why are you a monkey? I don't know. Why are you a monkey?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, also, welcome, Seth. Yeah, racism, flat Earth, and so on. I mean, are they actually of genuine consequence? I mean, I don't know. I don't think I mean, seriously, why do we even care?
Because
whatever, right?
Because your country has a man like Donald Trump is now a presidential fucking nominee. He's fucking. Are you asking that question? There's people that believe there's flat Earth and fucking Sandy Hook was a hoax and friggin' Donald Trump should be president. And,
Well, if I may, perhaps give Karl Marx's kind of maybe literarily expressed assessment. Said criticism of heaven because criticism of earth, criticism of religion because criticism of law, criticism of theology because criticism of politics, right?
Well, what I know is that
has societal, social, political, and material implications, right?
dark ages don't emerge on a nation all at once. They're, scientific enlightenment gets chipped away one little piece at a time.
This is a philosophical issue.
And this kind of thing is just sort of one chip away at enlightenment. One chip away at understanding. And this is how this kind of stuff starts.
You see? See? You see? That's the issue. It's not a scientific issue at all.
Actually,
saying evolution would not exist without a ball Earth. Okay, prove it.
That's what Darwinism and evolutionism is.
No, it doesn't. You don't even know the first thing about it.
That's probably the most baseless claim you've made all day.
Okay, where did the ball
Arcane's
come
not
from?
making baseless claims. No. Not Arcane.
What does where the planet have? What does where the planet came from have to do with biology, Arcane?
Think about it.
Nothing.
About the idea of a spherical Earth. Where did it come from? That would be. I'm assuming you're going to say the Greeks.
No. According to your paradigm,
who are you asking?
How did the Earth form? Where did it come
from? An accretion disk.
In what'd you say?
Accretion disk.
accretion.
Was this a
One more point for Arcane not knowing the first thing what he's talking about. Yes, the modern paradigm says that Earth and the other rocky planets formed out of an accretion disk from the early solar system. Yes.
You want to be careful talking to him like that, Seth. He'll mute
the
you
early
too.
solar system, this evolved from a Big Bang, essentially,
No.
right?
No.
You have
So
to
the Big
gently
Bang,
cup
you don't-
Arcane's balls
so
when
the
you talk
current
to him.
cosmological
Arcane, you're not even remotely correct. I mean, what you're searching for here is cosmic evolution, which is not the Earth came from an accretion disk. That you're talking about where the elements came from in the crucible of stars, which is sometimes referred to as cosmic evolution, but it's not the same thing as molecular evolution or biological evolution. And I mean, the idea. Darwin's ideas came about way before we got the idea to call how we got the elements other than hydrogen and lithium from the crucible of stars. That came afterwards. We just called it cosmic evolution because it kind of is a similar idea, the small changes over time.
Well, given the Copernican view of the universe, it opened
Copernicus
the door.
didn't come up with cosmic evolution. It's actually quite recent.
You're not listening.
See,
really
when people say you don't know what you're talking about, this is what they're talking about.
Let me know when you're ready to listen, Seth. I'll wait for you.
I am. It's very difficult to hear. You're speaking very low.
Your mic is very quiet, Arcane.
I'll turn him up.
Somebody turned my volume down, so I don't know what's up with that.
I don't know why he's still here when he's muted.
It wasn't turned down, but I'm gonna turn him up.
You're mumbling.
There you go.
Arcane, you're mumbling as well.
I don't know
I
why
turned
he's
him up.
still here when he's ignored people.
Can you hear me? Am I okay to you guys?
Yeah, go ahead and finish your.
No, you're still
do
kind
you
of mumbling.
Well, we are attempting to do outreach, right? Good.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you do hear a mumble,
That makes it alright.
I'll just tell you why I have a mumble. I basically have all new front teeth in my mouth. I've had all my teeth knocked out several times throughout my career, and it's kind of hard adjusting to these new ones. They're kind of big, even though it's been a couple years. So if I mumble,
It hasn't been an
apologize.
issue until tonight, Arcane. So I apologize for going on about you mumbling. That was insensitive of me. Sorry.
Well, I talked the same tonight as I've ever
Speak
talked
up.
the other night, so I apologize, Seth. But
No. That was my. I shouldn't have kept going on about you mumbling. I feel bad. I really do. Sincerely.
It's all right. As I was saying, heliocentrism, the Copernican idea, opened the door for deep time as far as the universe or the solar system evolving from a Big Bang sort of situation. Opened up the door for deep time to allow for evolution to happen. Before that, people hold a view commonly that there was a dome over us and that we were on a flat plane. There was no, billions of years of evolving planets and cosmic evolution and solar systems. There's just everything revolves around the Earth.
Not true. So if you paid attention to the history of science at all, that doesn't fit with what we know about the history of Western science. Back even in Darwin's day, we really weren't sure if the Earth was tens of thousands of years old or millions of years old or billions of years old. There were, as a matter of fact, when Darwin put forward his theory, there were two thoughts. There's like this cataclysmic idea where the Earth was shaped in short cataclysmic events, like say a biblical flood, and or something long drawn out, like plate tectonics. Turns out it's a little bit of both. But one side thought the Earth was young, and the other side thought the Earth was old, and they were both scientifically backed. And that was one of the problems with Darwin proposing his theory, is it would have needed one of those to be correct, not the other. We would have needed longer time. Copernicus's theory did not, in his revolution, didn't bring about, okay, sure, the Earth is millions of years old. We didn't get to that until a little bit after Darwin, actually.
Actually, no, it was before Darwin. It was Charles Lyell's geologic column, which opened the door for Darwin.
Yeah, but we didn't know how old the geological column was.
You know your history, Seth?
Yes, we didn't. We knew there was a geological column, but we didn't know it was millions of years old. We thought it could have been thousands of years old.
Well, regardless, it opened the door for deep time. That's what I'm saying.
No, it
Open the
didn't.
door.
Exactly, it did not.
Because currently, what's the current
What you're calling
paradigm?
what you're calling deep time is something much longer than thousands of years, unless you
Well,
want to
you're not
say
even giving
young
me
Earth
a
creationism is also
exactly
deep time.
anything. So like I get out of the sentence and you cut me off and you give me your opinion. So
I'm sorry if I'm doing that. It's difficult to know when you're stopping because you're very, very, very muffled.
well, just give me time. I mean, you don't have to be so abrasive. I mean,
Oh, is he complaining again?
I do have to be abrasive. That's just my personality. I'm abrasive.
Why
well,
are you, why are
mine's
you
a
so
little bit
mad?
more laid back. So you have to bear with me sometimes. So,
I'm
but
trying.
yeah. So
Why is Arcane allowed to block people again?
just the whole idea, like for example, the current paradigm says, "Who the heck is echoing, man? I hate hearing extra me. There's only one me, and I gotta echo myself. I hate that." Probably
Oh, we
Seth.
know
I mean,
there's only one arcane.
just yeah. There's only one me, man. Get it right. Don't echo me. So.
They broke the fucking mold when they made you.
Damn right. So yeah. Somebody left. Okay. Hope she comes back. All right. So for example, the current paradigm in Vecco. I hope you hear this because this isn't too complex of a scientific issue. This relates to how the whole deception works, basically, and not necessarily a deception from their point of view, but just overall how you can be deceived into what they're saying. Okay. So the scripture says that the earth was created out of the water. If you read Genesis, it says that God hovered over the water, and the earth was created out of the water, and there was a firmament that separated the water from the water, and the earth was standing in the water, standing in the water. So, what does the current view say now? That the earth began as a hot, molten, firing mass of, it was like a early whatever. I don't know the scientific term for what it was, a proto-Earth, whatever, but that's what it says that Earth began like. It didn't begin out of the water. Water didn't come till millions or billions of years later. How the scripture says that the sun moves and that the Earth is standing still, but the current view says that the sun, relative to the Earth, is standing still, and it's that the Earth is moving around the sun, and that the Earth is spinning. So you see, everything that currently stands as true as far as science, modern science, is anti-scripture. And I think you follow history, the trend shows that more progressively it's been more and more anti-biblical. And not to say that their ideas are wrong on the face of it, just in reality there's some things that raise eyebrows. And there's nothing that they can show me empirically that can prove their model. It's basically based on their philosophical view of a Big Bang cosmology. So based on a Big Bang, therefore everything else.
Yeah. Also, Big Bang cosmology didn't exist prior to Darwin.
No, you're right. I agree with you. But
so well, you say agree with that, but I mean, I thought this whole thing was you saying that.
Seeing the contrast I'm trying to draw between the different paradigms.
But what you're talking about, you're saying the paradigm shifted with the Copernican revolution, but that's not true. This happened. All of these things that you're mentioning happened not just after Copernicus, but after Darwin even.
Right. What I'm saying is we still hold the Copernican view that the sun is at the center and that the Earth and the planets are going around it. Well, that's not necessarily his view, but that's when it became more popular among the West. We still hold that view. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. It opened the door for Big Bang cosmology and evolutionism and all of that. Before that, there really wasn't a window because people didn't hold that paradigm. So when Charles Lyell came out with his geologic column and said, if these are different time periods, this means it could be different ages. It could be thousands, millions, billions of years old. It changed the paradigm. See, this isn't a scientific debate at the core of it. It's philosophical. It's worldview dependent more so than evidential. It has nothing to do with evidence at this point. I'm sorry.
Except your main point, which you started to, I assume, try to support when you started talking, was that this deep time concept came from the Copernican revolution, which it did not.
No, I didn't. I said it opened the door for it. It opened the door for deep time. Before that, if the Earth was the center of the universe, well, think about it. If the Earth is the center of the universe,
that means it can only be thousands of years old.
That's a pretty different worldview as far as the origin of the Earth. You can't really tuck Earth away in some Big Bang somewhere. That kind of screams, "Hello, you're special."
But I fail to see, and you've yet to support, why an Earth-centered universe would therefore be younger and not allow for deep time. I'm failing to see that link.
Well, think about it for a second, Seth. If the Earth, let's say the Earth isn't even flat. Let's say it's just the center of the universe. Like everything evolves around the Earth. Let's say that, for example. That's pretty hard to say it Big Banged out of a cosmic disk or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It kind of screams, "Hello, you were created for a purpose."
How does it scream that? I mean, sure, you can say that it isn't a uniform expansion, but it doesn't scream, "Hi, you were created for a purpose."
Actually, besides which, there are things about there's things about contemporary cosmology that also scream out that we have a creator. Have you not ever heard of the argument from discoverability?
Oh, I definitely agree. See, the issue isn't that. Like,
well, you can't agree with the argument from discoverability because your worldview doesn't allow for that.
I agree that if you grant the presuppositions of the models, that there are things that you can reconcile within them that we see in the real world, no doubt about it. Like heliocentrism, there's nothing you can point to in observation that can prove that. All you're seeing, okay,
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Follow me where I'm going. When you walk out your door and you look up at the sky, you're seeing things move above you from your perspective. There's no way to prove that the Earth is moving or that they are moving and vice versa. There's no way to prove it.
Follow him, Seth. Follow him off the edge of the Earth.
I am, but he's still missing the point.
No, you're missing the point. You can't prove it from an observational perspective. Therefore, your philosophy dictates what you're going to believe.
I understand your point. I really do.
That's why this debate is happening. If it was so easy to prove the Earth is a ball, we wouldn't be sitting here going back and forth.
I've said Arcane. I'm sympathetic to that view. Relativity says there is no preferential reference frame. I get that. Sure, why not? I'll grant that to you. But that still doesn't change the fact that
has nothing to do with
that. That there are still things from modern contemporary cosmology that also would support the idea that we're created with a special purpose. Arguments like the argument from discoverability, which are what you can't agree with them. They're not available to your worldview. The argument from discoverability is not available to you.
No,
yes, it is.
I agree that there are reasons within those models to believe that there is a creator. No doubt about it. Within heliocentrism, like a couple months ago, before I was a plain level earther, I don't like flat earther anymore, so I'm gonna change it. Deal with it. But yeah, before a few months ago, I was saying, yeah, look at the heliocentric model. Look how that glorifies God. No doubt about it. It still does from a mathematical standpoint and everything. That's what they're saying. So I have no problem with that. But it doesn't mean that it's true. Just because the model supports a particular worldview, I mean, that doesn't. That's not the issue.
You forgot where our discussion came from. You're saying that that this Big Bang cosmology comes from is like this woefully desperate attempt to try to say that there's no creator. That cosmology leads to at least the possibility that there's no creator, ignoring the fact that contemporary cosmology does lead to theistic arguments, like the argument from discoverability.
It does, but it also opens the door. What I never said it was this woefully desperate attempt either.
I know.
I've
I'm
also
putting words
said
in
it
your
was
mouth, but I'm,
very, like I said, I'm very open to the idea that people scientifically minded at the time could have come up with the theory on their own without the devil's help for, I'll sake of the argument. They don't need the devil's help to come up with a heliocentric model and have the world believe it on the basis of rationality. It's very rational on paper. It makes sense. That's why, you have astronomers today using, their math to make their predictions, but it doesn't mean that it's. I'm getting a stupid echo. I don't like the echo. Like
Oh,
I
is
said,
that
there's
me?
one arcane. One arcane. Yeah. I
It's
think
not
it's
me,
you.
is it?
Yeah, it's you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Arcane, is
Yeah,
is your
just because
avatar one of the?
the model works on paper doesn't mean that it will fit the observations in reality. That's the things that I'm questioning, and that's where the discussion never ends up, though.
Is just out of curiosity, is your avatar a rendition of one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse?
That is death on the pale horse.
That's what I figured.
It's from the
Yeah, it's
artwork
Is it?
of a book. I don't know the artist, Arcane.
I don't know the artist either. But the
It's
author's
William
William
Cooper's
Cooper.
book. Behold the pale horse.
It's very late '60s psychedelic.
You should see the whole book cover. It's a
I'm
book
gonna
cover, is
Google
what
it
it
real
is.
quick.
He was a Christian. Some people say what they want about what he was involved in. I have no proof of anything, but for what I know about the guy, he was pretty legit. He had a strong message. So rest in
There you
peace,
go.
Bill Cooper, man.
I'm always curious about
There's the
Arcane's.
image.
Veckel was pointing out the abrupt subject change. I'm always curious about Veckel's avatars. I've probably asked him about every single one that he's had since I've known him at some point.
Yeah, all my avatars are usually dead revolutionaries or ancient stone megaliths that can't be explained by modern technology.
Can't be explained.
Not rationally explained, I should say.
Yeah, according to Arcane, you can't move an obelisk more than 500 miles, even though they've moved them over 1,500. Because
See,
math isn't his strong suit.
This is what people do when they lie about Arcane on the internet. They'll say,
They
Arcane
moved
believes
obelisks from
this.
Egypt to Rome.
Blah, blah,
There was
blah,
a
blah,
hangout here
blah,
in
blah,
Nadia's room where
blah,
you
blah.
refused to accept that from Rome to Egypt was more than 500 miles, even though it's over 1,500.
I never denied that people can move
You
large blocks of
absolutely
stone.
did deny it.
How about
No,
Stonehenge?
I denied that people move large blocks of stone. So keep lying on Arcane. It's awesome.
What about
You
Stonehenge?
just lied about what I just said.
Didn't some
Well,
apologists
you're
say that
lying about
Stonehenge
me,
was like a
so.
bench for giants recently?
Actually, I don't know about Stonehenge. I'm hearing that it might have been fake. I don't know.
Fake
Don't know.
what? Fake?
Don't know. Yeah, I've seen some things recently that say it might have been staged.
What do you
I don't
what?
know.
What do you mean staged?
As in people with modern, well, I think it was done back in the 40s or something. I don't know.
No, that's ridiculous.
Not the 40s, but what am I thinking of?
I
I
have
have to
no
pull
idea.
up the thing that I saw the other day. But basically, I saw some photos that looked pretty convincing of them with their machinery putting up these these blocks. Not to say that they put them all up, but maybe reconstructed part of it. Maybe most of something was already there, and then they came and reconstructed it later. I don't know.
Were they putting them back because some fell over?
Possibly,
Yeah.
but
Well, after the Griswolds took that European vacation,
Well,
Maybe you don't know.
I don't know. But like I said, I don't know how much of it is authentic and how much is came after the fact when people trying to say it's authentic. I don't know. I've just seen some things recently that make me wonder. Are you guys skeptical about just certain things or just what? I mean, because I'm skeptical about everything at this point. Like, I don't trust anything I see unless I can like dig into it a little bit. Because, man, I'll tell you. But like the avatar that I had most recently, the Olmec, had like Veko, Psycho, dog, like them some African looking heads, bruh. And they are like with a precision of beauty and awe.
Why would you
I mean, they're
discount people's
weathered to the
ingenuity?
point of they're weathered, so you know that they're ancient stones. I mean, you're talking thousands of years old. They're
Well, they
not
can't
just
be too old.
well, I don't know how old you're saying, but I know that they're weathered to warrant thousands of years, not just hundreds. So, um, yeah, so you're
So
talking about thousands of years ago, just like the Great Pyramid and all these other places that are like you click on my profile page, you see them stones in the background. Those are at Peru. Some of those are much bigger than the stones found in Egypt, and it's just amazing precision. And these are African-looking faces on these Olmecs, and they found in
yeah,
America. So this
well,
totally goes
in
against
South America, yeah,
reality.
South America.
Mexico, come on, dog. That's America, dog.
Oh, what?
Yeah, some of them were found as far up as um, in Tijuana. Olmecs have been found like all over the Americas, and it's crazy. And you know what? Like people, when they find these kind of things,
Oh,
if they don't have like a biblical kind of worldview, they kind of just talk it up to like, well, maybe aliens did it, man, and they can really make a case for it because it's like a lot of these artifacts and things are like kind of hard to explain. But then you got the other people who say, no, they could have easily did it. There's no need for aliens or God people. So you have these two back and forth, but in reality, if they read the scriptures, even the ancient uh, Vedic texts and all of those Near Eastern texts, they're all talking about who did it and what was going on. And then we have these legends that we don't know where they came from, and people say, oh, Thor and all of these people, they were gods. They weren't gods, they were just the people who actually built these structures, and that people thought they were gods because they were idiots. But yeah, it's a matter of how you look at it. So like I said, it has nothing to do with the evidence. It's how you look at the evidence. It's not an evidential issue. What's up, Rev? What's up, my brother?
Hey, Arcane.
Peace.
God bless you, man. God bless.
You too, my mans. Rev.
yeah, the Olmec heads are mysterious. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're pretty nifty. I like the Egyptian stones the best. The Egyptians and the Peruvians. Those are the prettiest, in my opinion. They're the most massive. And it seems to be the most ancient they are, the bigger they are. Go figure.
Hey, Arcane, what's your icon?
My
I really like it. I never get a chance to ask you about it.
I don't know if you're gonna like it if you read where it actually came from.
Behold a pale horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you? What I've heard about the book, but I don't know anything. I mean, I just heard of the book, but I don't know what it's about. Like, what is it about? It's based off of scripture.
Book of Revelations. Isn't the pale horse the horse of death?
I see. Yeah, behold. I see it.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Which is rather fitting now that you Americans have Donald Trump as the Republican nominee.
But the book,
Not yet.
the book
He's
is
not
by
yet.
William Cooper, and it's.
It ain't my fault, man.
It's all about conspiracy.
I've been waiting to crack that joke.
No, Becca, William Cooper was the guy who went on his radio show 3 months
months before 9/11 happened and said that Bin Laden, well, they were gonna blow up a building and blame it on Bin Laden. And he's basically said, don't believe it. It's going to be some bullshit, BS. And it happened on 9/11, and everyone was like, yo, he said it was going to happen, and it happened. He said that something was going to happen. They were going to blame it on Bin Laden, and then it happened. And then, like, not long after that, he was shot in front of his front yard by the
Oh,
police.
yeah. Now it's starting to come back.
Citation, please.
What?
Citation, please.
Oh, it's true. That's true.
Really?
Oh yeah. I mean,
I would like to hear it.
And it's not so mysterious. Well, you can Google it, and you can listen to him say it himself. I mean, I'm well aware of it.
Play
A
it.
lot of people. I mean, a lot of people didn't know who Osama bin Laden was, but I mean, I did.
He was getting kind of bigger.
At
that point anyways, he was involved in a couple of things already.
In fact, I'll tell you this. I used to play the original EverQuest back then, and I named my dark elf after Osama bin Laden. And I stopped playing that character on September 12th.
Man.
You know, it's
because
I'll always know when I started going on Google Hangouts because I started on 9/11. So it's kind of.
Do what?
I started coming into Hangouts on 9/11. So I'll always remember.
Hangouts back then?
What?
At Hangouts back then?
On purpose?
Oh, I'm being an idiot. I'm sorry. It was
2001.
2015. In 2015, I started. But
like
I started
coincidentally or on purpose?
No, coincidentally.
When the attack happened, I just gone for a job interview in the World Trade Center the year before.
No. I had a plan. I was doing a film with some friends, and we had months in advance scheduled for a really big scene. We were supposed to have a lot of people show up on that day. Next thing you know, I'm getting a phone call from the main actress saying she can't make it. I'm like, oh man, what the heck's going on now? Why can't you make it? Because there's been an attack. And I was like, an attack? What, somebody's in the hospital?
Uh-oh.
I had a job interview that next day in the tallest building in Minneapolis, and it was a little nerve-wracking, a little bit. It was
tallest building where?
I was watching it live.
In Minneapolis is the IDS Tower.
Okay.
It's only 57 stories or so. But still, I was looking out those glass windows nervously.
So
it was also, that day was also my sister's golden birthday, her 12th birthday. It was a little overshadowed by the day before.
Yeah, that's a deep discussion, you know, man. Like
My dad was scouting for.
I like pushing that 9/11 issue, man. It's it pushes people to the brink.
Well, it relates rather strongly to Islamic fundamentalism and the United States' special relationship with the Saudi government, right?
But before we get too far off topic, I just want to remind people that thetitism.com and Redline are going to debate soon.
When?
Oh,
I can't wait.
Oh, good.
About what? Flat Earth?
Nonsense.
Yes. So tune in.
I got my money on Redline.
NASA fanboys. Yeah, be sure to tune in, Psycho. It's going to be embarrassing for you guys, I'm pretty sure.
They're going to jibber-jab about nothing.
Yeah, I mean...
Is there a picture
Some
of
people
the
that
ice
shouldn't
wall
be really be mentioned. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there a picture of the ice wall yet? I so want to see that.
Yeah, man, you haven't seen it yet?
It's just north of Winterfell.
Yeah, well, I guess the triangle's angles only add up to 180 degrees, or pi on a flat plane. All right. So back in the 1800s, people had made big triangles between various cities, like Coburg, what is it, Brocken and Inglesburg, and Gauss in 1827, for instance, had noted, oh, guess what? Those angles don't actually add up to 180 degrees, do they? And it gets, I guess, rather interesting from there.
Nadia's trying to confuse us with math.
No, it's not confusion. I mean, thing you would expect and so on. That, you know, basically a triangle on a sphere is not flat. You know, comes out to precisely that, right? So you can actually measure from the discrepancy how big the radius of the sphere on which you're sitting is actually, whatever it is. I guess if it's a sphere, then you can measure the radius of the sphere by the discrepancy in the angles from 180 degrees, right? Go ahead.
This is probably a dumb question. I'm sure flat earthers have tackled this thousands of times by now, but how the fuck do compasses work? The earth is flat.
It's actually a good question. Have you ever hooked up like car speakers, like subwoofers or anything? You know how they're.
Yes.
Do you know how the magnet, how there's a huge like ring magnet in the back of those? They're it basically works like that. Like, well, compasses only point north.
It's
Is there no such thing as north?
Yeah, there is.
Where is north?
The center of the plane.
Where's south?
Everything opposite the center.
I retract the question. Never mind.
Okay. Huh? So I don't know how that works. Because everywhere, so that means east would be south too, right? East and west. Wouldn't that be south too?
No.
Which way is east then?
East is counterclockwise on the desk. West is clockwise on the desk. Sorry.
Well, you can actually witness the discrepancy between, well, the angle made by the compass as you travel in a straight line. Right?
Well, compasses only point north. So
Right.
you get your orientation based
And if
on
you
where
travel some distance, you will expect, well, a certain angle to be turned by the compass in your flat plane model, and a different angle to be turned by the compass in a spherical model, right?
Well, and the
Which
spherical
puts closer?
You should be on a spherical model. You should be able to go to the South Pole with the compass, and north should be spinning in all directions around you. And yet we've never seen anybody demonstrate that to prove that there is a South Pole. That's why I don't have any reason to think that there is one. I think that the plane model fits what we see just fine. I don't see any reason to deny it.
Okay.
Compasses
I'm
point
still
north,
I'm
so
really
Which one is accurate?
Seth, the compasses point north. So if you start at the very center of the circle, and you go, let's say you go in any direction, you're gonna hit south. You're gonna go south. So let's say you head toward. Let's say you start in the center and you head towards. It depends on your orientation, how you're looking at the circle.
But hold on, but that's not how magnets work. I mean, there's no dipoles that we know of.
Well, there is a ring magnet. There's a center.
No,
right?
ring magnets aren't dipoles either.
Well, there's a center of the magnet.
Wait, you'll also have a fun thing that you travel along a circle of latitude would, in your, I guess, flat Earth model, require turning, where we could actually observe that travel along a circle of latitude does not.
And both of these, I mean, what you're describing, Arcane, about with magnets, you're describing two different dipoles. And as far as we know, there are no dipoles.
I'm gonna give you a.
You mean monopoles?
I'm gonna give you a link.
Sorry, you're right.
Seth.
Monopoles,
Monopoles,
dipoles.
Are you able to see
Yeah,
the link?
you're right. Sorry.
I'm gonna give you a link. You see the link?
Yeah, I know that. I know what a ring magnet is. I've installed speakers before, but those aren't north or south. They're both, and depending on how they're manufactured, there could be north, where you would say east is like up and down, and then south, left and right. If you place it in front of you, or it could be like north on the top and south on the bottom, but they can't just be south or north.
Well, as you can see here, this is what I'm describing though. How you got north at the center and south, everything opposite the center. So you can go west and travel this way, right? But you're gonna have to make a northern correction to go back east, right? So this is how compasses work. They always point north.
All right. So a meridian of longitude in either model is a straight line. However, a circle of latitude in your model requires turning to maintain oneself in a circle on a plane, right? In a spherical model, travel in a circle of latitude does not require turning.
Yeah, this is why
Try it.
This is why all pilots have to make northern corrections when they're going around the so-called ball Earth. But when they're doing it off of a planar model. They're not using a spherical model though, because the math, according to them, works better, which I don't know because I'm not a
That's false. Navigation rather routinely uses spherical trigonometry. Go ahead.
No, they don't.
Yeah, there's a person who comes on here every once in a while named Miguel, and he's going to school and he's studying aviation, and he said the same thing. He said that flat Earth. If you ask any pilot, they're not going to say that the Earth is flat.
Well, I've spoken to several pilots myself, and I actually understand some of the instruments. So I would actually ask him to explain how he incorporates a spherical anything into his flight path. Because think about this for a second. Think about this. If a plane is going 500...
I'm very bad at this kind of stuff, Arcane, so I'm not going to be able to... Sorry.
But it's very simple. It's very simple. Actually, the first time I heard this demonstrated was by a Muslim, and I actually was like, whoa, that kind of makes sense. But I never, ever thought anything of it after that, I swear, until like earlier. I swear. Think about this. If the Earth is traveling 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour. This is very simple. And a plane, when it's traveling through the atmosphere, it's not bound by the atmosphere. It's not spinning with the atmosphere. It's traveling independent of the atmosphere. Okay, it's kind of like a bullet. When it relieves the gun, it's no longer spinning with the Earth. It's actually traveling independent of the Earth. So, if the Earth is spinning,
yes.
If the Earth is spinning,
oh no.
Oh yes.
Okay, you have objections? Go ahead. What's your objection? Go ahead.
Yeah, Newtonian physics. This has been so.
What's your objection?
God forbid objects actually have inertia.
Seth,
inertia is the problem.
Newton was the leader of the Illuminati at the time, so we can't trust
Arcane, if you Arcane, have you been in a school bus?
Do you have an objection, or are you just knee-jerking? Can I finish?
Yes, I'm going to give you the objection. Have you been in a school bus?
We're getting
Well, I'm
way
waiting for your
negative,
objection.
by the way.
Arcane, I'm explaining my objection. Have you been in a school bus?
Assume
You don't
he's
need
been in
me
a
to
school
answer your
bus.
question or explain anything, Seth. You have an objection. You cut me off, so go ahead.
I mean, if I would like for you to play along, but if you can't because you're afraid of where it's going, then I'll just continue without you.
Do you want to play
Now,
along?
if
Let me
you've ever
finish
been
what
in
I
a
was
school bus,
Yes.
Do you want
if you've ever
to?
been in a school bus,
Okay, I guess not. All right. Go ahead, Seth. Floor's yours.
if you've ever been in a school bus, you'd see, especially if you're a bully or if you were bullied, that if somebody throws something, whether it's front to rear or rear to front, that the speed and velocity and the force that it takes to throw that object at a certain speed within the bus is the same, regardless. As a matter of fact, if the bus is traveling at a perfectly uniform rate of speed and you blocked out the windows, there is no experiment you could do within the bus that would actually tell you whether or not you're traveling forwards or rearwards or right or left. This is a simple fact about momentum. Yes.
Okay. So, all right. I'll continue now. Okay. So, we agreed. I'm going to recap since he cut me off, and for those that have short-term memory. Okay. If a bullet leaves a gun, it's traveling independent of the spin of the Earth. Do you agree or disagree?
No.
You disagree?
Yes.
Okay, so the spin of the so it's attached to the spin of the Earth somehow, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so if let's say a plane then. A plane, when it's flying through the atmosphere, is it stuck to the spin of the Earth?
So initially, before it changes velocity, yeah.
When it takes off from the ground and it reaches its cruising altitude, is the
Unless
Earth
it changes velocity, yeah.
The Earth is spinning
I mean, we're talking about two
1,000
different things.
miles.
We're talking about projectiles. I mean, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about a
The
projectile
speed of
versus.
the speed
Sorry,
of
go
the
ahead, JJ.
projectile, the plane or the bullet, is relative to the speed of the Earth spinning.
Right. The plane's a little bit different though, because the plane has its own thrust. But other than that, yeah, it's affected by its inertia.
It's not. Yeah. It's not really much different.
Not much different. So you're telling me that when a plane is flying through the sky, that it's somehow velcroed to the sky as the Earth is spinning?
In a sense.
In a sense.
Velcro.
Yes.
I don't know if it's velcroed. It's essentially when it's at rest.
You can.
When it's at rest.
You can do this experiment yourself, Arcane.
I'm just asking a question since you cut me off and didn't want to let me finish what I was saying. You had an objection. I'm trying to address you.
Actually,
Okay.
you asked the question and it was answered.
Well, okay, you're saying, well, it's kind of iffy here. I'm saying that it travels. Here's my claim. Here's my position to make it clear. I believe, just like I see, that the bullet travels independently of whatever's beneath it.
Am I the only one who's annoyed by the echo?
Yes, I'm very annoyed.
Yeah.
I don't actually hear the echo.
Seth
But
has the speaker
it
down.
can't be me.
It's probably you, Seth.
Who? Very unlikely. This is a Yeti microphone. I have a laptop that's a foot away from it. I mean, I'll mute, but it's extremely unlikely that it's me.
Well, if it was actually tabbed in or whatever, you usually see whose mic is grabbing, or who's grabbing the focus or whatever. Actually, can you? I mean, I guess the person who's doing it themselves might not be able to.
Well, actually, if you guys need some. What's up?
The next time you're in a car, take a tennis ball and toss it up in the air and catch it, and then think about that for a while.
Okay, so you're saying that the atmosphere is like protected, like you are inside of a car?
No, I'm saying next time in your car, toss up a tennis ball and catch it, and think.
Right. This is actually an issue for you. Like if you get on a merry-go-round and you try to throw a ball, right? The person across from you, you're gonna have some issues, aren't you? Because it's gonna veer off to the left or the right depending on the spin of the merry-go-round.
Oh yeah, centrifugal. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's called centrifugal force, right?
Where is the center
So,
of gravity, though?
yeah.
Well, in that situation, it's just the relative to the spin. So if it's spinning left from the center of whatever the thing they're spinning on, wait, if you're spinning to the left, yeah, the ball's going to curve to the right, right? To the left? I have to look at it. But yeah, you get what I mean.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned gravity yet, though.
That's because the object is going independent of the whatever. So, I mean, well, I'll help you guys out. I forget who it was, Ogtai or somebody, I'm not sure, posted a video demonstrating the Coriolis effect. No, it was Jade West. Was it Jade or Amy? One of these people.
No
Saying,
one's
yeah,
talking
this
about the
proves the
Coriolis
Coriolis
effect.
effect. I know, but I'm just giving you a reference to an expert who says that he was trying to say that they do account for Coriolis, but in the midst of that, he was saying that the bullet is independent of the spin of the Earth. This is why they have to take into account this supposed Coriolis effect. Because think about it, if the Earth is spinning, they would have to account for this. But the fact of the matter is, they would not 1,000 yards. If the Earth was spinning at that speed, they would have to make such huge corrections. But anyway, yes, even the
Foucault's
gun
pendulum.
agrees that the bullet is independent. So would the airplane in that respect. So
Foucault's pendulum.
Well, I mean,
You can measure Coriolis effect anywhere.
Right
Just
here.
set up a big enough pendulum.
Why can't people understand if you don't wear headphones, you're going to get an echo? Like, I don't understand why people don't get this yet.
I feel
Well,
like
it's
I'm
not
being
true.
annoyed by it. Can other people validate me? Validate me,
I
please.
don't hear it.
Yeah,
yeah, it's annoying.
I couldn't
Joe,
pick
what's
up
with the
quite what it
earbuds?
was.
Well, here.
Yeah, let me see momentarily. It's set. It's set.
They have a.
Yeah.
Really?
Seth,
How can it
mute
be?
once. I'm gonna mute you. And then Nadia say
All right,
something.
let's do a test again. Wait, Seth unmuted already. Seth, hold back a minute.
No,
Let's do
I didn't.
a test.
I didn't. I did not unmute. I was
Oh,
hardware muted.
Sure. Hardware mute again. And everybody talk.
Okay.
Is it me? No.
No, it's gone. Now it's back. Now it's back.
It's you.
No, it's not Joe.
It's you, Nadia. It's you.
It's not me. I wouldn't hear myself.
Is it? Yeah, I don't think it's Nadia. It has been in the past.
Can you
It
mute
has been me in the past.
And JJ, can you mute yourself? And Nadia talk?
I'm gonna hardware mute.
Okay, anyone?
Uh-oh, I think it was Arcane.
I don't know why I asked both people. You're supposed to test one at a time. Okay, JJ, stay muted. Alright, now talk, Nadia.
Okay, testing.
Alright, I think it's, well, it sounds like it's JJ. Then.
Well, I'll change it so JJ's not muted or whatever, and then the other one is.
I got headphones on, so.
I am unmuted, and I wear headphones too. So unless it's a software bug.
Okay, try it again. Hello?
Yeah, JJ, it's you.
Yeah, it's you, JJ.
Weird. Alright, I'm gonna
We did science.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, he wasn't grabbing the focus, but anyway. Alright, I can get that,
No.
There's a book I mentioned in the side chat of, well, don't really mention what I'm going to do with it, but still, it's a meaningful reference. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, Nadia.
Go ahead.
If your pendulum theory is true in proving that it corresponds to the spin of the rotation of the Earth, then why aren't there perpetually spinning pendulums all over the place at all times?
Well, they wear down. Basically, the back and forth motion that goes down, even though the twisting continues propelled by the Earth. Go ahead.
Yeah, and over thousands of tests, people have realized over the years that that's a terrible argument because they are known to swing proportion to the momentum of where it was swung from, and sometimes they swing opposite of the alleged relative spin of the Earth. So this is once used, but it's not really valid, in my opinion. There's too much discrepancies. You can find pendulums that spin every which way in every different hemisphere.
No,
Doesn't matter.
they'll spin the I guess the direction that the
Yeah, they don't spin,
swing
they
goes
progress.
turns. Right? It
It is
turns.
Yeah, they don't
Sorry?
spin, they progress.
Yeah, it is. Whatever. It is a spin. Same difference. It doesn't spin like a top spins, but it rotates in a rocking sort of back and forth motion.
Just call it what it is. It's a progression.
What have you? Yeah, the
Precession,
progression is
really.
left or right. It doesn't
Precession,
correspond to
progression.
any spin of the Earth whatsoever.
It doesn't what?
This is generally taken as, or actually, it's routinely seen to verify, confirm, and such the Coriolis effect and all that. Go ahead.
Well, JJ's asking what Arcane's talking about. Arcane is suggesting that a properly set up Foucault's pendulum will progress either which way, anywhere it is on Earth. No, there's no rhyme or reason to which way it progresses.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's based on the momentum and the angle of however it's wound up.
So you're saying that it does
up?
correlate with where it is on Earth?
No, it correlates to how.
That's what I just said. Your argument is that it doesn't matter where it is on Earth.
No,
it'll go either which way.
I said it matters based on who started it and how they started it.
Right, which means it doesn't matter based on where it is on Earth, which is what I said.
Yeah, but you said it doesn't matter. It just goes any which way, basically. Is what you said. I said.
No, what I said is it doesn't matter based on where it is on Earth, which is your argument.
Whatever, dude.
No, he said something about it being wound up. What do you mean wound up? You don't wind up pendulums.
Well, you kind of do.
Why would you wind up a pendulum?
In a sense of being initiated or started, it's going in a motion, like you said, a progression. So.
No, you just let it swing.
Speech wound up as an initiated.
Okay, that's why I had to find out what
So
you
if
meant
you
by wound
started,
up.
let's say you started at an angle, I don't know.
What do you mean
Started
at
at one angle? You started at a different angle another time after it settles. You're gonna get a swing based on how it was started. It's basic physics, but
No.
people say, "Oh, look, it spins like the Earth because of the Earth."
Arcane. Imagine a pendulum.
Right.
Imagine a pendulum, right? And a wire, and a piano wire with a weight on the bottom. You pull the weight to one side. How can just pulling it one direction and then letting it go be at an angle? What angle is there? There's only from the pendulum to where you pull it back from in a straight line. What angle is there?
Well, you only have a certain radius to work with.
Right, you say you pull it back to the perimeter of a circle.
Right, so depending on whatever
let it
angle
go.
you are relative to where it's plumb, you're going to get a swing based on the momentum and angle that is. It has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
What angle?
It's ridiculous.
What do you mean by angle in this sense then? I mean, you pull it back to one place, you let it go.
JJ, you might want to reload your mic sounds.
Now I'm a robot? Alright. Sweet.
Alright.
Do you guys know what a pendulum is?
Yeah.
Do you?
I am well aware.
Not you guys talking about it, but like the other guys in the room, like Rev and Psycho, Veckle. Do you guys know what a pendulum is?
Am I still a robot?
Yes, of course I know what a
No, you're
pendulum
good.
is.
You're good, JJ.
Yeah, the analysis of pendulum motion in terms of Jacobian elliptic functions is relatively routine exercise of what do they teach that, like? I guess it's like 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds.
What?
A bigger problem for you guys.
JJ, can you speak again? Because I'm not sure if you're. Rev seems to think you're me. JJ.
Do what?
Seth, you might want to kill
okay.
your video because you're lagging a lot, Seth. You might want to kill your video.
You might want to kill your
Yeah.
face, you stupid head.
And your
I hate you.
pagoda is making
I'm
me
sorry,
jealous.
Seth. I'm sorry.
Your what you call it?
All right, so the
I don't
way
remember.
Go ahead, Seth.
Sorry, Nadia was asking when do they teach pendulum motion. I don't remember ever learning pendulum motion specifically in school. Would it be in physics or?
Yeah, that was high school physics.
Yeah, there's like classic physics examples.
You guys
Maybe I
want
missed
another experiment proving that the Earth doesn't spin?
Oh yeah, I would.
Hope somebody with good
Yeah, let me
connection.
get this. Get up, hang on.
Somebody with good connection can screen share. It's not anything copywritten or anything.
Well, just describe it.
Aries failure experiment. I'd probably butcher it trying to describe it, but basically they measure the angle of starlight coming through a telescope. And they noticed if they filled it with water, well, they were trying to determine if they can detect the spin of the Earth, because it's either the stars are moving or we're moving relative to the stars, one of the two. But this experiment showed that, I'd have to watch it again, but showed that they didn't have to move anything to get the starlight. Like the starlight came through the telescope, showing that the Earth isn't spinning, it's actually the stars spinning, or the stars moving instead of the Earth that's moving. So
what if they're
this sounds like
but it's pretty dope.
This sounds like a butchering of one of the ether experiments.
It is ether experiment.
What?
It is.
Well, screen share it. We'll watch it together. It's pretty slick little video.
The ether movement carrying starlight.
Nadia's not going to be down with that, man.
There's three basic hypotheses: that either the Earth drags some of the ether with it, or that we're moving relative to the ether wind, or we are still compared to ether wind, and the result was inconclusive.
No, it wasn't inconclusive. It was
or that
conclusive.
we're actually still compared to the ether wind.
It's conclusive that we were still. That's what it was conclusive.
Well, that is if there's an ether wind.
Exactly.
But since there's no ether, that doesn't follow.
Well, prove there's no ether. What are you going to say? Gravity?
The Michelson-Morley experiment?
What's that?
It was an experiment that tried to show which way we are. It was another ether experiment trying to figure out which way we were facing into the ether wind.
Wait.
Bouncing light off of mirrors.
Who thinks the ether still exists?
Flat
Apparently
earthers.
Arcane.
Usually.
Well, you guys are going to scoff, I understand, just like you scoff at everything else, but...
But why? What makes you... Well, what? How is that... How does that work with the flat earth? How would it help a flat earth theorist?
I'm just... Well, who said it helps a flat earth theorist?
Well, I thought you guys were talking about flat earth still.
I said you want some more evidence that the earth isn't spinning.
Oh, okay, so it's just... Okay.
Because I started to give
That makes
one
sense.
evidence, and Steph cut me off. And now we got red herring into something completely different than what I was initially gonna say anyway. So I'm
Well,
just saying, just throwing it out there.
why don't you
Just
go
gonna
back
leave
to
it there.
that then? Why don't you just go back to that? Don't worry about the ether for now. That sounds like a whole nother monster. So go back to your original point.
Well, I think it's obvious that bullets and planes and projectiles and the like travel independent of the Earth, whether it's stationary or spinning. I think it's pretty obvious. That's why it's called a projectile. So if a plane is going 500 miles per hour and the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, if a plane were orientated above that point where it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour, it would never reach its destination. Its destination would come up from behind it.
Is any
Arcane. I mean,
is anybody
how
hearing a bunch of static?
No.
Yeah, I think it's coming from Joe.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
my
seems
bad.
like it's Joe. Where's your headsets, Joe? What's with the earbuds?
Does that make sense? How about you, Rev?
No, it doesn't, and here's why.
Okay, why?
Again, I mean, once you let go of it, when you throw a tennis ball up in the car, you've let go of it. It's become a projectile. Yet it's traveling 0 miles an hour relative to the car. Yet the ground underneath you is traveling at what 60 miles an hour. So why doesn't the ball immediately hit your back window in your car?
Okay, are you now saying that the atmosphere is sticking to?
No.
No.
Nope.
He's asking you a
No.
question. If you are driving, if you are in a vehicle that's moving and you throw the ball up in the air, while you're in the vehicle that's moving, and it comes back down, doesn't really go forward or backwards. Why
As a
is
matter of
that?
fact, I would suggest if you painted the windows black and your car was moving completely uniformly, there is no physical experiment you could do to prove that your car is moving at all.
Okay, this is what is what I refer to as like a a what's his name? Gosh, Aaron Raw and Matt Dillahunty type of magic trick, where you bring up something that seems rational. Hold on. You bring up something that seems rational in an attempt to explain it away, but it really does not draw a parallel or at all analogous to what I'm saying, and here's why. What this man just said was, of course, it's going to go up and come back down exactly where it was. I agree with that in a car that's protected from the elements of the atmosphere. But
Mic check.
in this scenario, we're talking about a plane traveling from point A to point B. Okay, it has to get there. All right. So if the Earth is spinning, you're now telling me that the atmosphere is dragging the plane along at 1,000 miles per hour plus the 500 miles per hour that the plane goes per the distance that it has to go. And we know that that's not happening. So one of two things is happening. A,
Why do you say that's not happening? Go ahead. Sorry.
There's no atmosphere in the car that's pushing the ball. It continues its forward flight because of momentum. Just like if you were in a convertible and you threw the ball up, sure, there's air pressure that would push it back a little bit. But if you were on the outside of the car looking at you throw the ball straight up in the air, you would see the ball, at least at first, traveling forward, continuing at 60 miles an hour until the air slowed it down.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
right. So at the point that the plane.
Same thing's happening with the plane.
Can you
So the
guys hear
point.
me?
Yes, Joe.
Okay, thanks.
So at the point that the plane takes off, okay, it's no longer tied to the Earth. You agree?
Same thing with the ball when you throw it up in the air.
Okay.
It's no longer tied to your hand.
So the ball eventually is going to land somewhere, correct?
Yes.
This would actually work better for you outside of the car, okay?
No.
That would be that'd be more analogous to what I'm saying.
If it's
Because
outside of
I
a
agree
moving
with you. If you were outside of the car, hold on, let me talk. If you were outside of the car and let's say you're in the back of a pickup truck and you got a baseball and you're driving, I don't know how fast you can throw a baseball, like 60, 80 miles an hour on a good day. Yeah, I agree with you. The ball would go further. The truck would catch up to it. Would you agree with that?
The
Or
truck
no?
would catch up to what?
The ball. If you threw the ball out the back of a pickup truck as hard as you could, the truck would
If
keep
there's no
going
wind.
underneath the ball. Do you
No, if
agree?
there's no wind, if say you're in a spaceship that's traveling 60 miles an hour and you throw a baseball at 60 miles an hour, the truck would never catch it ever.
Listen, guys. Okay. At least try to be objective, okay? The point is,
how am I not being objective?
The ball is independent of the movement of the truck once it leaves the hand of the thrower, correct?
No.
Yes.
No, it was
Okay.
originally affected by the movement of the truck.
Yes or no, guys? I'll let you
I mean,
guys
once
figure
it leaves, yeah, it's independent. Yeah, if you throw it, the ball's not going to be affected by the truck's veer to the left, but the ball is still affected by the initial force of the truck moving forward. That's why it's called inertia.
It's yes, momentum. It's not independent of the momentum.
The ball gets momentum from the truck.
Okay, so we're all in agreement now that the ball is not dependent on the movement of the truck once it leaves the
No,
hand
it
of the
is
thrower?
dependent on the movement of the truck.
Once it leaves the hand of the thrower, it now takes its own momentum. Do you agree?
It has momentum.
What the fuck does this flat Earth stuff have to do with the gospel?
It actually has a lot to do with the gospel, Rev. If your eyes are open, you'll see that they're lying about God's creation. If the earth is a ball, that means that it opens the door for Big Bang cosmology. If it's flat and under a dome, there is no Big Bang, there is no evolution. And the people before Copernicus knew that. That's why they jumped on
Can
the
we get back
Copernicus model.
to Newtonian physics?
So I
That's
was
why
just
they
answering the
were
question, and
afraid,
they don't like the
Arcane.
answer. You see, Rev? You see, they don't
That's
like that
why
answer
they
because it
were
hits home.
afraid.
Exactly. That's why they're defending it, Rev, because it
Why do you
applies.
care about this so much, Arcane? Just preach the gospel.
I care about truth. Rev, do you say this to any other evolutionists? Why don't you stop arguing about evolution, guys? Just preach the gospel. Do you
But
say this
you're-
to anybody saying any other truth? Or do you perhaps might have a predisposition against this issue? I'm just asking, Rev.
I don't care. I don't think anybody should care.
You don't care about the truth, Rev?
Oh, I care about the truth. Jesus Christ is truth. And
You don't
I think
care-
we should be
All right,
preaching.
I
We should be
agree.
preaching Christ crucified, not that we think the Earth is flat. Like seriously, man.
Exactly. Once people realize that they've been lied to about everything, perhaps they'll realize that Jesus Christ is the truth, kind of like I did.
No, once we find out we've been lied to about everything, we'll accept the number one religion on earth because obviously we've been lied to all our lives. So we'll go with the mainstream religion.
And the fact that Christians aren't seeing this is like blows my mind. How Christians don't see that. If they're willing to say, okay, evolution is a deception, why are you believing the same group of people that gave you evolution when they say that you live on a ball? Why don't you think that they would lie to you about the place you live on if they're going to lie to you about what you're made of, Rev? I mean, come on.
By
You
the
act
way,
like it doesn't have a tie to the Genesis account. I mean,
because evolution
completely
isn't a lie
contradictory to
either.
the Genesis account.
Copernicus believed in Jesus and his sacrifice. So did Darwin, at least originally did. So did Newton, very very strongly. The big thinkers that you're talking about, other than we're getting into ether and Einstein. Einstein didn't believe in Jesus, but almost all of them thought that Jesus was a real person and died for their sins.
Okay,
You
Arcane,
want
you
to call
brought
it a
up
Christian? You want to argue not with a Christian?
Arcane, you
Yeah,
brought
they're
up
all
Copernicus.
Seth, do you know what Masons are? Yeah, they're all Freemasons. Those are Luciferians. Those aren't Christians.
You brought up Copernicus. You said the church was afraid of Copernicus?
Who said that?
You did.
Not me.
What did you
Don't
say?
keep lying, though. Hey, you know what? Hey, Rev, this is why it matters. Because they are willing to lie.
Why did you bring up Copernicus?
They will
He's not
lie on
lying,
Brother
he's
Scott
asking for
back to back.
clarification. Arcane, don't be a little baby.
30 times
he
in this thing
misunderstood
already.
you.
You guys have lied on me and smeared
Arcane, bro, I just don't
If
understand
I'm
why you're
mistaken
focusing
as to
on
why you
this
brought
issue
up,
so much. Can I speak, JJ, for a second, please?
You got demons coming out the woodwork, Rev.
Arcane, I just don't understand why you're focusing on this so much. I don't get it.
I'm being asked about it, Rev. That's why.
Yeah, and so you brought up
That is
Copernicus.
true.
maybe I misheard you. Why did you bring up Copernicus then, Arcane?
Because you believe in a Copernican model. That's why.
Right, but you brought him up. You made a statement about Copernicus.
I said at the time he developed his model. Yeah.
Yes.
Said at that time it opened the door.
And he was
right,
opposed.
Deep time. Are you following me? It opened the door for deep time and evolution and the Big Bang. It opened the door. Okay.
Right, and he was opposed by the church, right?
It opens the door for them to deny what God clearly said.
Well,
and he was opposed by the church.
One second.
Go ahead.
Point of moderation. David, you have to leave. I'm sorry. Nadia just got bumped out. She, all right, it's her room. You got to leave. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, guys.
Do you see that though? Opens the door for deep time. Kind of like Charles Lyell's geologic column opened the door for deep time to deny six-day creation. All of these things are tied to the book of Genesis and the gospel directly, guys. This is why the world doesn't want us to bring this issue up, and that flat earther is synonymous with idiot. It's a programming method.
Wait a minute. Okay, so I need to understand how. Hang on. I need to understand how. What is it? Either Big Bang cosmology, evolution, or the Earth being spherical, or any of that contradict. What is it? Somebody, or would prevent somebody from confessing with their mouth and believing with their heart that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the light, and that salvation is only through Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
Thank you, Nadia.
Oh, absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. In fact, a demon can sit up here and say, oh, Jesus is Lord. Doesn't mean crap. But what it does do, just like evolution, you can be a William Lane Craig and say, hey, we got here after billions of years of evolution, but I believe in Jesus, and that's okay. But this is an issue of what did God say? Did he say that he made the earth out of the water, or did it start as a hot molten mass like science teaches? Did he say that the sun is moving, or did he say that the earth is moving like science says? Did he say that he made it in 6 days, or did it take billions of years from a Big Bang? See, that's the thing. If the earth is the product of a Big Bang, then it's a ball. Gravity. Okay? But if it's not, like we clearly see that it's not, there's no excuse. There's no billions of years to hide the Earth in some big cosmic whatever. It's
Arcane.
center.
Are all the celestial bodies flat as well, or is it just ours?
Well, who says that they're bodies? I think they're like the Bible just describes them as lights, like luminaries.
What is Saturn?
Yeah, they're referred to as bodies, but I don't. After researching it, I honestly don't see any reaon to call them terra firma at all.
All right, can I ask one second, Joe? I'm sorry. Can I ask a fellow brother in here how he feels about this stuff? Feckle, how do you feel about this? This flat Earth stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Bible
we
stuff,
hear you.
Man.
We hear
what
you.
It is.
Yeah, personally,
Yes.
I don't see it as an essential. So even whether it's true or not, I don't see it essential to the gospel message.
Amen.
Is evolution essential?
I don't think it's needed. I think a person.
Nadia asked an interesting question, and I'm kind of interested in the answer.
Well, I have a question. Is evolution essential, Veckel?
No.
Right, and I agree. You don't have to. So you're saying it's not essential in the fact that you can believe in evolution or not and still be saved? Is that what you mean?
I put the flat Earth and evolution and all that other stuff on the same level as Arminianism and Calvinism. Neither one of these positions are essential to the faith. You don't need to hold either position in order to be saved. You just need to know who Christ is and what He's done, and have your faith and trust and put in Him.
Let me ask you
this. That's not what Arcane is arguing. I'm gonna have to defend Arcane here. And Arcane isn't arguing that you have to know this stuff.
No, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not going to have you argue for me or none of that.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm going to speak. No, I can. No, other people are allowed to speak, Arcane.
Don't speak
you can correct me if
on my behalf. Okay? Disclaimer.
No, I'm still going to. You can correct me. You don't get to say that I don't get to say things on your behalf. I do,
not
actually.
on my behalf,
you can't stop me. So I'm going to try to defend Arcane here, and
No.
Arcane's not saying that these are things that you
I don't
need to
need
know
help.
in order
Sorry.
to be saved. Arcane is just saying that this is important because it leads people down the wrong path. It leads people to believe that if the Earth is is millions of years old, then if evolution is true, then you don't need God, Jesus, or the Bible.
See, now, let me respond to that because I have heard some flat earthers and also the theistic evolutionists sort of say the same thing, and I think in some ways that is possible. However, again, it's the reason why it's not an essential is because we don't see anything in Scripture that says that if you hold this position or that position, that you know, that'll determine your salvific status. I do believe that if you as a Christian, if you take on theistic evolution, yeah, you're gonna run into some theological problems eventually. But I believe that is something that God Himself may overlook, depending on the person's understanding of it. We see in Luke chapter 12, verses 47 and 48, two examples. Example of two servants who are guilty for committing a sin against their master. One did it on purpose, while the other one did it out of ignorance. Both were punished. However, they had different levels of punishment. The one that did it out of ignorance got a lesser punishment than the one that did it with knowledge. So, all that to say that I think God is the one who's ultimately going to, chastise, if not judge, the ones who know what the heck is going on regarding this issue of the
Exactly. That's
Amen.
exactly what I'm saying, though,
Amen.
brother. I'm saying that just in the same way you're going to run into theological, scriptural issues with defending a theistic evolution approach, the same you will if you try to defend this heliocentric spinning ball model. This is why, if you look at my debates with Max, my debates with the Christian anarchists, all of these debates with Christians, not just myself, with Rob Skiba and the other Christian, Mr. Bauer, you will not see them defend it with scripture because it's it's contradict, just like the same way that the scripture contradicts a billions of years evolution theory. You can poke holes in that all day long because it's so anti-scriptural. When you're talking about death before sin and the rest of it, you can go all day long. So with this spinning
General
ball
Han
model,
Solo
I can
will.
do that. I'm saying I can do the same thing with this spinning. Hold on, and I can do the same thing with the spinning ball model, and I'm not seeing any Christians bringing anything to the table to me. All I hear Christians doing is saying, "Well, why does it matter? Why does it matter, Arcane? Why are you defending this?" I don't see any Christians coming to me on
Arcane.
private or anything. Hold on a second. Let me get this out. I've sent Rev and you, Veckel, plenty of
Arcane,
chances.
listen, bro. You know
Hold
I
on, hold
love
on.
you with
I've sent
all
both
my heart, man.
chances to bring me to the
You know
side
I
and say,
love
"Look,
you
brother,
with all my
you're
heart.
wrong here." So until I see some of that going on, I don't see why I'm getting this flack from Christians. I think you guys should be on board if I'm supporting Scripture, but I'm getting flack. I don't understand.
I gotta say something though, real quick. Go ahead, Nadia.
General Han Solo will actually defend, I guess, theistic evolution with.
Yeah, of course he would. I got some.
Well, General Han Solo, he's Christian.
Yeah, I got some issues with him. So, but that's a personal thing.
Does he confess with his mouth and believe with his heart that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the light, and that salvation is only through Jesus
Don't
Christ?
do that, because every time you quote scripture, you don't read it in the context. I'm telling you, I had to correct you on this a couple of times in the past. I'm sorry.
You have not corrected anything.
Yeah, you often misquote 1 Corinthians 5, but
You
anyway.
don't get to cry context without fixing the context.
All I want to say regarding the flat Earth thing, I think there's a major difference between that and an evolution, theistic evolution. I think with theistic evolution, that does sort of affect the issue of original sin and how sin came into the world. If we're digging deep, but with the flat Earth thing versus the global spherical Earth thing, I really don't see how that has the same type of effect as theistic evolution might. So that's my position. But again, like I said, I don't see it. That's why I don't get into these arguments. I like listening to it because it's interesting.
Well,
but
what's the
I
basis
don't see it
though?
as an essential.
What's the basis that you would challenge someone saying that? Scripture. You would say, well, Scripture says this, right? You would point to them like Christian anarchists and these other people and say, look, guy, Scripture is saying this. You're putting some other kind of interpretation on it, right? We've heard this over and over, Vecco. So when I'm pointing out in Scripture that it's saying this, yet these scientists are saying this, and the evidence, we're saying that they are lying to us, and why? Why are they lying to us? Well, it's
Here's
obvious why they're lying to us is because anything that God's Word says, they're gonna oppose it. I mean, that's the
no,
only
no, no.
reason that
Where,
evolution
this is
is
where
here
I
in the first
slightly
place.
this is where I slightly disagree, because again, when we look at the text in Isaiah 40 and other passages in Job regarding the shape of the earth and stuff like that, that is simply an interpretation issue, not a doctrinal issue. Okay, so none of that. You saying that the world, yeah, you saying that that the text actually says that the world is flat, and me
No,
saying
I didn't. When did that come out of my?
no. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just using
Come
this
on,
as an
hey,
example.
be objective about what I'm saying, Vecco. I'm saying Scripture opposes a spinning ball model, and you're saying, well, you keep saying
Well,
that
no,
Scripture says it.
that's your position, Arkim. What I'm telling you that is that you have other Christians that disagree with you on that, and I'm saying that's fine, because we can look at that as what's called an adiaphron, which is basically sort of a gray area, but it's not an essential. So if I deny, or any other Christian denies the flat Earth, then they're not going to die in that state and go to hell because they denied the flat Earth.
Vecco, bro, listen to what I'm
That's all I'm
saying.
saying.
Listen to what I'm saying, though, Vecco.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you are going to read the Scripture and get a flat Earth for the 90,000th time. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, Vecco, when you read the Scripture, it's gonna contradict the spinning ball model.
Arcane, that's
Listen
actually
to what
what
I'm
you
saying.
were saying, Arcane.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Either what the scientists today are saying is true, or the scripture is true, or what the Scripture says is true, or it's not. I mean, you can't. Just same with evolution, bro. It's either death before sin or it's not. This is a scriptural issue. While you guys are saying, well, it's kind of like a pass over the shoulder kind of thing. Well, in peripheral, it might be. I agree. But essentially, this is basically
Are we
saying
damned
God's
if we
word is.
believe that there is a globe Earth as opposed to a flat Earth, Arcane?
Guys, this is really simple.
If
All
you
Arcane is
say,
saying is that jet
hold
fuel
on,
can't
I don't
melt
need your
steel beams.
commentary. Seth. I'm not talking to you, Seth. I don't need your commentary. Rev, I've answered that like 90 times, bro. No, you're not damned. What I'm saying to you now is,
That's all
what
I
I'm
need.
saying to you now is, if you care to listen to what I'm saying, other than, I mean, because, hey, guys, you've been saying what I've not been saying for the longest. Hear me out. In the same way you're not going to get death before sin in Scripture, is the same way you're not going to get a spinning ball in Scripture. So you have to make a choice, guys. That's all I'm saying from a scriptural standpoint.
What
Well,
is what is
and
the scriptural opposition to the globe
here's
Earth?
all I'm saying is that there are many Christians who are just not convinced at all about the argument of the flat Earth,
Where's their
and
arguments, though?
they're totally fine with the position that they have, and I don't see anything in Scripture, I don't see anything in church history, or anything else that condemns somebody not believing in a flat Earth or accepting the flat Earth position. That's why I say it's an adiaphron. It's not an essential to the faith, and that's why I don't get into big arguments about it. Even with the issue of Arminianism versus Calvinism, I absolutely hate and despise the idea that God wants to save people, but yet he can't because he's relying on finite, fallible, miserable little man to make a decision to do something that only God himself can do. But you don't hear me going around telling people that they're not saved because they're teaching that. I just simply believe that these people, the Arminians, have a different understanding of how salvation is attained, and I believe that it's wrong, but I don't think they're going to hell for it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to start a whole campaign against it either. So
The only
I think
understanding that matters is that Christ is King.
Amen.
He is Lord. That's it.
So you don't think that Satan is out here deceiving people in many ways to get them to,
Well, wait a minute.
right? So
You can clear this up though by, I mean, you guys can clear this up by telling us how your interpretation of God's word is the most accurate interpretation of God's word.
Now that's a whole other conversation right there.
Well, that's a conversation that would take place between me and Veckel,
Right.
and I've asked him repeatedly to have that conversation with me because I know that he knows more scripture than I do.
I don't know. It seems like it should
what are
be
you
a
talking about, Chris?
conversation that takes place between that, like anyone who is concerned about whether or not like a being, a deity like God is talking to us. Right?
Well, I will agree with Arcane, and I thank you for this, Arcane. You presented an argument saying that the term "kug," I think is pronounced, and then there's another word for ring. That if we look at all the words used in Scripture regarding the earth and stuff like that, yeah, I guess you are right. You can't really dogmatically conclude that the text is asserting a global planet.
At all. It contradicts it, is what I'm saying.
However, see, but this is where I would disagree with you, though. I would disagree with you because even though it doesn't specifically say the Earth is in the shape of a sphere, however, we have to take in consideration the different understanding, different interpretations of the original text that underlie the English. So you have one scholar that says, no, this is actually referring to something flat. Another scholar would say, no, this is just an idiom used by the Hebrews to describe the shape of the planet, and therefore,
right. That's right.
You're missing the point, though. I can go over dozens of scriptures with you, not just that one.
That's
But
fine.
I'm talking about if you look at them all. I'm not talking about just one or two. Like if you're talking about Isaiah, where he's talking about the circle of the earth.
I know what
That's
all of them are. Yeah, yeah,
That's
I know what these passages are because I've had
Are you
atheists try to
aware of
argue
Isaiah?
about the Bible teaching a flat Earth.
Are you aware of Isaiah 18, where he talks about a ball? He knew what a ball was. He didn't describe the earth as a ball. He described it as a circle. So it's not just one thing that we're looking at here, though, Veckel. We're looking at a whole range of scripture. You know, there are dozens upon dozens of passages which mention the earth and its dimensions, and it's not just about the shape of the earth. You guys keep referring to, well, this flat earth stuff or the Bible and this flat earth.
Right.
It's about the whole model in general. Like when it says that the earth is not moving. It says over and I don't know how many times it says it's not moving.
See, this is what really makes me. I don't understand why you care about this so much. Because Pillbox did. I was in a couple nights ago. I was in a hangout with Pillbox, and when this flat Earth stuff came up, and you know,
Bible
oh wow,
You guys, you've never answered any of my.
Yeah, the other night,
arguments.
Pillbox was really defensive about the flat Earth. In fact, he denied that he said it.
It doesn't. You know, I like listening to people talk about it, but I mean, when if somebody wants to argue with me about whether or not we have to believe it as Christians, I'm not sure if I would want to engage in a conversation like that or not. But I have yet to see anybody, you know, flat earther or global earther, prove to me that Scripture says we have to understand these things in order to be saved or be right with God.
Veckel, I've hit you up on several occasions, and I've told you several times that it's not about that.
I know.
It's not about a salvation. It's just like evolution. I'll sit here and argue evolution. But what I don't hear from Christians telling me when I argue evolution is, Arcane, why are you doing this?
Yeah, right. It's true.
Yeah, does it bum you out?
I would say that. Why argue about it?
I have a scriptural point of view which said, well, it's not about arguing about it. It's about exposing the lies and exposing the truth. If it's true,
well, I
that
think
this
the real
place
question is
let's
why
look
are
at the
we
reality,
here?
though, Rev.
Why are we
Let's
here?
look at the reality.
Arcane? Why are
Let's
we
look at the
here?
reality.
Are we to preach the gospel or talk about evolution, globe Earth, flat Earth, and that stuff? Or are we to preach the gospel?
It's
like,
ballers.
seriously, man.
And Arcane, I just want to say I don't have a problem with you talking about the flat Earth. Again, I like listening to people talk about it. And I'm not saying and I know your position. You don't take the position that it is essential to the faith. I'm just saying for others who in the future may come after to try to assert that it is an essential. I would challenge them to present scriptural evidence that says that this is a doctrine that needs to be.
I've never heard anybody say that.
I know. I'm not saying that you said that or anybody else said that. I'm just saying that
But
if
that's
there
all I hear,
were,
though. That's all I hear from you, from Rev, from every other Christian.
That's not what I'm
And
saying.
and out of you, I mean, for you and like Rev and
Peckle never
Tommy and
said that, Arcane.
Arcane, you're mishearing me, man. I didn't say. I'm not accusing you of that because I've heard you say many times straight out of your mouth that you don't make it an essential, and I thank you for that.
well, I'm not saying
just
you're
saying.
accusing me. I'm just saying you bring it up. Like
What?
that's the only objection that I get is like, Arcane, why are you doing this or
Arcane,
that?
that's the only objection you're going to hear me because again, I'm not scientific oriented, minded like the rest of you guys in here. So I can't afford to get into a conversation like that.
Does it bum you
Shut
out
up,
that
Finn.
instead of talking about more
No,
serious
see,
topics,
and
can you
this,
guys hear me?
yeah,
At
and
all?
this,
That's a little smart
this,
butt, man.
It bums me out, yeah. Actually,
you know, right here, seeing this in the side chat from G Whistler, schism. You know, this is why, you know,
it's a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke, right? Yeah, you guys love this. Seeing three Christians in here.
No, this is a
going at
boring
each
discussion.
other, right?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right, Rev. You're right. Yep.
Oh,
Time
because
to get the popcorn.
when the shoe's on the other foot, that's okay though.
Time to get the
Come on.
popcorn.
Yeah, so you know, you hate to see that, but I don't see you backing me up. I don't see you grabbing scripture and going over it with me. I don't
It's
see
because he
any
doesn't
of
agree
that.
with you.
But I would like to see. I would like to see some more. Can I finish the statement, guys, or no? Can I finish a statement, or are you bloodthirsty?
I haven't been able to talk at all this whole time.
Let me finish the statement. Let's wrap this up. I don't want to go on this all night. So, I would really like that. And Beckel, and you know, I've sent you several messages. Hey, bro, check this out. Whatever. Holla at me. But
yeah.
Never. I mean, it's never once have I said it's a salvation issue, and I don't think I've heard anybody say that.
I agree.
But I
Right.
hear that objection all the time. That it could
Right.
potentially be a salvation issue. I think if you look at it in perspective, Beckel, if this place really is a plane, not a ball, and that we are under a dome, not empty space with stars out in nowhere, that changes things, doesn't it? For one, that means we've been lied to, doesn't it?
yeah, and we have a changeover, and the link is in the sidebar. Does anyone need a link? Send them in the external chat.
That means we've been lied to, just like the Lucy story. I mean, Lucy, come on. This is Lucifer's playground. Come on, man. Like, so I'm just trying to wake people up. That's all. And this is glorifying Christ, and everyone who knows me knows that.
Isn't it more likely?
Yes, we hear you. Yeah, come on over to the new Hangout sidebar and so on. Go ahead.
I'm enjoying over there right now.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Who's? I thought we had. And good to have you over, Reckel. Arcane, you maybe it's in the link externally. Okay. Elena and oh, sorry. Go ahead. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm.